relative. Many of these are our sisters, some are our nieces, some are our brothers, maybe even our own children. Taking advantage of the vulnerable. Dr. Warren, you are most welcome to address us. Good morning, colleagues. What has happened that we have lost many. I don't see our big guns, Barry and Professor Maswa. They are on their way. That mortality is not very good, especially when they are very big like that. Oh, they went home. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to make sure that we understand that. I just want to make sure that next time Apple Airport will make sure that my name is written properly. It is N-double-A, not single R. And it's a permanent, it's a permanent issue in all circumstances. Cohort 7580. We are three of us here, as Apollo had said. And having been the class monitor or class representative, we are delighted to be with a number of colleagues. And I hope some are online, especially the South African guys who are always exciting. Now, this topic is very funny. When you said it to me, exploitation in the name of medicine, I mean, I'm not a policeman. I may be monitoring the health service delivery system, but I'm not a policeman. So that's why I put it in red. But at any rate, let me move on. Mine is not theoretical. Mine is based on what I am seeing in the field. And it's not fun. Actually bordering on that, and I will dive into that. I just wanted to share with you this slide because it has a relevance. What is our doctor here, Dr. Samuel, Dr. Luswata, who was emotionally attached to his presentation yesterday? The young gentleman. I mean, huh? Oh, yes, the loop guy. Yeah. No, I want to share this slide to show the history that Makerere, which was one of the University of East Africa, as Omaso talked about, was the ivory tower, quote unquote. And those who went there indeed were on merit, as it was said yesterday. And it was also related to the population of the three countries. I mean, that was the order of the day. But admission into these schools, as we all know, was on merit. Largely not very much on relevance, but perhaps on merit, which was okay. Don't ignore it. It was very, very important. 35 years ago, then we get to second medical school. But what has happened in between maybe 1986 and now is a bit unsettling as far as I'm concerned. From just fewer medical schools to the plethora of medical schools that we have is really tough. The Ministry of Health used to regulate the intake of doctors. And we are not talking about doctors only, but we are talking about other health professionals. I'll dive into that a bit more later. And we were all guided in the training. I remember Professor Donga telling us, this autonomy, beneficent, non-maleficent justice, never, his deep voice ever smelled alcohol to a patient. I mean, it was such a sweet voice of Professor Donga teaching me anything about how to be a good doctor. So we were driven by that. We joined the medical profession, perhaps many of us, predominantly to serve humanity, predominantly. And we believed, quite honestly, at least I did, I believed in being a doctor. Each time I saw a doctor wearing this white coat and this ubiquitous stethoscope, I died. I said I must get there. I came to visit my nephew in the university when I was in Yakasura in senior 2. The medical students were really doctors. They were calling themselves doctors. Maybe Professor Kulo was there, I don't know, in Northcote. But I said, if I don't go into the medical school, I will not reach down, I will not be buried. The respect and gentility that the doctors showed those days. I mean, if you met Mr. Kama, really, would you almost not kneel? I mean, we all know what we are talking about. You meet Professor Kajuli, and you really don't want to say, in fact, these people were epitome of the noble profession. And the society respected them too. They gave them chairs. I'm not very sure whether a poet might get a chair in Kampala in a line. You might really be hard pressed by a young man telling you to shove you away. But the respect by society was also amazing. But what has happened today? The drive is completely different. It's about money. It's about money, it's about money, it's about gift, and we'll get to it. We seem to be talking about doctors only, but really it's not only doctors. It's the pharmacies or the pharmacists who woke up one morning and they decided we are now going to be called doctors. And because they call themselves doctors, they will actually prescribe. I have met it, I've seen it. Francis Oriokot will give medicine to the child and the pharmacist will say, no. Because you give him another one. Laboratory technologists. The Kachans, if you remember a man called Kachan in the microbiology department, Kerchan. The number of laboratories that are littered around hospitals, in the nooks, without capacity to work, are amazing. They are there. So each time we are talking about fraud, exploitation, the doctor suffers, but actually these people do more exploitation than us. Radiology and radio imaging and scanning. Haven't you heard of somebody wangame TV, TV? Everybody has got some ultrasound, some scan, some. I can't interpret a scan. I can't. And I think I passed through the anatomy room. But you find somebody interpreting a scan, no matter they sometimes see the uterus in the heart. They are there. They are everywhere. The nurses and midwives who used to do an extremely great job, they have become doctors. I disagree with my friend Iputo. I wish he was here. Please, be a very, very good nurse. And Epworth will need you. Be a very good midwife, and the obstetricians will also. I mean, I was taught to deliver breech by a lady called Kazugo. She was a relatively loud lady in the labor suit. And she was a very good teacher, but she was a midwife. But now they have gone beyond their expectations. What are their skills? Which Iputo was talking about here, and I think which Professor Kulo talked about. What are their skills? What were they trained to do? All these professions, to varying degrees, are corrupt. All in the name of saving the patient. Don't ask me what we should do. What has changed is amazing. It is business now, it is business now. Buying and selling. I have a medical school, I'm selling a degree called MBCHB, please come. If you pay me so much, I will give you the degree. Don't worry if you have not passed biology. Do you have an E in fine art? Yes, I have. Come. I will give you a place in my university because I own it. I have seen it. I actually have a case, and I won't mention the university. Quite very frankly, this person who has got, okay fine, he has passed, he's got an E in biology, but he's failed chemistry and he's been admitted. And he's going to crawl, probably become a doctor, probably become a professor. What type of person is he? What type of professor is he? We have a problem. It is, but why should that happen? The student-lecturer ratio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most interesting thing. I have seen 60 students around one patient in the room. 60 students around one patient. So was this patient breathing? Well, I mean, the other one was touching, who said that somebody wanted to examine a patient and was saying this liver, I think it was Professor Corey. This liver. So are all these 60 students going to touch this smart or pregnant woman? Okay, fine. Are they going to do a PR on this patient? Where are they coming from? They are coming from one private university, another one is coming from another nursing school, Soroti Health Nursing School, Toro Health Nursing School, Chirhura Medical Schools Health Nursing Home. They are all teaching. Is that, I mean, no wonder, I think somebody needs to do a very good case control on mortality due to whoever has handled this patient. Supervision and mentorship. In Chiyadogo, which is the most unfortunate thing, medical students were there and they had not seen an obstetrician for the last 3 months. And they were there. So I said, so what I do? No, we are studying. I said, who is teaching you? No, he's going to come, he's going to. When is he coming? He was here about 3 months ago. And they pay the hospital. The hospital administration receives the money. So if that's not exploitation, if that's not corruption, what is? You've seen all these. No wonder the interns are always in problems and newspapers are publishing. But it's indeed a system's failure. Why should we have 60 students in a small hospital like Tiango? And I'll come back to a case which Professor Kuro talked about yesterday. It's a system's failure that we need to bring to the attention of the policymakers. And Professor Masa should have been here. Liberalization of the educational sector. Yes, it is very good to have let everybody go to school, no problem. But there must be a strategy to manage the development of those people. You can't shift the health training from where it should be and take it to another ministry. Otherwise, shift the training of police and the military cadets to Ministry of Education, after it is education. Yeah, because you want the postgraduates to move to Ministry of Education because it is education. The Musheka Commission, which is now reviewing whatever it is reviewing, did not even have a single doctor. If they called you, it was a bit late. They called me and I was really blasting them. I said, look, what the hell, what education are you talking about? You are talking about training of medical doctors. Who among you is a doctor? None. It was like I said, by the way. That is wrong. I will not even fail to mention it in a heartbeat. It is completely wrong. Private sponsorship schemes introduced to increase the numbers. Medical school in Mulago, we ended when we were 120, we survived up to 8, I think, when we graduated. I don't know how many medical students now going to Makerere. The Makerere man is not here. But those facilities, were they meant for those many students? Why should you have 20 students dissecting one body? Quite very frankly, this is abnormal. Mulago, this man should have been here. King Caesar, there's a King Caesar person here, is she? Oh, 5 minutes again. Oh, no. It's a terrible thing, my brother. King Caesar sends students. You find them running to Mulago for a model now. So Mulago has its own students, King Caesar has their own, and I think heaven knows another university. 80 students around one patient. What type of professor is this who's going to know who was? I mean, this is really not. Are you going to clerk? Are you going to examine this patient? Why should, the reason is buying and selling. Buying and selling. I have a degree called MCHB, I want to sell it to you, and therefore the medical schools mushroom, and of course, when you touch them, they become political. And Professor Kuro knows what I'm talking about. We touch it, then the introduction of these courses which you talked about. What is Bachelor of Clinical Medicine? What is it? What do you study? Bachelor of Obstetrics, I don't know whatever it is. I taught in Rwanda, and there was one course that it was called Santé Publique. You come from wherever you come from, Santé Publique, which is public health. Me and Dr. Karimera was the minister. We stopped it. We said, come on, first get other skills and then you can come and cause a cough. But Santé Publique, Santé Publique. So, all these are crimes baptized as either corruption or exploitation, whatever you want to call it. In the midst of all that buying and selling, forgery of papers is the kingpin. It's the bullet. Francis Taura, which Professor Kuro is the one who smoked him out. He even went ahead and did internship. He even came and did internship in Soroti or Tororo, I think. Tororo.
He did it in
Hoima,
but he was practicing in Toronto.
and came and tied ureters of mothers. I think they ended up in the hospital here. So when Bali, they sorted out. Dr. Tauru. A thug, charging money. The district service commissions are part and parcel of this exploitation. Omana Wange, my son has just gone to the medical school in IU. I want him to come and become the district medical office, the district health office. The 2 minutes I will not accept. Extortion. Surgery is an extortion. Do you know? If it is more than 15%, this man of Makerere is late. If it is more than 15% in any institutions doing cesarean section, there is a problem. And it is really, really, really bad. It shouldn't go beyond 15%, otherwise there is a problem. That's the acceptable, general acceptable rate. Patient trafficking. Mbale Hospital, whoever is coming from Mbale is not here. I think Wayusa is here. In front of Mbale Hospital is a whole clinic, laboratory, scanning, all everything. Everything. They come and take patients out. It's terrible. It's really, really, anybody in a white coat is a doctor. And this is not only here in Mbale, Morako, Womba, all these hospitals that I've been to. You've heard about the crime for Ginger. Ginger is the worst. They have even stolen land, hospital land. It's theft of medicine. Let me ask you. These drugs, all right, you can argue that they end up in the patients, in some patient or another. But you just bought those drugs. That's the worst corruption. Some of the drugs are given to pigs. The other pigs are given to pigs for fattening. And chicken, time up, no, transport out, give me some extra, my brother. Unqualified and controlled manufacturing of products with impunity. Believe you me, yesterday, before I came, there was, doctor, you have to give me a bit of time. There was a person manufacturing some
Consensus, if I could stop you, I can see everybody is very attentive here. And this is sounding like painful.
Those who are still in practice, there is something called princess syrup. It is being manufactured by some third somewhere in Kasanga. If you see where the manufacturing is done, you will just cry. Then you ask, what is it, this princess syrup? Nothing. Doesn't know. Start saying, okay, correct us. And you say, but my brother, and you are a pharmacist, that is a pharmacist. Oh, it's a very, very unfortunate thing. Now, in some cases, the government, in all cases, there are drugs that are enough to supply this country. But you know what happens? They arrive in Usambati Health Center for. The health center for chaps get them out and cause artificial shortage. You go there and make an analysis. But which patient did you give this quarantine? You can't find it. It is all gone and taken by a syndicated corruption of the doctor, the nurse, the pharmacist, and the storekeeper. None of them are holy. Not the doctor, not the nurse, not the storekeeper. Now, here comes the unqualified, uncontrolled, running of premises without license, practicing without licenses. Even some of the doctors don't get the licenses. And you wonder why they can't pay the yearly subscription. You just ask, why didn't you have it? He said, I know, but you're making so much money, why can't you pay? You dig behind, you find he does not have the qualifications. Yes, this case of Semanda is the same. Semanda was a thug. Semanda under 3 names. Yesterday, by the way, he appeared in court and went back to Semanda. He appeared, he started as Ken Nyobe, he was born as Ken Nyobe, then somewhere he changed it to it, then finally he goes as Dr. Semanda. And even goes for postgraduate. Yes, that man has never been to medical school. But he was a regional lack of due diligence. Lack of due diligence. And the ministry is supposed to have. Then here comes the worst corruption. You've seen these health center folks. They were funded by either USAID or WHO or some other fund. If you go in and find out the structure, the architectural design, you almost cry. The Mpumude is an example in Jinja. The roof is somewhere here. The circulation of air is impossible. The leakages is amazing. You cannot have a patient there. And you ask the DHO, so what happened? No, the ministry. You ask the ministry, they said, no, the local government. If you dig behind it, there is a whole syndicated corruption among those offices. And they are all exploiting all that because we are sick, because we are vulnerable as patients. These are some of the things that you have all seen, the misconduct and some of the media headlines. Doctors run for forgery, you can already fake doctor who recommend, who demanded over 30, whatever stupid million, 800 vaccinated with COVID. This one was a young man, Baguma. Young man, went with a white coat, convinced people, and injected them with water. Oh, yes. And it was Dr. Baguma. Dr. Baguma. Dr. Baguma is doing it. Oh, no. What did we find? Water. We were lucky it was water. And let me tell you the worst part. This fellow goes to court and admits he had made 44 million and bought a Subaru. He goes to court and admits, and he's fined 2 million. He's out on the street and he came to my office asking for his car. You know, it's like nothing had happened. Why? Do we have the correct purity relations? Cleveland, which me and Professor Kuro have talked about, Cleveland, a specialized, very well labeled, beautiful clinic with a quack, that's Amanda. Cleveland specialized maternal whatever. He did everything, including scissors. The list goes on and on. There's a man called Waiso. He's from Musoga, he's also in prison. He came to my office. We got him with the drugs, worth about 1.5 billion. And I said, but you man, you are a doctor, why are you stealing medicine? He said, but you know, doctor. As Professor Kuro said, 5 minutes into any discussion of somebody pretending to be a doctor, you'll catch him. Because as soon as we started talking, I said, Abana, there's something that is not quite clear about this man. So I pressed, and he said, you know, I actually never finished. I said, where did you not finish? He said, KIU. I said, okay, KIU. I asked KIU to give me the transcript. Until I went there, and I said, I'm going to come with police. They had refused to give me a transcript. What was the transcript? This man was admitted with fake credentials, starts medical school, imagine failing with KIU. So he fails, and then he's, I'm sorry, apologies. And then he fails and he's given another course called the BS Bachelor of something medicine. He also fails it. He graduates, having failed as a doctor. He comes and convinces Minister of Health, and he starts working as an NGO. He gets drugs from joint medical stores, from national medical stores. By the time we caught him, the man had defrauded this country like you have never seen. He's there, Dr. Waiso. Quacks. I just want to share with you, this is a case from Bali. Tell me, okay fine, you can argue that anyway. If blood is stolen, if blood is taken away from wherever it has been taken, it will finally end up in a patient who needs it. But the question is, why steal the blood? And for much of it, I think it was O negative, if I remember correctly. I can't remember very well. But that's not the only. There is, in 2022, laboratories found with government of Uganda, RTD, and in Bali regional. Clinical officers found with X. Laboratory in Kunji. Drugs are stolen out of this country and taken to DRC for sale. Who benefits? The doctors. There's a doctor whom we fired from Moroto. He went somewhere else and stole an ambulance. Stole an ambulance and sold it, and he's still a doctor. I wanted you people, I don't know whether you can see this amazing, is it Kung Fu or whatever stupid thing it is. This is Health Center thing. And I'm going to read to you something that is very interesting. These are test results. Test results. And this is a computer 25 years. I have noted that the woman is suffering from brain nerves, large intestines functioning, gastrointestinal function, bone mineral density, rheumatoid bone disease, transplacenta, coenzyme allergy, obesity, pulse of the heart, and brain menstrual cycle. Total money, 70,000, 10,000, 60, 40. Paid. This is there in Mabilis town. People go. Polypharmacy. pharmacy is one of the biggest problems. And also, it's unfortunate Omaso is here, who is not here. During COVID, even our colleagues in the clinics, you would find 20 antibiotics being prescribed in one person. And you ask yourself, Jesus Christ, what the hell were you killing? But Foucault, and there are many of these Chinese stupid things, there are many. What do we do? Chatting them off. And some close for non-compliance. Yes. I will not even bite my tongue saying that. There must be a drastic shift to address the challenges of all stages of sickness, from the sickness, from the student admission, training and quality control, regular CMTs, continuing medical training, UMA and the chair. The chairman is not here. The National Council for Education is not here. I don't know why he's not here, because he should answer our questions. I happen to be also the chairman of the University Council of Mbarara University, so I have a bone to pick with him. The head count of professionals must be done regularly. I mean, if Apollo says, I want to see my classmates whom I am with, whom I was with, we can't hide. We can't pretend that we're different. Good. That should be done. Then foreign graduates,
without enough authority, because I was made to regulate the session and dictate when it starts and when it ends. But I reached a point and I was so taken up that I even forgot to look at the clock. But also along the way I woke up and realized that Dr. Namara was helping us to tackle a session ahead. So he has significantly lessened the burden that we will have when the time for drafting the declaration, the sorority declaration. He has helped a lot. Already we have a lot of information to start off for the sorority declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, this and last evening's presentations are very, very sobering revelations. Very sobering. And it's important, it's good, I think it is good. It's God's design that should happen now, at a time when we have a very good gathering of our elders. And elders who have been gracious enough to allow even the future of the profession to be in their midst, the youngsters, the upcoming ones. Young ladies and gentlemen at the back, the mantle is going to be passed over to you. You see what is happening to the profession, and you can see the challenges we are coming to face. So, be grateful to these elders that have already tipped you on what awaits you. Ladies and gentlemen, I happen to have been in the office of the President of the Ghana Medical Association when the current constitution was being promulgated. And that's when the position of Elders Forum was created. And we had lots of meetings and arguments about the roles, duties, and responsibilities of this forum. And some people thought if we created these interest groups, we are going to create very many foci of power within the organ, and this would cause the risk of creating pulling forces which would be taking, one force is taking the body in one direction, and we put our feet down and we say that today it's about inclusivity. We want the young people on board. And after that's the time when the young people were coming full blast. And they thought it was now their time. The elders have been there long enough. They have hit it on us and they have let us down. We want to take over. And I said, now with that speed, it will be dangerous if we just let it all over to you. You're already seeing in some of our sister organizations, the banging of tables has begun. Even reason we do not have the benefit of context, history, which guides us about the future and where we are. That's why we insisted that you, the people who have seen it all, must remain within the forum. And the point I put forward, number one, was that one, you are the granary of knowledge that we will need to base on to forge forward. We needed your experience, the past experience, to guide us in our thinking today and what we plan to do. That was number one. Number two, we needed you as speed governors. For some of us, our energies are just pathologically high. We want it here and now. And that is many times dangerous. So we say this method of I want it here and now, which is not guided by a first experience, which will reveal to you that it actually can be very dangerous to want it there and now, because some people have lived it and has led them into trouble. So he said we need this speed governance. Ladies and gentlemen, you are elders, you are our speed governors. You are the people who expect to remind us, yes, where you are going is good, you are taking in the right direction, but tread a little more carefully. So, you are the custodians of all the experience to guide us, you are our speed governors. And we also presented you to the Minister of Health. The Minister of Health knows you as an official arm of the Uganda Medical Association, which is our think tank. Think tank. We regard you as our think tank. That ideas will be sent to you for refinement. And then they can come back to us. And then we push. Me and Apple, when we were in Mbale leading everybody branch, that's what we always insisted on, that everybody should come on board because everybody has a contribution to make. So we wanted inclusivity and the allocation of roles for each of the stakeholders. It's time now to go into the discussion session. And this session is supposed to close, I'm reliably told, by...
At 10:30, so we are already time back.
10:30?
Are they ready?
Yeah.
How many minutes?
Okay.
So, Dr. Igno, I thought you would not run away because you presided over the other session and you left your unfinished business. Come and we finish it together. The presentations that are inviting comments and questions. The first one was on hybrid practice, a proposal to push for hybrid practice to be officially allowed. And then, of course, you have had a presentation on what is going on. Should we invite our presenters to come forward, those who have presented this morning, and those who presented last evening on the following? We had the challenges facing health professional education and training. I don't know whether the representative from National Council for Higher Education is in the house to take on questions. We had proposals for reforms in health professional education and training by Professor Joel Okuro. I hope he's in the house. And we had had challenges facing medical internship in Uganda by Joel Milen. I hope he's also in the house, or at least each one of these should have a representative. Could those please step forward, take their seats, and we field the questions to them. Thank you. The presenters of this morning, please take your front seat. Dr. Namar, we prefer you face the press when you're at the front. As they move forward, questions, comments are invited. Two microphones will be going around, and I invite the ushers, quick-legged people. Ushers, please come, quick-footed, so that you will be pushing the microphones around. One mic will be at the front, and one, of course, will be with me as the moderator. Take that, Beyonce.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Chairman, am I allowed to proceed?
Yes, please.
Right ahead. Let me praise the presenters for the quality of their communications, but I'm sure I don't have enough time to praise them individually. I'm Oriokot Francis, Senior Consultant Pediatrician. I was once a General Secretary of Uganda Medical Association with the Dr. Paul Karugaba and then Dr. Musingu Joseph. So I have had a free ride in all areas of our profession, as a clinician, as a professional, as an administrator, and lately now, potentially becoming a patient. My quick inquiry is there is now a new cadre, two new cadres of staff we are faced with. They are called pre-interns and post-interns. Does anybody have professional advice to tell us what to do with them? Because they present completely a new set of problems. They want to work while they wait for either internship or while they wait for government to employ them. They say government has promised to put them at health centers free. My other comments will come later. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. For those who forgot my name, I'm Jafar from Mbale Hospital, Stroke Personal Hospital. In Mbale, we have a problem which I want to disclose to you about health workers who are not working together. When I was still working in a hospital, we and reconciled that they can't work together in a public ward, in a public hospital. And right now, the case may end up in court. And I would like to know, what do we do with such people? We try to reconcile them. They can't work together in the same ward, in the same theater, and yet they are all orthopedic surgeons. So this is the problem, and it affects some individual patients. And even when our ego goes down, we are trying to reconcile them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I propose whoever poses a question, if you could suggest them, who of the presenters you would like to answer the question to a little bit better, to tell us whom you would like to be responding to your question. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Kizamu. I'm president of the practice in Canada. And I would like to really thank our presenters, both yesterday and today, for very fantastic presentations. My question will go to Dr. Namara. And before I pose the question, I just listened to what you said and was really impressed. But I'm thinking that it goes beyond the general practice. It goes to everybody. The discipline, the ethics, and of course the general economy of the country. So I just wanted to know, because you present a lot of things, most of the things when you look at them, you see worrisome for the country. Looks like there's hardly a solution what could be done. But I'm thinking that if we can push discipline and ethics, and I'm thinking that it should start right here, where we are. Because this is a very good conference, but if you are the pinnacle of what is happening, and you cannot start on time, and you can't keep time, that's the easiest thing to do. If you're going to speak for 30 minutes, you base yourself, we give lectures all the time, okay, in Canada. You can't talk for 1 hour when you're going to talk for 15 minutes. Oh, that's in basic discipline. And if the basic discipline can't start right here, where we're making policies, right here, how would you expect, in the country, people to be disciplined? So so my question is, how do we really instill discipline in the people? Okay. Starting with ourselves. Where I come in Canada, there's a lot of snow, okay? And you wake up in the morning, and you're driving roads which are filled with snow. And you can't say there was snow, so I am late at work. They ask you knew there was going to be snow. So start 2 hours before that. So that's not an excuse. Bad roads, snow, slippery roads is not an excuse. You've got to be disciplined if you're going to control in those countries. And that's why those countries are far ahead of us. So what can we do to really emulate that and develop our country? Thanks very much.
Good morning, and good morning, everyone. Colleagues. I would like to appreciate all the presenters, past and those who are present and those who are absent, for very nice presentations yesterday and this morning. To me, it seems that we seem to be reading the book of Lamentations. But we have an opportunity at this moment to do something about it. Dr. Namara's presentation seems to sum it up. But I would like to know what opportunities do we have now to turn things around. I know your portfolio gives you access to people that make decisions, especially His Excellency, the President. Is there an opportunity of a delegation from the doctors or from the Uganda Medical Association to brief you about the pertinent issues that we see? On the issue of having one body that regulates all health professional bodies, is it possible to have consensus initially among the doctors, especially the elder doctors, so as to have a position which we can present to the powers that be, to bring about that we have one professional body for reasons that are so pertinent, because we are seeking together as a nation, as a population. One time I was a patient in an ambulance, and it was an emergency, but the ambulance had nowhere to move. The traffic itself could not allow an ambulance to move. So it is a multidisciplinary issue that we need to urgently bring to the attention to the powers that be. I'm Geoffrey Lingwa, public health specialist, and I lecture at Uganda University. Thank you.
Yeah, we can see the interest in the house is very high, but time is also not a very great ally of ours today.
No lady has asked. Yes,
And you see, this is the problem that this country has. Balancing forces, balancing regions, balancing interests, and then merit. Okay, one lady.
So not a country's problem, it's life problem.
Okay. So the ladies table.
Thank you very much for allowing me to talk. I'm Rosemary Sarada, Kangawaza. I practice in Canada right now, but I started in South Africa, in internal medicine. I'm so happy with the presentations, and really Uganda had very, very smart doctors, because the ones who used to be were actually taught here, and they come to these places, South Africa, Canada, when they've never seen anything before. We use computers, we use AI. They actually are very easy to educate because we choose the most smartest people of these million Ugandans, 48 or 50 now. My question to you though is there any way we can do what we call quality assessment? Now in Canada, they do quality assessment. It's actually people from, they don't know you, they say, okay, we're going to see all hospitals are quality assessed. Anything that deals with patients, laboratories, nurses, students, teaching. So I'm in a university hospital where we teach students. They will do quality assessment and they'll tell you the truth. Look, you're below, students are too many, doctors don't do any research. They're clinical doctors though, who may not have time to do research, but they have to be proper clinical assessment doctors. You must have some numbers for CPD to qualify to register and practice. And they check every doctor has to be registered. Now, if you do quality assessments, it will help with the hospitals. And we should not be ashamed of actually closing a hospital which is not functioning. The other thing is, Mulago was known a lot, and we had professors, Mr. Kamia, but all the ones before were well known, especially in South Africa, because they actually studied in the University of Johannesburg, and they were very, very smart. And in fact, they used to do research here in public health, all these new diseases, because we have them, most people don't have them. So they use the Ugandan population, Ebola, things which are coming now, which were not there before. So if we do quality assessment every year, and it's actually like it's real and truthful, and say, hey guys, you're not doing well, then you look at yourself and try to modify or change your problems. That will help as well. But thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing two ladies to Okay, so mine are, some of them are comments and some of them are questions. My name is Elizabeth Ekochu and I'm a public health consultant. And my background is really health system strengthening with a bias towards quality assurance and monitoring and evaluation based on what I've worked on. My comment number one, HMU presentation and also Dr. Kulo's presentation, even Mireme's comments. Professor Ibuto is not here. He talked about training and sharing of knowledge. As different people were talking, I realized there's a lot of inherent knowledge. There are things that I know which people know them, but we are not sharing in a way that it helps other people. Even what Rose is talking about, quality assessment, if you talk to Dr. Kulo, myself, Professor Maswa, will tell you about what is happening in the quality arena in this country. Okay? So how do we need to find a way, a solution on sharing knowledge. Professor Kware is the head of UNRWA, which is supposed to be a very strong information sharing organization. Those who have the ears of the big people, can we have more money? Because the basic thing with UNRWA is money. It's financing. They know what to do. I've worked with them in the areas. They know what to do, but they don't have the funds. So that's another thing. And they can make the sharing of the knowledge much easier. The other one is to Professor Ikoja. This university is a university of professionals and innovation. For me, as I think about primary health care in this country, there needs to be a revolution, a different way of doing things. Can you please, as you design your programs, innovate in the area of primary health care to see what works? People are doing different models, including Dacades. Dacades has tried a model, I think, in Emuria somewhere. And it works. Other people are using tubes now, they've come up. We have health assistants, we have all kinds of things, but what will work in this country for primary health care, which is meaningful? Sorry, I have so many, but and there are the opportunities in the PDM, which the government is pushing very, very much now. The PDM model is something that we should see how to do. So the last comment is on the education system, Professor Ikoja and the guy from National Council of Higher Education, I think, and Professor Ikuto. Of course, we all know that there are issues, big issues with the education system, and we're trying to revolutionize it now to make it such that people try to be problem solvers. That as children start, even from early, you're asking them, what do you want to change in the world for the sake of humanity, rather than cramming a lot of things. I would suggest that also that becomes a culture in the university, that people are like, what problem in this country do you see, and how do you want to help us solve it? That's how innovation comes about. Thank you very much.
The technology is always a problem. So I wish to thank, first of all, the chair for allowing me to say something. And I wish to thank the presenters yesterday and today. Now, in the health sector, there are two main things. There is the patient, where you need to deal with the science. Then there is the system, where you need to deal with what Elizabeth has just talked about, the system. So, these medical schools, they are mainly about the science. And I think from the presentation which this lady has just put, we have the science. So now we need to do a lot more on the system. Based on the discussions, because input, process, output. So we need to have a pulse on those things, so that we are not just reactive, but things happen by plan. So I don't know where to put it, because what the council does and what the monitoring unit does seems to be mainly reactive. So what I'm proposing, there must be a way in which there must be proactivity on monitoring the health of the health system. That's my point. Thank you for
Thank you very much. Most of the questions have been justified, but I guess the presenters know which questions were directed at them. We will start with Professor Okuro, because many of them targeted your presentation and others transmitted.
Thank you, colleagues.
It is you to answer.
I think the nature of these questions gives me a lot of happiness, because it means that you have been good listeners and that you have been able to analyze the situation as it stands in this country, and you are ready not only to ask questions but also to suggest solutions to the things that we are seeing. The presentation that I made yesterday and the one that Amara has just made and the one that we got from the National Council of Higher Education is a very sobering one. And any of you who listen carefully, I think if you are not made angry by what we say, angry with the situations that we are in, then you are in another world. I think what we said should have been able to stir a lot of feelings in you and say, yes, we are going to be part of the crusade to make the medical profession what it should be now. The things that Namara said are examples of what we are witnessing. Real situations. They are not manufactured from anywhere. Those are just actually tip of the iceberg. Let me just give you one example. When you go to a university and you ask, can I get a list of students who sat this exam and the exam results? And then you find somebody fidgeting, say, I think you come tomorrow. Someone has a right to tell you come tomorrow. I think with him he was chased away. Who are you? You know? So these are really very unfortunate events that we see in our institutions. And I really like to appeal to you, like I said, that I think let's get our acts together, let us speak up, and let us reclaim our position in the society, in this country. Because either we have lost it or we are losing it. And it's up to us to do that. Now, I want to disagree with the last speaker who says that we are reactive. No, we are not reactive. If you take the systems approach to quality of care, where you look at inputs, processes, and the outcomes, that is what we are doing. We are saying, what is the input in the education system? What must we be able to put into the processes? And that's what we are talking about when we talk about teaching staff, infrastructure. We are talking about the kind of students which could enter into the medical school and so on. People, not just anybody can enter the medical school. And we should set standards that say, if you do not meet this, you cannot enter the medical school. That's why I talked yesterday about setting up what did I call it? A bank, as it were, where if you are going to admit somebody to the medical school, it must come from this bank and not from anywhere else. And if we do that, and that's what we are doing, we shall be able to go a long way. The processes, what processes? How do these students get trained? Who is training them? How do you examine them? All those are part of the processes. So we are talking about skill labs. We are talking about competence-based education. We are talking about PPL. We are talking, all those are within the system. And we monitor them. And then, of course, what comes out. Unfortunately, many times, we start from the wrong end. We start with what should go in. We should be starting with what should we have, and then work backwards. Because if you know what you want, then you can be able to say, what must be put in place to be able to do this. And that is what we are doing at the Medical Council, and we are trying to promote that within the country. But, and this is a very big part, the issue that Elizabeth has said, impunity. Impunity. It's not only in the medical field, it is everywhere. And let us not kid ourselves, and let us not overblame ourselves about the issues of impunity, because it is almost a culture now in this country. But we can start small, like my friend here said. Why can't we keep time? We say the meeting starts at 9. and the organizers of the meetings, they not even be there at 9 themselves. Stage is being constructed at 10 for a meeting that was supposed to start at 9. I mean, those are some of the things that we should be looking at. I mean, we tell you, pay out your subscription fee. 100,000 shillings, you cannot afford to pay. A consultant, you're asking you to pay what? 200,000 shillings, and you cannot pay? Surely, people, I think we are not serious. If we are going to grow our profession, I think we must commit ourselves into saying, I am going to be part and parcel, I'm going to do my bit, and if they ask me to do this, I'm going to do it. That is my appeal to you. You talked about quality assessment. That is at the back of our minds at all times. Now, when we talk about quality assessment, and sometimes we suggest let's have exams, people go out with exams. People, every patient is an examination in itself. And I think we should be ready to look at it that way. Like when you're presented with a case, it's an examination. So why should you fear when they say you want to have nationwide examinations? In many countries, they've got 5 years. Every 5 years, every practitioner must sit an exam and show himself whether. We talk about CPD. How many of you are doing CPD? Dr. Katongo, I think you get inundated with people who are saying, what is this? How can I get this? And so in other countries, people go out and pay to have CPD points. And here, you ask them to do CPD, it's like it's a completely new concept. I think we need a change in our mental models. I think the way that it is set up, I think we are going to be set it right so that we can be able to see things the way that they should be. When we talk about pre-entry into the medical school, oh yes, it's something that we must be able to put in place. I mean, there are people who are going to join the medical school, and in the first week they'll run away because they were not mentally prepared to be in medical schools. There are many people who have started programs, started the medical school, let me say at the postgraduate level. How many people do you know that have dropped out of postgraduate training because they have not been able to finish their research? There are many. I think we need to change the way that we see things. So pre-entry exams, pre-entry assessment, I think it's something that we must be able to put in place. In many countries, actually, they require that before you come to do medicine, you must have had another degree somewhere first. Yes. So I don't know why we Ugandans, when we talk about this, we say, this is a cool man, I don't know where he's coming from. Lastly, there's that class now called pre-interns. This never used to exist, because once you finish your training, you go straight into internship. But as I said yesterday, how many internship training sites do we have? There are very few. We cannot be over here to take it. The other thing, of course, is how many people are we training? How many people are coming out from the various universities? When I asked the deans, I said, deans, please send me the list of the students that we have admitted this year. Nobody wants to respond. And what is that? I don't understand. Because if you admitted students and you admitted them properly and the right number that you are supposed to admit, what should be the problem in you giving me that list? I'm going to one day to work with Namara and visit some of those medical schools, because sometimes he works with policemen. I don't have. No, policemen in your organization, not in your car, in your organization. We go there and say, please give us that, we are not moving. If you don't give it to us, there's a, you pick up there, jump into it and go and solve it. So do we have to go to that extent? So when we are talking about doing our bits, it has to it. The phenomenon bits, it has to it. The phenomenon of pre-internship is a new one. It was never there. It is there because of, it was never there. It is there because of its interns. You know, when this matter came up, But I'm not bound because I'm not a member there. But what was discussed was that money should be made.
You are in charge of protecting the nation against our excesses. If we can't work together as a team, our excesses. If we can't work together as a team, then the population will miss. What would be your finding?
You know, one of the things that I talked about yesterday, that every doctor who's being trained should be trained in the art of leadership and management. And I think these are issues of leadership and management. And I do not know how the medical council might come in and help you, but I don't know how the medical council might come in and help you, but if you have got colleagues, I think there are methods that we should develop for conflict resolutions and so on within your institution.
Thank you, but I think I'll pick on that issue of indiscipline from Jaffa, indiscipline and failure to work together. Let me tell you, you cannot informalize government. If you are the boss of the hospital and Jaffa can't work with the Namara, one of you goes. Yes, one of you goes. Because the worst thing is procrastination and failure to act when you are in a leadership position. That is failure. So, the director of the hospital should be able to, because he reports to a senior person, and he can always escalate it. Then Professor Kuro's idea of training made in leadership could possibly be help. I don't know, heaven knows, but there's no absence of government. Mwag from Canada, I don't know. I don't know what can be done. What can we do? I don't know. I'm sorry. I took long in presentation and many other people took long. People came late. I don't know what we can do. People are trickling in and I don't think I have a choice. But really, you are touching on the issue of this, change the attitude. I don't know. The funny part is that once they cross the border in Entebbe and jump onto the plane and start working in Canada and elsewhere, then they are on time, then they are disciplined, then they blah, 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 blah. But they come in and they say, on the border, you have to make the that kind of stuff. It's rain. Now, lamentation. You see, there is an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope that we would have a bigger attendance than this. If the Vice President is coming, and we make a Sorority declaration, and the big guns, Professor Maswa and Professor Kuro and Professor Kodia, they make this as strong as possible, it could go very far. I don't sit in a position where I can talk to the President that easily. Many people who work for State House tell lies about themselves. I don't see the President as and when I would like, and it's not easy to see the President. But Professor Maswa, his daughter works for the President as the PPS. The PPS makes appointments. We task him, I wish he was here because I don't like talking behind people's back. We task him. The Sorority declaration, all these good things that people are going to do, hopefully, and it's an opportunity with the the Vice President Aruto, if she can't. I think that's a good opportunity. Rosemary, I think the quality assessment, what I talked about it, Professor Kulo talked about it, I think it is wrong, but it should have been done right from the word go. We are too many. We are 45 million souls or 50 million souls. The doctors are churned out like it's a human being. Come on, we need to know who is a doctor, who is qualified, what are the qualities, what are the core competencies, where did you train, how did you go into the medical school? All these things need to be, it's a systematic analysis. I'm sure you saw that exam wherever you went. Why is that just because here, doctors from Kenyans from everywhere, they were sitting exams if they came into Kenya. So this is a given. We are on a rate and doing it. Manase Kimpi, I think, no, Betty. I'm afraid better not agree with it. It's not a system's failure. If it was a system's failure, we wouldn't be seated here talking about this. The Professor Kuno's shop wouldn't be working. My shop wouldn't be working. All these laws that we are making, they're writing, there are pockets of failure, but very, very important pockets that are difficult to address, a bit hard to reach, and really to kind of like surgically remove. The difference is, can we continue to work at it? Can we sustain? Oh, we are coming in Soroti, and the next meeting will be in 100, and maybe we'll never see each other. Oh, we tick, Soroti, we did it, finish. No, we have to sustain. And I think that's therein lies. Lastly, second, I think we are reactive and proactive. If we were not proactive, the things we've achieved, and it's not small, but it is, in the grand scheme of things, it is small. But we wouldn't. We go out actually, and my shop goes out and monitors, even when there is no whistleblower. We ask the following questions. How many people do you have? What is their training? What have they done? How much money do you receive? What's the mortality of mothers especially? And what about your surgical instruments? What about the cleanliness of the hospital? We really go a long way. There are about 5 criteria that I can share them with you. This is proactive, not reactive. But we also react when somebody has died, and somebody has stolen blood, somebody is a liar. Lastly, may I encourage the universities? There is a target of opportunity. Let's do case control studies. What is the biggest cause of mortality in mothers? Is it the person who has handled them all the way, and where did he train, and what was the training? What were the superiors' relationship of all these variables? I think case control studies are very easy to do. They are very fast, but they would generate sufficient information to answer that question. What is the biggest cause of maternal mortality? Is it really the patient was handled by somebody from Makerere, the nurse was from Makerere, the blah 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 was from Makerere, and the patient finally died of a cervical tear, or just bleeding, or failure to act? We tried to do this study, but we thought we would be short. Thank you very much.
Okay, there was no direct question for Dr. Edward, but maybe he has some comment, and particularly on the issue, because Professor Pro did complete on people who are not working together. You held the docket of ethics and discipline in your aid.
Every institution should have an ethics committee, and I believe Mbale Regional Referral Hospital does have it. But more important, I think elders and other workers who are held in esteem, who are father-like and mother-like figures. I think you start there, and you have a talk. And if you don't, then you go to the ethics committee, and they have levels of doing things. And then there, I think the written book, whether it is standing orders, as I think Warren said, you don't leave it for too long. You act so that you can have the unit functioning, the services going on. You shouldn't hold the institution at ransom just because of 2 egos. More, I think we can handle later. Thank you.
I think there was a question about, was it a question or suggestion for one body? I think Dr. Katumba is going to talk about what we are trying to do about the authority. But I think as a closing remark, I would like to make the following point. One is that whatever we do, collect taught in the Bible. Let us do it as if we are doing it for Christ. Whatever we do, stop and ask. Whatever decisions we make, what would Christ want me to do? How would he handle it? And lastly, can we be each other's keeper? Let us be brothers, each other's brothers' keeper. In other words, when you see your colleague as a challenge, take interest in it and see how you can help that colleague. We have got many colleagues who are gone astray under our own eyes, and we just turn a blind eye to what we are doing. And we say, we hope the medical council will be able to catch up with you. No, it's our responsibility to put those things right. And lastly, let us be timekeepers. In a meeting like this, when we're supposed to start at 9, and some important people are walking in at 11, I think we should say this is not acceptable. And let us be able to say this is not acceptable. Let's begin with the small things. The big ones will come our way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Another better round of applause for our presenters.
One thing you have not responded to is Edward's question. Do you practice? What is your view about it? We want to capture that somewhere in the suggestion that we are going to make. We must have people say something about it. Do you practice?
Let the discussions continue in the corridors as we head for tea. We are doing badly in the discipline of timekeeping. MC, guide us on the next moves towards break tea. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Bishop. You can imagine. Yes, so we are going to have a working tea. And tea is ready, it is out there served. I'll request that Sister Professor Jacob pray for our tea so that we can go and have it, then serve and come back inside. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us humble ourselves and pray. Almighty Father, we want to thank you for your protection throughout the night and bringing us here to another day. We ask you to bless the tea that we are going to take. May it nourish our bodies and give us strength so that we may be able to discuss the pertinent issues which are threatening our profession and come out with the resolutions that will help us be better doctors, better professionals, and manage our patients better for a healthy country. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord.
Okay, so usual place like yesterday, let's go serve tea.
MC, and for all the time you've given to guiding us. Now we have come to a very, very defining session. Else I think that we've been going through into context. The session that we are heading for is entitled Harmonizing Health Professionals Practice. You heard among the questions was we should have only one body to regulate all the health professions. Maybe in these presentations, this may come out. If it doesn't come out clearly, we shall make it clear if we all participate. So we have two presenters, both are people have been, and I still am. We have had a delay in setting them up, and I am very sorry about this. And therefore, we are going to have a reversal, but at the end of the two, we shall have both of them. So, we have Council Peterson Kabura, and he was legal counsel, and that is a lawyer to the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council until some time back. We worked together, especially the Ethics and Disciplinary Committee, sorting out complaints and cases to see which ones qualify to go for inquiry at the full council level. He is in private practice. He'll probably say one or two lines about more of what he does. But one thing is that he has a passion to deal with doctors. His topic is the doctor and the lawyer. Where is the meeting point? This is something of his own conception. He conceived it himself, and we are all ears to hear what he has for us. Council Peterson, please step forward and give us this awaited contribution to this meeting.
Thank you, the chair of the session. My name is Peterson Kabura. I am in private practice. I spent over 15 years. I chanced to work with the Medical Council for about 3 years, and it gave me an insight of what maybe should be done, or what is amiss, and how we can step forward. The topic I have is quite wide, maybe in terms of definition, but in the context of one, I had thought I would only talk about where the doctor and lawyer meet, but now the theme of the session, the sub-session, is about regulation. So we'll go through quickly about where I think we meet, and then go to the regulatory part, which I think is very interesting. The presentation is not an academic one. It's only intended to give us an insight of where we should be meeting and how we can help each other. So I want to be quoting which right and the rest and the rest. I want to keep it as simple as possible so that we can understand. There is a perceived parallelism between law and medicine. The doctors think they don't want the lawyer, and they think they don't want the doctor. And most times we think you only need a doctor when he's coming to give evidence in court, maybe there is a murder and he's coming to say cause of death and the rest and the rest. Or when there is some negligence and you are suing the doctor for the negligence or perceived negligence. But far from that, the law and medicine are so complementary in nature that without one, the other one does not exist. Of course, medicine is a science. You are dealing with looking at phenomena, investigating it, and finding solutions. The law, on the other hand, is prescriptive in nature. It's saying you what you know and what you have put forward. How are you going to do it for the benefit of society? Where does this one take us? If you know your medicine, which you have studied, all of you, but somebody making rules that govern you is not a doctor. Some Senior 4 dropout, Senior 6 now for the Ugandan case. To provide the an MP, you need Senior 6. Whether he failed or not, they don't talk about that. As long as you have a certificate. And you are the one making law to regulate how an organ should be transplanted. That's the dilemma we have. The politicians have taken over your role because you think you have no input. People will more often listen to Dr. Amaris here, to the health mental unit, rather than the medical council. Why? Namara has some political crowd, and you can order police around. But Dr. Okoro here, who's the regulator, even if the hospital says, no, you can't cross or you can't enter. Why? The law is favoring the politicians as against the professionals. Now, there are some imagining medical legal issues. Imagine that have nothing to do with their so-called negligence or the so-called giving testimonies in court, which doctors are used to. I think Dr. Feno there, the only time I've heard about him is when he has a pathological help. Somebody is dead and give him the cause of death. But nobody is concerned about what it is he does and how he does it. Even the doctors themselves, you fellow doctors, have sort of what you call a conspiracy of silence. Don't know about the crash drive the doctors. In the council, when a doctor is accused of something, fellow doctors are quick to defend that person. If you're getting somebody to write an expert opinion, assessment of that person, is a tug of war. There's someone who says, me, I'm a Catholic, I can't do anything against this hospital, me, I'm on this one was my colleague, we went to school together. Now, if you don't give an informed opinion, where does the case go? It goes to court. I studied history and literature, and maybe some geography or something. But I will sit to judge him. Because now I'm a judge, and I brought a complaint. I have to resolve it, one way or the other. Now, do I have that knowledge to actually David whether somebody was negligent or not? So we should help reach there. If you, the doctors, are quiet, you're enemies of yourselves. And what does it mean? The judge will make a decision, it's in the High Court, it will bind everybody, including the sons to be born to become doctors. But if you have spoken out and pointed out something, a historian wouldn't be able to make a decision that's not in tandem with what's expected of you. Now, you do, I think in your course, you have bioethics. Now, law, ethics is basically law. Those are standards that you have to conform to, and this is law. Now, where you find what you call the bioethical dilemmas, that's when the beginning of the law starts that affects you. I'll give you examples. Now, let's talk about, we have now, when you're doing the investigation, you use machines to find out, to make your diagnosis and the rest, okay? Now there is an error, the machine has an error. And because of the error of the machine, you misdiagnose a disease. And you are being accused of being negligent. Who is to blame? Is it the manufacturer of the machine? Is it the doctor? Or the patient should die and keep quiet? Let's imagine areas that we need to be up to. Now, the law now comes in, if say, what is the product liability of this machine? When was it manufactured? Was it a donation? Most of us have donated machines. They only donate them when they are no longer useful to them. Yeah, that's really written. Now, where do we, these are emerging areas where we should be keen to see what can we do as workers. Now, I think sometime last year, there was the organ transplant bill, which I think has been made into an act now. I just been medical council. I went to Parliament with Professor Kuro and we wrote a very good paper about what should be done. I think we went at 2 p.m. At 8 a.m. they passed the bill. Nobody looked at what we put there. And I'm told now they are stuck with implementation. Why? They rushed into it. Who rushed? The politicians. That company even had like 1 or 2 doctors out of 20 or so. But also, who started the bill? Who initiated it? Were the doctors involved? Ultimately, you don't be blamed, but were involved. Have you availed yourselves to know that if there is an emerging area, you have the experts here, the elders, you say, no, we must have an input, and this is our collective input. I saw the position of UMA, it was more, now, there's another problem, whereby the president of UMA is here. UMA is a association of doctors. Doctors are rejected by the medical council. When they called them, they went to Parliament, made their own presentation. Medical council made their own presentation. The presentation actually somehow contradicted. Now, what do you want the politician to do? You who are doctors, you are talking about something medical, you are contradicting yourselves. I don't know for what reason or how many, I don't know if we are going to bring the recommendation rest for the declaration. I don't know why UMA was not, a creature of the statute, like the Royal Society or something. It is more like, I don't want to call it a group or something. You're not refrigerated. It's always refrigerating. And you don't answer to anybody. You are bound to do anything. And the medical council seems to have given up on UMA. As you can say, they want to make a statement to the press, they do it on their own. No consultation anywhere. So, what do you want the politician who's making the law to do? Now, I'm using the politician actually mean the law here because it's the guy to draft that law that the president is going to pronounce. But if you have made an input, I know this is what we want, nobody will say no. But if you don't, you will find people will do what they want to do. So now, the dilemmas say on the organization, the gestion and interpretation of various players, especially organ donors, by extension issues of when a person is considered dead or owes organ donation, and donation by minors who can't take decisions, shall require thorough input by doctors to provide raw materials for the lawyers for effective legislation. Now, as I said, we prescribe. But what's the raw material for us to prescribe? Are you providing one, or you are leaving it to the politicians to do what they want? Then, of course, there are other dilemmas which are very aware. Abortion. When is abortion allowed? The laws of God don't allow abortion. So the Constitution explicitly says you cannot terminate the life of an unborn child. Okay? But now, say somebody has been raped, a mother is sick with HIV and the kid raped by extension is sick, what do we do? Do you expect the politician to know that? When you save the mother, when you move the baby, save the mother. Those are things that should be legislated and are by law. And if you leave them open, anybody will do what they want. And what are you doing as a person? Are you saving, right? Because you fear now, Namara and his group will come and say the mother is dead, so police, where are you? Come and pick this person. But if there was a law, you'll be safe. And who is to do that? It's you, the elders now, that knows to make sure some things are in place. And give birth and the I have come believing that I can't, and I've paid you. When I go knowing that I can't produce, now somebody is paying me. So those are areas. You see, in order to understand the meeting point is look at these areas which can affect you as a doctor in the eyes of the public who don't know how medicine operates, to make those guidelines that can help you move forward. Then, that is sterilization. I don't know if it's being done because there's no right in enabling it. But say somebody was born, maybe has a mental problem which will never heal, or some disability, and you know who's producing, giving birth will be a problem to that person. And say that person, the only thing you can do is sterilize that person. Now, we have a way of enabling that. Our the doctors brought it up that actually we are facing such a challenge, and we should make a law regarding this part. We're waiting for that time when you use your compassion and the rest, and say now, please, let's save this baby, and this person not to give birth. And what next? You are in court being judged by a historian. What are we doing? We are still quiet. I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty and rest, but what are we doing? These are emerging areas of your practice, but there is some science about it to be done. Waiting for local parliament, elected by medicine for proper seriousness to make laws for you. Then, of course, the issues of criminal justice. These ones we are more familiar, because I'm sure one of you has been in court to give testimony about the murder case or something. But now, to have a criminal mind, to become a criminal, you must have the mind to commit a crime. Now, how about people who are not mentally, who are mentally ill? What is the law regulating how to go say? Because now, it's your testimony to say that this person can actually commit a crime. Not which part of the body was affected, the rest. This person have a mind to commit a crime. That's your area. I know that is doing something, but what are the rules? What are the playing rules when you are doing that? If somebody says, for example, you don't have the mind, and somebody comes and says, no, you actually have the mind, what will you do? How safe are you? These are areas we need to think how to handle them and not leave them to the politicians. Be proactive as what people say, not reactive. Because the reaction can actually take you where it's not supposed to be. Okay, I've already said that the two professions, the medical and the law. Now I'm saying the above highlights are just by two iceberg in the contemporary areas of medicine emerging decades after you left medical school that require a robust legal regime for proper regulation and development. Then, of course, both the law and the medicine have their roots in ethics. They all respect ethics. That is not so much to dwell about. But now, the doctor, maybe famous, is duty bound to provide the lawyer with raw materials of innovations in order to make use of legal guidelines for the advancement of society. If there's something in you, please seek before the speaker or somebody, or the private member's bill comes up in parliament by a politician who wants to be seen that he's doing something up. Good for us who are affected are silent. Then, of course, as I said, as a legal practitioner, I want to highlight some few areas which are actually principles of the ethics, where litigation and counter-litigation and risk can arise. Okay? Now, the doctor-lawyer relationship is rooted in fundamental ethics principles, of course, autonomy, beneficence, and justice, whose application and practice, though controversial, the extent and hint of the controversy forms the bedrock of medical law and a legal meeting point. Every time there is a controversy, the way you solve that controversy is what will move you forward. The hint of contradictions is a source of problem. When is the hint of contradictions? So now, but at the resolution level, if you have no input, how will you move forward? Who's resolving it? A judge who studied history. But I qualified to be in school court now by 15 years. So if you find me there and I'm the apex court, and I know nothing about medicine, and I'm to make a decision that will affect Uganda for the next so many decades, that's the service to ourselves and to the country. It's not a blame game, it's a wake-up call. The elders, as you retire, as you go to your retirement, you say, what can I do now? There's this area, can I make an input? You say, Dr. Okoro, now I am free for 2 months. Which area do you think I can make an input that can be drop guidelines that can easily be made into law? I'm sure the Minister of Health, if they got 20 proposals, you know, part of performance for the ministry is how many laws you have put in place. They will be happy. I'm sure the minister will be so happy to present as many laws as possible, affecting the area where she is a member. But nobody is bringing it up. When people, I don't want to speculate, when people want to maybe send some organs abroad, they bring another community. Who are experimenting on people. They put so many points about human research, informed consent, avoiding unnecessary risk, ensuring participants to live the study among others. Then the Convention of Geneva, which adopted in 1948, the key prioritization of health of the patient, collegiality, view of medical knowledge to avoid the violation of human rights and civil liberties. Now, this Declaration of Geneva is that which brings now human rights into medicine. So you must be knowledgeable. What are the human rights vis-a-vis your practice in medicine? All these are areas that need maybe the educationists, these are areas need to incorporate for people to know. What is that gap? And people perceive it as if it's terrorism or something. Yet we should really deal with it. And of course, I don't need to explain so much about the autonomy. Autonomy basically means that my body is separate, and for you to do anything, you must get my consent. But now, what extent does one consent? In emergencies, what's the consent? If there is a minor, maybe the mother dies and there's no other person who is consenting. I know you have the resolve your those dilemmas, but now if somebody picks you and says no, there was no consent here. What saves you? What can protect you? You need to look at rules, make them codified, so that you can be protected as you are giving service to Uganda. Of course, maleficence that will do no harm. I think I didn't to go much into that one. You should provide long, of course you can't provide unnecessary treatment. I think most doctors do that. But actually now, going back to my experience with the medical council, and I think what Dr. Namara read here about somebody who was prescribing something. They are doctors, so-called doctors, who just give whatever they think they should give you. There's one, I will not mention name, there's a pediatrician somewhere who prescribes all manner of antibiotics. You find somebody has a sack of antibiotics. One time, anyway, I will not go there, because time is not on my side. Then, of course, justice. Now, this is controversial. Who do you give treatment? How do you treat people equally? Where is the equity? And what is the guideline? Say, a 60-year-old is on life machine. Then there is a baby of maybe 1 year. Who do you rather support? And what guides you? These are areas that one needs to. Yes, Chair, you will forgive me a bit. I'm not sure talk about discipline, but it's important also to know what will be discipline in the medical field. So you will forgive me a bit. Now, of course, there are contemporary issues which have been arising. Some of them have talked about them. Confidentiality. To what extent are medical reports confidential? Do we now go back to the Data Protection Act? Now people are using the e-filing and the rest. When is none... If I hacked your system, you have put something in the computer and somebody hacks and leaks it. Who is to blame? Number two, who accesses them? We have had scenarios, Dr. Cole, where a doctor says, I can't give you a medical file at first consult the cow. You are telling your regulator, I don't want to mention names, you are telling your regulator that you cannot raise the patient's file because you have to consult the cow. Now, whether it's lack of education or impunity as they talked about, I don't know. But I think we should be clear on what should be done and how we prescribe. And it's done by you, not by the lawyers. Then, of course, the exception, those ones, I think, you know, of course, medical council can access, the court of law can access medical records. And I think, and you can also when somebody, if I came, for example, and I said, I intend, maybe I intend to go and kill Dr. Edward, do you keep quiet because it's confidential? Yes. So now, these are very depends. If I said you should reveal the possible commission of a crime, if you know that the crime is committed, you are lying. You actually could be accused. Then, of course, I talked about mental capacity. I said who can commit a crime, and I don't want to go so much there because I think time is not on my. But when you go to the Mental Health Act of 2018, it's actually the first code that talks about informed consent deed. Because otherwise, it's what you have in your ethics. But the Mental Health Act finds actually what consent should be. It's the latest attempt legally to know what informed consent should be. I don't want to go into the section, but if you read section 42, 45, you'll find out what that one is. But suffice to say that somebody is supposed to know the nature, the procedure, and the rest of what you're going to do. Now, when should a doctor keep quiet about what he's supposed to tell the patient and not tell the patient? There's no prescription on that. You have to go to case law. Now, who is the judge? The historian to tell you what you should have done. But if you develop these guidelines and they are there, and they are codified into law, you are safe. Because you have a very important position in society that if someone is to take you here and there, you know what you're supposed to do. And you make care very expensive. Then, of course, I think we have had advanced decisions. I woke up there and said, me, when I fall sick, I don't want to buy transfusion. And I've written it. And some it is no, when he was still okay, he said, then what? Blood transfusion. Where is the doctor? Now, of course, you're supposed to save life, but even to what extent is that decision binding on you vis-a-vis saving somebody's life? Now, those are areas that we need to sit down and see what we can do. Medical Association, I think they have a lot of things. Sufficient. If you exercise an ordinary skill or a competent man exercising that particular act. So now, if you are a physician and you're handling a gynecology case and something goes wrong, what happens? Because you're professing what you're not, and you have made an error. Should you keep quiet or should you? That's not beyond professional misconduct. It is something bigger. So these are areas we need to weigh and see how do we deal with it. You give my summarize. I'm sure you talked about this film. I don't want to finish the debate because I need to finish. Now, of course, I don't want to talk about professionalism. You know that, man. The compassion and empathy, clinical competence, honest and integrity, good communication skills, good professional training. Now, I wanted to say something, a comment on continuous professional training. You got CPD. I think, and this is what I've observed, you doctors don't take CPD seriously. You don't. And it's not a person of the law. It is not a wish. Now, I go back to, I'm not attacking UMA per se. You see, UMA is like what you call Yekundi. I'm a journalist to it. Now, they are the ones controlling what is provided in the act. I think that's wrong, Mr. Chairman. Things to do with professional development should be regulated, and nobody should get a certificate unless they have completed that. For lawyers, if you don't practice for that year. And it's very serious. So medical colleges should take on this, and it's a very serious matter. You think you qualified in 1964, and it's 2014. You have never had another skill. What's the excuse? Every patient I meet is a continuous education. No. You should know emerging areas, ready to learn each and every day. Okay? Now, I want to talk more. Now this is why the last part I think I want to deal with mainly. The functions of the council vis-a-vis regulation of medical practice in Uganda. Now, under the Act, after I think section 35, I think all of them, they are hired and nurses. They're supposed to have a lawyer of not less than 6 years experience. I told the High Court read Spain. I think when we were doing that law, because it was after the Constitution. Yeah. Otherwise, the confusion is enormous, and we shall continue to have alphabet people because of that confusion. Why do we have that? Politics. When they are going to make the law, you are quiet. I will blame you. You forgive me.
Yes, yeah, you could have gone there as a person. But what did we do, say as council, as the rest? I was telling the chairman, now that the road is there, and people, they could, see, when somebody is getting an allowance from national education to inspect the medical facility and the rest, he's comfortable. But he's not thinking about that patient who will be attended to by that person who is not qualified. I am a lawyer, I can't pretend to know medicine or regulate what medicine is. Now, maybe as a way forward, I will suggest as the chairman, sometimes when the politicians take the other way, you go to the courts. These are two sections of the law. You are in charge of education, medical education in Uganda. Somebody says, but now the curriculum we should be in consultation with. So what is this consultation? What does it entail? What are you consulting? Are you consulting what you don't know? To me, I don't know, as soon as yesterday, medical training should go back to Ministry of Health. As Namara said here, the people not trained by, yeah. So to me, as the Vice President comes, if you make a recommendation, that one should be one of the issues. Dr. Namara will be having some budget, assist this council. I know their funds are not enough. Let them go to court, no, for now, let them go to court and challenge that section. As soon as yesterday, now I talk about I used to talk about King Caesar. King Caesar, I don't know if some of you are from there or teach there, you forgive me. You are teaching medical students, the East Africans said they have baked, Italy have said they have baked, yet when come reaches for internship, you want them to go for internship. Now, and now, when the medical, the national education is caught up in between, says now we can go now verify who qualified and who qualified. Now, out of say 500, you have verified maybe 10 or 20. Now, what about the rest? And now, what's your competence to verify those people? I think that's what the judge was talking about. But now there was a lacuna. You say, when the medical council realized that these people are half-baked, they shouldn't go to the public, they thought to give them an exam. But of course now the Act does not allow, no, that does not allow people are trained internally to be subject to exams. If they are trained internally, because the assumption is that you have been verified from the beginning to the end. Now, the politician, I don't want to mention names, he knows the president, he knows the chairman for education, they are accrediting his university to teach medicine. And for the, now, I'm not the chairman, I know his name. The politician who came to defend King Caesar, it was no longer now a medical issue or standard issue. Quite actually, it was now politicians. Who is on which board? By the scenes, that man suffered. You might not know the extent of that. But of course, that was the lacuna in the law. These are issues that we should be, when you sit as evidence to medical combination, these are areas that we should be putting emphasis on.
Council, the microphone is on.
Oh, okay. But anyway, I'm winding up. I see what is it? Yes?
It was better without you.
I mean, take to the minister, they make a law. So it is there. If you go there and say, the law, this maybe the code of conduct says this, it is by law. For now, it is what you got from your oath and from your practice that you put there. It's good, yes, but it's not law. It's not law. So I think these are, I think that's all mainly what I had. Yeah. Now, after practice of maybe 30, 40 years, and you are taken to court because of some small thing, you will be for your retirement. It will be very dangerous. So I thank you so much for the invitation. I'm sure maybe they come up in the discussion. We can't cover everything. It's quite a wide.
You don't want that. On very basics. Colleagues, there is a lot. There is a lot that we pick. He says it is for arousing awareness. It is not to blame. And you can see a lot of room for us for consulting and collaboration. I believe out there are non-doctors who have a passion for our profession and especially for the welfare of the population that people will look after. And they can be very, very instrumental if, to use Papa Okulo's words, he talked of a crusade, yes? It's a crusade. I think if we have lawyers joining us, if we have the media people joining us, those are very, very key allies in raising awareness and advocating for the best, especially in the medical profession and care for our people. We appreciate you've really put us in context. Yalama. Now, we are going to the last presenter of this session, and then after that we are going to have a panel discussion. But before that panel discussion begins, I have identified one or two people. One just to give us what is done in his experience elsewhere to do with hybrid practice. And then somebody very senior we are proud of, just to make his comments. Our next presenter is Dr. Katumba Sentongo Gubada. He doesn't like the other name, but I call him Fred. And I know he's Fred. He trained in Tanzania, and he really captured a lot. I am an admirer of the late Mzee Julius Nyerere, but I am glad that he came with a lot of those traits that Tanzanians, that the Tanzanian community is a very, very good brotherly community. I hope they don't lose it there. So, and you'll find a lot of those traits in him. After trying politics, people normally go politics. I think our impression is that they are selfish, but contrary to all that, he excelled. And there is a lot that we see on the ground that we can, without exaggeration, attribute to the time when it was not. Some of us used to go to the council. We used to go to the basement of the Ministry of Health looking for help. And then in front of the council, you will find beds, you will find all sorts of junk in front of that. Yes? You remember, you recall. Now, from there to the home we now have, it may not be very big, but at least we have a home for Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council that you, on the website at least you can see. Now it is the generation, you are the ones now to build on what we with Dr. Katumba have done. So he retired here, or slightly more ago, or less, very proudly. And let me say, not we, but I'm talking like we are still in the council, but maybe I am. Anyway, we miss him dearly at the council, but he mentored the likes of Ivan Kisube and others. Those minutes I've given to him, he deserves them. They are not a waste of time. Now, please welcome. Give us this presentation, harmonizing professional, health professional regulation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Elders and colleagues, as stated by my technical names, I'm Katumba Sentongo Gubada, class of 1986. Yes, these are some of the things that were done with the council. A lot was done, but there's still a lot, as you know, to be done. Next slide. Next slide.
Next slide.
That is a quick outline of what this authority is all about. The introduction is, as you know and you are aware, in 2009, the heads of State and African Community signed the Common Market Protocol. So immediately, it has objectives, which you know under those articles, widen and deepen cooperation among the partner states. But in Article 9, it also stipulates the establishment of the East African Health Professional Authority. The reason was, it was found in the partner states, the problems were the same in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and Tanzania at the time, that the agencies were working in cycles, that they don't have enough staff, they don't have enough money, they don't have adequate advocacy, as stated by our lawyer here. Let us continue. So that would mean, to create an East African agency, you will need the national one in each of the partner states. So the Council of Ministers, those of you who are not aware, they are committees, and then they go to the secretary. Dr. Dambisa knows these things very well, and then the ministers sit, and then the president sit. So now the Council of Ministers of Health, they directed, using that article and the protocol, that each partner state should start the consultation to form an authority in each partner state. And this were the advantage they perceived that it would be achieved if we got national authorities. Improve the advocacy, I talked about it. The ability to fund by government and other funders. And then robust management covering legal, audit, procurement, accounting, inspection, human resources, and CPD. Because at the moment, each council is having all of these, and they are thin on the ground, as you shall see. Those of you from South Africa can see Professor Obra here. The legal counsel in South Africa is having 22 lawyers. So if you have a case there, the next day, they will determine how it goes. But in Uganda, you have seen 2 years, we have not cleared the case. Let us continue. So in 2010, Uganda was very fast. The permanent secretary appointed a task force of registrars of the bodies that we have for them. And I was, by that, appointed the chairperson to form this authority. And these were terms of the reference which they gave us. They wanted us to propose the structure, its operation and reporting mechanisms, and how it is going to link with the other current bodies, to consult all the health professional council related and relevant institutions. And by 2011, November, the report was out. Next. So we suggested that we also get somebody from Ministry of Education to be on the board at the level of commissioner because of the education and training. And then an advocate of the High Court, not less than 10 years. And one member of the public. Many councils all over the world have now adopted bringing somebody who thinks outside what we would think. Governing board. The second organ is the health professional tribunal. The background to this is that we don't have enough resources in terms of law to prosecute the cases in time so that the public can feel that we matter to them. As I told you, in South Africa, I have a very, very big team. And at the moment now, the acts of the councils, these committees are supposed to meet once a quarter. At the medical council, there has been an average of about 50 to 60 cases a year, which is little. The Kenyans have over 700 cases per year. Ugandans don't know how to prosecute very well. So we wanted this tribunal to be semi-permanent. The cases come and they can be expedited very quickly. Those of you who are aware of the EMC system in UK, they have for a medical tribunal docket works much regular than the committees we have in the council. So the members to this tribunal, we propose that the chairperson should be a senior health practitioner, one senior advocate with more than advocate, doing the inquiry to represent that person. For example, the representative for Allied might be from the therapy, but if somebody who is being accused is an orthopedic officer, then we might need to get somebody who understands that issue on top. And then one member of the public from the Health Consumers Organization. Continue. Yes, so those are the people we have proposed to be on the board, and we think if the board sits much more regularly, we can dispense off the cases and people feel that justice has been served in time. And that tribunal will be nested in the Secretariat, but working much more frequently than the committees which have been sitting in a quarter. So the function of the tribunal, of course, negligence, in relation to scope of practice, professional misconduct, as professionals who have been convicted by the law, if you are convicted criminally, then the council are supposed to register you. Health professionals practicing without valid practicing licenses. It is an offense under the Act. The Ugandan doctors don't want to take it seriously, but many who got trouble thereafter, they understood what the importance. But it is unethical misconduct to operate in Uganda when you don't have a license. Then health professionals who perform above the scope. This is a big problem. You find the EMT surgeon now is being the observant guy. He said I was alone. That is not allowed. Continue. 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 This was repeated. So that is about the tribunal, what it's supposed to do, and the composition. Now, there are boards, because we consulted and professionals who are not doctors, we are very worried about this authority. So we also consulted other countries that have similar ideas, and we came up with an organ of health professional boards. The health professional boards will discuss issues that are best to the profession. These are issues to do with education and training, vetting the people who are to be registered, and of course, the ethics. So the Allied Board is going to compose of all these people. On rotational basis. Of course, there are some additional documents. You cannot have all that cocktail on the board. Continue. The second board will be of nurses and midwifery board to cater for interests of the nurses at the degree up the enrolled nurses level. The third one, which is interesting, the medical dental board. This is to cater for interest for medical specialists, dental specialists, medical officers and dental surgeons, clinical officers, anesthetic officers, ophthalmic clinical officers, ENT clinical officers, psychiatric, all clinical officers, including the public health. We suggest that all people who are clinical work, they should belong to medical and dental, like South Africa does, and Tanzania did. And then pharmacy board, to cater for pharmacists, the dispensers, and the new card that they have of certificate of pharmacy assistants. So this is what was suggested for the boards to advise the main council on how the profession runs. The Allied Council in Uganda has similar arrangement. They have the boards, because not everybody can be represented in the Council of Allied. They have about 20 professionals now. So we wanted to borrow this one so that the legal peace of each profession are not lost. So we think, especially with the three, it will bring to book the issues of people working above scope that we are seeing these days. Continue. Now the Secretariat, it was proposed that it is headed by a Registrar General, and there will be 7 directorates. The first one, medical and dental, and I will show the organogram there. Then pharmacy, nurses and midwife, allied health professionals. Each will have their registrar and deputy registrar to cater for the needs we have talked about to do with registration and licensing and the ethics and the so those are the 4 main directorates. Other directorates will be inspectorate and quality assurance. This is a very big challenge to the council. The laws, all this authority was put in place looking at all the weaknesses the councils at once, so that medical council doesn't come to Dr. Plaza in Soroti, and then the next day the nurses come, and then the pharmacy, and whatever. Then another one will be finance and administration, and to cater for all those administration officers which are shown. And then we have provided the legal affairs as a department separate, which to cater and guide this agency. Continue. I don't know if this is very clear. So you can see Ministry of Health there. There's a governing council, There is a tribunal there, disciplinary tribunal, the boards, advise the authority, the registrar general, and that person is charged, like in South Africa, to coordinate all the functions here. Because there are fears of absorption by other professionals, by fearing that the doctor might take them on, we created that some basic functions remain of registration, of licensing, of education and training. So you can see the registrar there, medical and dental, registrar there for allied, nurses and pharmacists, with the deputy there. And then the manager there, in charge of those, and then senior officers. So you can see director job inspection and quality assurance. We shall have a manager at the office, and some people assisting him. And the regional health office will be linking director and we will sit down. Now, director finance and administration, we cater for managers for HR, because now, if we come together, it will be a lot of stuff. So we need managers, ICT, admin, PDU, finance, and administration, and there will be junior officers. The last one is director legal, to work on enforcement, litigation, and investigation. So of course, there is audit function, managed by senior internal auditor, reporting directly to the board, the main board, and of course for routine functions you can see the dots reporting to the registrar, but not for financial issues, things like appraisals and whatever, if somebody needs a car or whatever. So this is what we propose for the authority to take on, to manage the issues that we have been having, of lack of adequate inspection, or delay to react, or we wanted to sort it under this. Continue. Now this is the regional office. The regional office, we want a manager there who answers directly to the director up. And in the office, we want to have a representative, somebody senior, from nurses, professions, from doctors, lab, radiology, pharmacy, physiotherapy, radiotherapy, and clinical medicine. So these are going to be based. We propose them to be based in the region, like it's not here, people are here, there's a map, they are supported there by a legal officer, you can see, and then some other staff, the ICT and accounts and whatever. So the legal office is planned to be permanent, but for matters of inclusivity, we put all people who are going to play a role there in the region. Continue. So this is what I was explaining, and these are the functions of the regional health authority to maintain a database for all the professionals, facilities, and training institutions in the region. Because often they have even bigger issues of so many schools that they start and they don't know them. So they will keep a database there in the region. They will coordinate the programs and activities, inspect and enforce compliance and set standards for health units, and liaise with law enforcement officers in the prosecution of illegal health care providers in the region. Provide technical and material support to the district supervisors, liaise with the employers of health professionals within the region for the purpose of support supervision and mentorship. That's what we want senior people there. Verify the district status of health professionals and licensure and facilities. Supervise the professionals and health facilities within the region. You need to be senior. Otherwise, when you come, you should add something to the profession. You don't come to learn from the senior. Verify investigated and reported cases of misconduct before they are forwarded at the headquarters. Verify and report unaccredited training institutions, especially for other councils, a very big challenge. Participate in verification of internship training centers. Councils will participate, but if you have people in the region, they can be the main body there. And provide regular accountability to the authority at the secretariat level. Continue. So here we have, lastly, the district health authority. Go down. So here in the office of the DHO, we want to maintain also the database. Some of the things are being repeated, but we want every district to have its own database of the professionals who are there, the facilities and the institutions, and how we can implement council activities, actually following up what the legal offices are doing. Continue. Continue. Asante, that is fine. Now, where did it end? As already shown to you, our protocol we had finished, we presented in Arusha, and we distributed our document, and the Tanzanians and the Kenyans got it. The Kenyans were very fast. They used it and made the authority. In Kenya, there is an authority from our document immediately. They don't delay. In Tanzania, they got some of the things like putting the clinical people together, whatever. Got all the people that can be managed together using this act. But in Uganda, where in 2013, after all this, we called a grand meeting where all the professionals came and we agreed. We called all the East Africans, we called Zimbabwe, we called Zambia, we called South Africa. We presented this, the minister was there in the order, and we all agreed, and this document was sent first Parliamentary Council. Unfortunately, our friend, the pharmacists, backtracked and they said they don't want to be part of the document. So we got a problem there. As we are there, the government said it no longer wants the authorities at all. So we got stuck again. But recently we had some 3 years, then they said they want mergers. And that's why there was that confusion. Is it a merger or is it a thought? Then we told them, for us, we already did the document, just authorize ours. Then they were not understanding us. And so we had to do additional consultation in 2019 and polished the document as it is now. But now we don't know where to go because the medical councils and medical council allied and whatever, they are out of the merger. And now our friends whom we had negotiated with said, oh, if we are out of the merger, we don't need the authority at all. So finally, the resolution of this meeting, I think should be on this because it has been a crime. The documents are ready. They are being applied in other countries. If there are some additional cleaning, because so many things come up with, the document can be cleaned, and we will advocate for this, and we go ahead. I also want to tell you that in this process, working with the World Bank, with Dacades, all our council acts were reviewed. All those small problems where they tell us if you get a quack, write to the quack and invite him to council and explain himself, don't cross him, all those we had removed. So we have new new legislation, which you can look at. I think circulating to President knows here. If the additional things that have come of AI and whatever, they can be included. But I really want to see a meeting to endorse this and we go forward. Asante sana.
Taking us through the journey of this authority. We clearly got that there was a decision by the East African Council of Ministers of Health following a treaty. In fact, they were trying to execute it, that they have an East African regulatory authority. And if it is East African, then there should be national ones. And we were the pioneers. We gave them all the templates, and others, as usual, we do all the groundwork and they take them and they implement. And we fail to implement what we put together. He has told us what this one authority should do. I think there was a cry earlier during the discussions that why don't we just have one authority or one council regulating all health professionals? I think the answer has come. The answer is yes, but not in totality. They have picked areas. One, they will have a comprehensive register of all health professionals and their scopes. Two, all what has to do with the discipline, ethics, we have one tribunal. And that tribunal, I think it's just short of being full-time. But I think we should improve and say it should be full-time, so that we can handle cases as they come, complaints as they come. The reason is right now, it is the doctors whose cases are concluded. The nurses, if they lost, you said, let the council of the midwives handle. And you never hear of anything done. Maybe it is, but quite often they are just charging money, so it becomes a money-making gimmick. Number two, which I think, they are retaining the current councils, but they are calling them boards to do certain work. I don't want to preempt your questions, but I will be asking whether we shouldn't have also put education and training at that level of the authority, along with the discipline. And also, here they mention inspection, because these things on the ground go together. The authority may not necessarily fulfill the current government concept of saving by merger. But I think there are two things which are important. Number one is that we shall be moving in tandem with the East African Community, compliance with the East African Community regulations. So we should be asking ourselves, is this thing optional? And then, number two, we shall be dealing more with the quality. We talk about quality of regulation. I think we should take the value of health for what it is, and even if it means a little bit more money in implementation, it is worth it because of the health benefits. UMA to endorse. If you looked very carefully at those that were consulted, the health professional councils are not on the list. And Dr. Toba, you can correct me on this. But we can make up now. And maybe that's why those other, they had dissenting voices. They had because they seem not to have been on board the first time, because they wouldn't now be saying we have nothing to do with it. But we can own this up, beginning now, and the president is here, and others. If there are formalities to go back downwards, I think, and this will be my suggestion, the earlier we endorse this, if the Nurses Council is with us, we move on. But since we have the lawyer here, there should also be a provision for criminalizing anyone who operates outside of this. Having preempted some of your questions, but I think it's just for comments. We are now going to the next session of question and answer, and we are going to limit it because Professor and Dr. Secretary have trouble having to fulfill other commitments. But I'll just like two people to make very short comments before the presenters come and answer questions. One, Dr. Yokot, what is the Kenyan experience on pure practice? Then after that, I'll ask our own Professor Damisha just to remark on in terms of benchmarking, because he's been in the region, he knows how things are done in other regions, so that we can just get a broader picture beyond our own boundaries.
Yes, Apollo.
Maybe let people see your face after
you are transferring me to the army. Thank you, Apollo. The experience I'm sharing with you is not my own. It is an experience of the practice of my late uncle, who is well known to Professor Maswa, Dr. Wancha. I'm sure you've met him. But he passed on in Botswana, where he had taken up citizenship. Now, when I went to stay with him in Nairobi, I did a little bit of research for him. I participated in research he was doing. I also got attracted to working in Nairobi, but another heart said, go back home. And that is how I ended up here. Otherwise, I would have been away. Now, what they were doing is that I don't know at what level, they have an agreement with the hospital employing them. And his major base was the Kenyatta National Hospital. So you divide the day into two sessions, morning and afternoon. So the week has got 10 sessions. So you reach a clear understanding that I will work for my employer for 4, 6, or 8 sessions. And they are Monday morning, maybe the whole of Tuesday, and then maybe Wednesday. So most likely it will differ between departments. The rest of the sessions are going to be mine to do private practice. And where do you do that private practice? You can do it within the hospital where you are working. So when you go to private outpatient patients into the hospital where I work, but in my experience, I saw him going to Aga, I saw him going to MP Shah, I saw him going, I don't know which hospital was associated with the Gertrude's Gardens Children's Hospital. So this was the second option I think you outlined. You know, hybrid, what did you call it? Yeah, hybrid. I work for an employer, but he knows what he's paying me is not enough to keep me happy. And he accepts that I can go and make a coin on the side, whether within his facility. Of course, you are also making money for him when you admit private patients.
Explore how to put in place a policy to guide the possibility of formalizing what is commonly known to be happening for people working in both public and private sector. I think a contextual situation analysis will be very critical. Let's understand from ourselves what is it that motivates us to want to do more than what we are supposed to do from 8 to 5, if that is the situation. And because if we don't get to the bottom of that, regardless of what we put in, we'll just add to the headache of the regulators. So we really need to understand. Because in my limited experience, none of us would want to work and work and work to the point where even when you're sleeping, you can't sleep because you're thinking of the next task you need to do. If you are well remunerated, compensated, appreciated, it's enough to have one job. So what is it that is pushing things? So that is one question I think we, at the back of our minds as we explore this. But I also want us to keep in mind the false dichotomy of these two sectors. There might be people there might be facilities that are purely non-government and for profit, but the patients who are our concern are both public and private, depending on when they can afford to go to which of the sectors. It is not as if we have certain patients or certain people who, whenever they fall sick, must be private or must be private. So many circumstances and availability of these services that matter. We tend to focus on public sector employees working in private. Benefits of the private practitioners, such as Dr. Apollo, if I may use you as an example, making time to work in the private sector, in the public sector, including the training institutions. Do we have guidelines for that? Do we have guidelines for that? Because increasingly we are going to have lots of expertise in the private sector, particularly in the emerging areas where the private facilities are usually faster in acquiring the newer technologies and so on, and we have the experts there. And then in the public sector, we lag behind. So, no answer really. One example that has not worked so well, but is working, and a number of considerations for us to look at as we start the process of exploring this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Lisa. Let us give him a hand again for sparing your 2 days to be with us. We are much honored. While we were here, Professor Omaswa came in. There were presenters and presentations where the presenters were wishing you were here. But I'm sure you'll get a briefing here and there. Now we are going to have about 15 minutes. We are already over our time for lunch. Let's have the presenters come, and I think the seats are here. That is Council Kabura and Dr. Katumba, please. And this is really now a time when we should be putting down what is going to constitute our recommendations or the sorority declaration. I know our secretary has been putting them down since yesterday. And before we go, we shall just request him to just mention topics. So let us have the questions. You put up your hand and come to you. I don't know what... Judith, you have something. Can you take the microphone? Oh, okay. I was actually told that, a few minutes, get up and stretch your... and ask Freddie to do that. Okay, who is very good at conducting that? Okay, please.
Let's stand up. The cardiologist agree that clapping is a therapy and it helps to stimulate the peripheral blood flow. So we are going to clap in ascending 1 up to 5, okay? So first see what I'm doing. This is 1, don't do it. 2, 3, 4, then 5, okay? When we do that twice, we'll have stimulated the peripheral blood. Okay, so let's start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you see as you ascend, it becomes louder. That's the power of teamwork. Now the last one, put your hands up, all like this. So yeah. So just flex a bit until where you have a comfortable range of motion. Okay, back to the center. Then again on the other side. Okay, stop. Back to the center. Take a deep breath. And then down as much as you can go. Back to the center. And then a bit to the back as much as you can. Okay, and you take a deep breath. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you to the presenters. My question or comment goes to the council, if that's the right name or right title. Your presentation was very enlightening to me, and I think to everybody. And it shows clearly that there is a complementarity between legal practice and medical practice. Especially now that the community is enlightened, they know they are very aware of what medical is, what their rights are. So legal issues are going to face the medical people more and more. So my question to you is there room or is there a forum within the the legal training where the medical perspective is expanded or expertise specific to medical legal issues addressed? What I'm looking at is the expertise or specialization in your profession, where you are legal, but you have affiliation specialized towards the legal issues of medical. And if that is the case, can you provide for us the list of people who have a specific expertise or who are trained in such areas? And if they are not, is there room for it to be introduced in your legal practice training? Thanks.
lawyers specializing or self-specializing in the medical area, medical legal. And you might ask, in vice versa, do the medical students get enough training in law, in the related law today? Yes. You can't decide who to give the microphone. Give Dr. Masaba, then after that, give it to Dr. Namara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of us, I think, when we walk around the streets, we've seen the potential for harm to the health of communities. And I think this should be our concern. If it's not ours, then whose will it be? I'm talking about peddlers of drugs, various types of drugs. They have sophisticated ways of communicating to the public around the streets on, how certain medicine will help them, how they can actually talk professional language. They talk about primary infertility, secondary infertility, all sorts of medical jargon there, but the aim is to convince people on the streets that medicine will work. So I'm just wondering, is there any way that we are working with these policies, how we can address this issue of street peddling of medicines and the methods used? Thank you.
The question is to?
I think both presenters have something to contribute.
Yes, dealing with the non-professional practitioners of medicine.
Thank you very much. I have a question for the council and another one for council. The first thing is to piggyback on what Dr. Masaba said. There are many FM stations in this country. The last count, there were 130 when I counted. They advertise everything that will cure all the diseases we have failed to cure. Rubarula 1, Rubarula 2, those are, I think, the destiny of Viagra. They cure everything that we have. What is the law? Who is empowered to close them? When I did research in the Atollo on HIV, my driver became a doctor. This traditional doctor was a mechanic for my pickup. One morning he started giving people a cocktail of kabalagara, honey, and bogoya, and I think some peanuts. But if you didn't grow fat, really, how can you not grow fat in spite of having HIV? He became a traditional herbalist or traditional doctor. Who controls those? Who is supposed to? Who determines their life? Number two, HMU doesn't close hospitals, doesn't arrest. The police does. The people who close hospitals are Dr. Kuro, maybe the Minister of Health. HMU does it. And we don't have money. They say the third point is to Mankatunga. Half of your presentation I was asleep because the temperature was going up. But I could not read the organogram, I would have got the right thing. Are you creating a monster? Are you creating another Minister of Health that will conflict with the Minister of Health? Is that what we should approve? You might need to think about this twice. I know there is rationalization and merger of these agencies, but they have to be cost effective. And you don't want to fight with the minister. At any rate, if it is an authority, why is it reporting to the minister? And yet it's supposed to counter-check on what the minister is doing. There's a conflict there. I have a problem with the whole thing. Maybe when you give me the whole document, I'll be able to wake up and read it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenters. Very
presentations were very enlightening. I just have this question. In a court of law, if any person goes there and did not follow the procedure that are established in the court of law, is charged in contempt of court. When a medical practitioner is in his field and is assaulted by the client or a patient, is there any special provision because that can protect him, or it is a general law or regulation that is provided for his safety? Thank you very much.
One more. We shall have this answer then.
I came to Soroti a little bit earlier than most of you. And since Monday, I've been to entertain to an advert about a mouthwash called Sanya. Is it called Sanya? Which it treats bleeding gums, which it treats rotten teeth, which it treats anything in the mouth, and is the final solution. That option of saying, if symptoms persist, please see a trained health worker. I have not had it, and I was looking for it even up to this morning, because I stay about 30 minutes out of town, and I listen to only one radio. This advert also sponsors news. So if you are going to listen to news, you must listen to it. And I was looking for the chairman of UMA Soroti. He's been dodging me. I do believe this is our responsibility to take it up with authorities who can take action before they close such stations. But that was not my main point. I was complimenting Dr. Masaba's point. We hear it every day. There are things in the Barara which increase your power, increase your water, increase your what. They literally have a cure for everything. On the other hand, when we talk about medical practice, we think of assessing a patient, trying to figure out what is wrong with him while alleviating his suffering. So to me, it is only a medical doctor who can prescribe. Whoever else claims to be prescribing is a phony. Now, there is also a branch of medical practice called research. In most cases, when you are doing research, you must make an assessment of the patient. Here we are with so many margin courses, and everybody, whether medical or non-medical, would like to do research on patients. We have had a lot of difficulties in our facilities agreeing on who should do research or should not do research. While we are still examining that, people come with letters from the National Council of Science and Technology. They also come with letters from the Ministry of Health, and occasionally outside of those forces. I did not hear clearly from the former registrar about issues of research in medical practice. Where is it going to fall? Is it going to fall within the hearing mandate, or is it going to fall nowhere? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I heard there is somebody online, because we would like to give them an opportunity. But you are going to have a chance to ask your questions, but I think it's only fair after Professor Davis, we let the presenters answer those questions, then we have another round. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the two presenters. Mine is directed to so key this one. The first is to indicate that it is unfair of you to accuse us of not telling out on our colleagues, because the conflict of interest is obvious. And I think in all ethical codes, one is clear, not to get involved in an issue with obvious conflict of interest. So if you are to ask me to stand out against my colleague that I've been with for the last 40 years, I think that's unfair. But at the same time, I wish to find out, is there a way that these processes could proceed to obtain expert opinion using an anonymized scenario? You are not indicating that it is Dr. So-and-so, but you are asking Dr. Masaba, supposing a doctor were to do this and do that and do that, what would be your opinion as an expert in the field? That way you will get an honest, expert opinion, but the aspects of conflict of interest are definitely clear. Secondly, I wanted to find out, one of the issues, I think, was it in Professor Pulo's presentation yesterday, where the issue of funding came up. But one of the issues that affects all the colleagues here and out there that are in practice are aspects of health financing. And for a long period of time, there have been attempts on off to get the National Health Insurance bill to enact and all that, and we keep to be going back and forth on it. How can the colleagues from the Law Fraternity help those who are pushing or trying to push this particular aspect from the health side? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Ask a question.
Just let me clarify one thing. You'll do it. Professor Kulo, you are being one of those referred to, and maybe, if you don't mind, would you join this panel, and maybe the deputy registrar. This is now our final panel, please, if it's okay with you. Thank you very much. Let's hear Professor Pura's question as Professor Kami. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few comments. One, dual practice. It's been practiced in South Africa, but the impact on the teaching is very devastating. You complain about interns sitting in the wards for 3 months just seeing a consultant. Where are they? It's because of dual practice. A person will leave the students in the tutorial and say, I've got a Caesar to do, and they run away. So if you are going to talk about dual practice, then as Robert is saying, it should be sessional. I'm going to have sessions. But even the sessions have got problems. People are difficult to police. I'm supposed to be there at 8 o'clock. He comes at 9 and leaves at 10 because they want him in his clinic. So you must factor these problems into this kind of discussion. The question about this regulatory authority, you've got a huge monster as Dr. Warren is saying. We fail to regulate ourselves as doctors. Now you want to regulate everybody else. How are you going to regulate when you have already failed? You are toothless. The courts just overturn what you say and you don't appeal. How are you going to be able to regulate everything? So you are creating a huge monster which is already, I think, on the way to failure, unless you are going to put in safeguards. The next thing is about taking training from Ministry of Education back to Ministry of Health. Why was it taken away? If you read the World Commission, the allied health professionals had the rawest deal. We had plaster technicians who were training under one room. There are no syllabi. There was no registration, there was no curriculum. Nobody was regulating them. And yet they were under the Ministry of Health. It was until the Ministry of Education stepped in that they came up with what? Some form of curriculum. That's when they built them a school. That's when they had professors. So let's not look at things as if we are doing the best. We didn't do our work. We slept. We slept on the job. That's what was taken away from us. My problem now is the nurses and the allied health professionals, according to the new bill, are now under this, is it? Crafts, technical and vocational training. And they've got their own health professionals council. Now we say, what are we going to say? Let's stop it. Come back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite passionate. And I'm sure the presenter will have a chance to. I don't know why the ladies are becoming very militant. They tend to come in at the last moment. Next time you put up your hand very early.
I want to thank the speakers very much for the enlightening presentations. I have two very brief comments. The presentation by Councillor Pitson Kaburura. He talked about one small issue that me a bit worked up myself. I'm a psychiatrist and specialist. And the rights of people with mental health conditions are very important to me. So for us, we believe that they actually do have, they do want to procreate or not. And they have very many other rights as well. For instance, they can even stand for political position should they wish to do that. So I was quality rights. Anybody can do that training. I would advise maybe lawyers as well to do the training of what the rights are that relate to people with mental health conditions. Last year, on 9th October, a guideline was also put out by WHO that can assist countries to review their laws to ensure to produce laws believing that we are thinking for the people with mental health conditions or thinking about what it should be like. But sometimes these laws do not take into account the actual rights of people with mental health conditions. I think the one comment I...
They will come on with the next questions. And let me just remind you of the statement made by Council Governor earlier that we don't know how much, or we don't realize how much power is in our hands to change things. I think I'm paraphrasing because at times it looks like we are lamenting and hoping somebody is going to do something about the situation. From those people whom we are talking about practicing in buses and so on, now I think it's time for us to see very clearly what is in our hands, what is the potential for us to change things. I know that Dr. Katumba is going to have a chance to restate himself on the proposed bill. Clearly from some of your comments, I know you've not quite got it clearly. This huge thing is going to contain these other boards and harmonize, and the word is harmonization. And also, let's bear in mind that our East African counterparts are already implementing this. And I don't know how we are going to operate a different system, and yet we want reciprocal recognition. And that's very important, that we train a doctor here. When he goes to Kenya, he's not subject to any, he just practices on his registration, the strength of his registration in Uganda. He doesn't have to re-register. I think, look at that. I'll now have, who would like to start? Castle.
salute you again, elders and colleagues. I want to answer as follows. The first thing, this document has been circulating, but I think the team here will be able to recirculate it again so that we have a very good in-depth understanding of it, like Dr. Namala has asked, including some subsidiary supplementary documents, like the acts that have been revised. I want to say from the start that the problems of Uganda are known and the answers are known. The only problem in Uganda is that we don't want to touch the answers and we look the other side. So to come up, first of all, with the review of the Act, we looked at all the challenges that are negating the councils from operating. Those of you who have been reading the Act, in some of the word sections, very, very useless. I was talking about here that when you identify a quack, go to the quack, write a report, invite the quacker to explain himself to council, then you get a minute, and then you can go to close. That's how the Act is. So we looked at all this. We looked at the weaknesses which we have in education, because those are the areas. What are people complaining about? They are complaining that the inspection is not effective. So quality assurance is not assured. We want to address it. We looked at the delays in serving justice. We don't have enough lawyers. Each of the councils have one. Even if we added and we had 4, it would be much more quick. I want to address that. We have problems of people entering other people's scope. I don't want to talk about my friends, they are alive. They have now got degrees. Now there is a conflict on where the scope stops. About the radiologists now, the radiographers are saying that you can look at the chest X-rays and you can look at the CT scan and MRI. And for bachelor of anesthesia, there will be bigger problems thereafter. Wait for them. So, the objective of this authority and revision of the acts was to address the perennial problems which you all know. So we are going to saturate this document and we see how we did the analysis. Professor Maso headed the team which revised these acts and using advocate Tribunal. But let us continue looking at what was done, because the problems, you have stated them here, they are available here, and the answers have been suggested, and we think we are going to move like that. That is one. 2, the size of the authority. We cannot run away from what senior expert has said, that we have problems in the individuals. Some of the issues we have are from failure to work together as councils because of mandates. You cannot enter a nurse's clinic even if there is a problem. You have been doing inspection and you see something clearly but you cannot go there if you don't have the mandate. Now we talk about the traditional areas. So we thought that if we make a regional inspectorate, having all these people here, reacting very quickly, facilitated, we can do some good. The numbers of people at the regional office, we are looking at 16, 20. We did the calculations, and we think the councils can manage the staff we want to recruit. There are some things which we do which are not our mandate. For example, building or buying a building like we did. It's not our mandate, the government is supposed to do it. Our mandate is inspection. Our mandate is to make sure that somebody who is training in Soroti is the right person. Our mandate is if somebody has come and he has accused the doctor or vice versa, we expedite it quickly. Those are the core mandates which we are failing. So we need to address them because we have other factors that are affecting us, and if we work together, we believe that we can have a good. So I don't think it's a very big thing, according to what we calculated. The councils over process, over time, they have been collecting money, and we have calculated that we can employ these people and be an authority that makes things move. And the second area is about the unlicensed practitioners, including the FM radios. When I came to council, the first assignment they gave us, I was chairman, was to go and inspect the philosophy so I become a menace. That is what people think we are doing the philosophy. So Dr. Malinga assigned us and we went and we gave him a report where we found the treatment for diabetes. They gave 12 onions and 10 cabbages and whatever. So when he saw it, he just said, let us go to the media center, and the man announced that reflexology and the other things related are banned. So what happened thereafter? The guys took us to court. And I was there, the judge was our own, Joel Chiliogui, and I was there. Unfortunately, I was left alone there. So Joel Chiliogui asked, Doctor, what is your mandate? Read the act. He said, to regulate medical and dental practitioner. I said, repeat. Then he said, do you know that my father was a doctor? I said, yes. And if he was here, we would allow these works. But the point is it your mandate? So we lost the case, and they gave them 2 billion. I don't know if they have got. And they sued the Dr. Malinga and the Minister of Health. We survived with though I was going there as part of the reform. So, what we did in 2014 thereafter was to work with other agencies to craft a law that can bring these people to book. The one of the traditional and complementary ones. It was blocked by so many traditional leaders that are very powerful in this country. I'm trying to find the president. So it was stopped so many times. Went to Parliament, it was blocked, whatever. But once I got to Honorable Kenya, when he came, he managed to work on it, and it was passed. His objective was to work to control all these people who are outside our school. Reflexology, what the was we are talking about, everybody that you are hearing announcing things about. All those guys, unfortunately, the bill was passed, the other passed, the council has not been created in the ministry. I hear there is somebody who is having this prayer for the council. So the answer to this, because I see Dr. complaining about now what is this medical council is useless, now we have had to come and Ayamba is announcing in a so you cannot touch him, you don't have the mandate at the moment. The answer, as I've told you, is to do what? To activate that, and then you have a council. South Africa they have, Tanzania they have, Nigeria they have, Ghana they have, and we can control them like that, but they will not come to our authority. Suing patients, we talk about it. Yes, patients sue us, but we can also sue them. You can sue, you can sue the patients if they don't pay you or if they harm you. The interesting one was in Zimbabwe, where doctors sued the psychiatrist patient after treatment for failure to pay fees. So you can sue the patients. Dr. Musawa, I talked about research. This mandate is contested in the National Council of Science and Technology. But we really feel that they are not handling it very well. Because there is a lot of research we are seeing. And we don't have people who are really good in charge. So, in this section, we want to be claiming it. We want to be claiming it. Then lastly, Professor Damusa, you should report somebody who is not fit to practice. We have guidelines which he wanted us to put in the regulations. If you don't report somebody who is harming patients, you are an accomplice. And the council is going to take you on. Like in smaller communities like Mauritius, because everybody knows each other, they take those independent opinions to India and South Africa and whatever. But it is cool for all of us to report a practitioner who is not doing the right thing. Because it's not dangerous to the people, but it can also harm you because you can get patient anytime. I want to stop here at the moment.
I think Dr. Kazama has answered some of my questions. One, is there a law specific to medical practice, medical ethics and the rest? There is none. There is a general law on what the tort law, which touches negligence, for example, use the rules of tort to tell what is negligence. But there is no, the nearest that we have, there is, I think, in fourth year in Makere, health and the law. But it's an optional subject, nobody actually. You find maybe like 3-4 students, and most of them go work and the rest. It seems surprising. This is an area where people started going NGOs. I think there's a lot of money in the NGO business in health. Nobody goes practicing. So we don't have anything very specific, honestly. But I think there is a growing trend of medical litigation, if I may say. I think now there are more cases in court about medical negligence and the rest. But now the problem that I have, as maybe as I written earlier, is that our doctors don't know where the law catches them from. Maybe the training should be more in medical school than in law school. For us to learn everything, practice anything. But now this is specific. Because I don't have time, there is a judgment, I think about 3 or 4 months ago. I think Seremba versus Sand Hospital on paraphrasing. There was a case at council concerning informed consent with the drawback of thinking. Not premature, yes. Now, this kid was born as a premature. I think we got intubation or something. Then, I think after discharge, the kid was supposed to go to Mengo for screening. But Nsami never told the patient, the parents, about that screening.
Of course, the kid eventually became right. And they came to council. Now, there was an issue whether the hospital didn't give them enough information. And so we had a crash. Of course, they run the medicine now. They don't say this, they say this. But now, the people who do screening in the country wanted to. So if they had told the person, and the kid was so sick that he couldn't be taken, transferred from Zambia for screening. So the case came. We had a lot of arguments. But eventually we said, no. The kid was so sick to be transferred from one place to another. The doctors prioritized the health of the child. They appealed to the High Court. The High Court ruled in favor of the council. Why am I going to? The judge is simply actually saying that for you to talk about medical negligence, the standard I gave you, there must be so much gross negligence.
That the medical field is next to God, I'm just paraphrasing, that the doctor should not be unfairly dragged to court, of course, because of what they are trying to do to save life. That material circumstances should be looked at, like there is the medicine there, and the experts there, and the rest. But now, there is a gap between knowing what can catch you and what cannot catch you. My suggestion would be, I think the medical school here and the rest, if you could incorporate just that one part, as you do medical ethics, just that one part, maybe 2-3 lectures. To me, it could give somebody some basic knowledge what starts from. In the medical association, people are there. You have a platform. your members are being affected. This is one area when you're doing a CPD, you should be looking at. Because you expect them, they are crushed in the water, they lose their business, they lose everything, and that's where we end up. The advertisement, I think Dr. Masara talked about advertisement of drugs and the rest. Now, again, where we came from, the clash of the laws. Now, if this is advertising drugs, is it the NTA to take charge? Is it the medical council? Is it the communications commission? So there's that. Right. But as far as the medical council is concerned, we have guidelines on advertisement. But that's what we also have now a new challenge. Telemedicine. You're talking about the drugs. People are advertising, people are doing, the use and the rest online. How do you regulate them? You are the elders. You know what potential is there for mischief. Part of what you should be thinking about is how do you regulate these young boys, sorry to call them boys, who are excited about making money and can go to anything to make sure it works. I think that's enough I can say about it. But maybe, for emphasis, members, head up with the council, I need to ask them the resources. These guidelines should be coded into law. They are mere guidelines. Somebody will take your own personally because you're using a guideline. They are not gazetted anywhere. Nobody knows, the public does not know them. They are in-house. Make them into law, so that everybody will, if I do this, this is the sanction. If I do this, is the sanction. But saying this, don't do this without the sanction, you're doing nothing. And I'm sure once you do such a law, and it's such an instrument, you supply a copy to the Communications Commission. See, government cannot go against government. But if they don't know, they are not aware, they will not tell you. If now you want to say people advertising, you say, so what do we do? Do we go to police? Do we go to the penal code? Where do we go? But once these guys are there and they are law, they pay enforced. Please do the make the law and give your input because you know what should be done or shouldn't be done. Don't leave it to a policeman. Somebody is supposed to say a phone is the CID officer somewhere and you are putting such a thing in the cupboard. What do you want him to do? Nothing. If not messing up with that thing. I want to comment, Mr. Dr. Katumba talked about it. The authority going to the ministry. Of course, Dr. Amara, you know, government is government. The council is under the Ministry of Health. I mean, the authorities will be under the Ministry of Health. And government must have a chain of command. You can't avoid the minister, whether you want it or not. So the minister has to be there. So the Ministry of Health must be there. You can't avoid it. You can't be in the air. Who are you? The president, the minister, the authority, that order. So that one, you can't do away with it. It's wrong. You can't do much about it. Well, that's the discipline, and we should be disciplined like that. Dr. Feno being assaulted. Of course, it happens. I have witnessed, and I think in some case I talked to court. They gave us about 90 million. But it happens. You sue the person, and you know, we don't have a specific law, unfortunately. But maybe, you say, as we talk about regulating ourselves, if, say, one of the code or something, we say that the person who assaults a medical personnel can get this punishment, people would fear that over and above what the general law provides, there's specific law. If you don't protect yourself, nobody will protect you. Nobody. I remember every time I think they did to Dr. Anzko or something when it's never the case. The man was arrested, harassed, whatever issues were there, but I didn't say anybody protecting the man. Dr. Yokot still about, I think, advancement. I think that one has been answered. There is that act, the traditional healers and something. There is some gentleman in Barada who was talking about, is it person therapy or something? So he consulted me. So I called somebody in Ministry of Health, they are lawyer. They told me the case is not there. It is only this, somebody's receptionist who deals with that kind of. So there is nobody in the ministry. Nobody is bothered. But now also, it comes back to us. If these people are affecting our profession, where is our voice? You see, if you make your self-declaration, and you say, as per self-declaration, the minister should do this and this and this. If you have your newspaper people, let them put it there. Government acts on pressure. It has many priorities, competing priorities.
If you don't put yourself in a career, they will not. And that's the reality, whether you like it or not. I think we should authorize research. I think Thomas Arad, maybe Dr. Professor Pro can answer better than me. But my opinion is, as I said earlier, anything to do with education concerning medicine, whether research or whatsoever, should be the ambit of the medical council. You should be able to know what is going out in the public. If I make research and send it somewhere, people are getting wrong information about different things. Which they consume of this research? Is it the beneficial to the profession? Or is the benefit to somebody getting some donor money and something like that? So you should take charge of that one, in my opinion. But now still have to fight the politics. How do you fight with National Council for Education and Council for Science and the rest? But it's your voice, collective voice, meanwhile. You say we are elders, most of you have retired from what I had yesterday in the introduction. This is what you can do. You say the elders sitting in, right? These matters A, B, C, D, E. And these are their proposals. The Vice President is coming, I think, in the afternoon today. Give them to her. He said, please give us a report that you have taken them to the President. Because first you can order an instrument when you go to them and the rest. This is the best starting point. The elders are saying. Okay? That's my humble opinion on that. Then, Professor Angweli, I didn't get the name well. Yes, about conflict of interest versus conspiracy of science. If you see a crime being committed and you keep quiet, you're complicit. You actually, as a criminal, responsible for the other person. You have had to say with prison of prison. Some is trying to overthrow the government, you keep quiet. You as a guilty as the other person. So I don't want to go much into criminal law, but the person planning, the person executing, the person hiding the person are all accused persons. But let me say this. At council, and I think we have maintained it, we get the expert opinion, but we never disclose even to the person who is being accused and that opinion. That's what I can tell you, and thank you, Professor. We keep, you see, under the information, access to information, there are some provisions that protect you from disclosing certain information. And one of the reasons is if it's going to cause conflict here and there between the people and something. So the law protects you to keep that information. Okay. So when I'm making, say, my draft, I don't say who did this. I say the medical council decided. But actually we're basing on information say from your court who gave us that expert opinion. So that's why you're protected. Don't fear to give an opinion when you ask a court. Because if you don't, the council will find maybe somebody, you see, this politics again. Maybe the representative of the medical association, maybe has his bachelor's, and he has been voted to come to the council. And I'm told there's a problem now. I'm not coming to that. There are people say that don't even know what they're supposed to be doing there. I will say this, Professor will forgive me. I'm not bound by any law to say what I want to say. So when you're voting people also, you doctors, who is willing to present you on something that regulates you? So the question of being ready for a position. I was a member of the Medical Advisory Council, representing women. What did you do there? What is your input? So the question of saying I hold this part, I know. No. You see, you can be enemies to yourselves. That one I will not go further than that. Yes, I know yesterday. Some asked me about national health insurance and the ego input. I'm sure there's something that I wish someone, maybe Dr. Kuro would, Professor Kuro would add on that. I think they are reached somewhere. But again, you are politics. Politics. But you see, politics will hit you if you don't have one voice. That's what you should know. If, say, the president called you as a doctor and said, our problem is this, you can say, our problem is this, you will listen. But if now somebody goes and says, you want to say recruitment, another says, you want trips to go abroad, another says, and what is affecting you, don't say it, who will say it for you? The politicians? I don't know about health insurance. But when I come to hospital, you don't treat me. Then I will say you are negligent. But you don't have the resources. We had a case, forgive me, maybe it takes a bit of time. Now, we had a case in Emuria. I think that's my first time to come to say. Went to Emuria,
I think there was one doctor and some few nurses. The doctor had, I think, classes on a Saturday. There was a mother who was, I think, got some instruction or something. They didn't have fuel to put in the ambulance. Of course, they were eventually died. Of course, you ask the doctor, you should have done this, but of course, when you go in one day, we are like, yes, but even if it was what we have done. So, still, politics, how to protect yours vis-a-vis other circumstances. To me, those are issues that actually when you meet like here, you should be discussing more than treating a patient, you're not patients, by the way. If not understand, you have become experts. So that's not very deep. What are the emerging issues why you need to address your mind that are going to affect you tomorrow? Most of your sons have become doctors, they don't know what you know, they're going to be affected. Whatever worked for, one simple guy will come and take everything. Why? Because there was no enough knowledge which you should be having concerning knowledge outside medicine. And what guy disease is all that plays everybody. I think the idea of practice, I don't have confidence, I think, talk about it. Then the issue about psychiatry and rights of mental health. I think my comment was, I think we have one of the best acts so far. The Mental Health Act of 2018. After my response, it addresses most of this. It's very comprehensive. I've not seen that guidance from what is organization, but I'm sure I'm a bit confident because I've read it. I was having some case concerning one of yours, I think, in a row about mental health and when you have physical practice. So I got the chance to go through that at the medical council. It's a bit comprehensive. It's a bit comprehensive. I say after my comment was, it has one of the best codes on informed consent. Let me comment on the big, the organogram of the proposed authority. Dr. Katumba, you know, the original organogram didn't contain everything here. When there was a merger, and I'm saying this because I was involved in making this a bit. You see, people get excited with jobs and positions. We had a quarrel, if you remember, with the right people. This so-called board is about 2030. We had a fight in the board of medical council. For them, they thought now that there is a merger coming, that's the chance to get jobs. They look at the quality of the rest. Whether you can get the man or not, I think I was a little Saudi allowed, personally. Okay, I think that's all I can comment. Of course, the Malaga case, I think I've talked about it. It was unfortunate, but I think it's going to go through trial. There was, but anyway, maybe also to comment what I said. When you are a body, you are bound by the laws of the country, especially natural justice. I think the bigger part was about natural justice. You never gave these people hearing, you just went at the cross. The case was taken around there. So they didn't go to the merits of the case of what you did. They went because you didn't follow procedures that are supposed to be done. Again, as you say, a court is there, you have to take a first word, come to council, convene the council to make a minute and the rest. But you can pay for that. You see, if you want to make it work for you, you exploit the loophole. What can actually be a hindrance can actually be a blessing. For example, I think I've discussed this with Dr. Katumba. That law which says the registrar has power to authorize anybody to inspect a facility. Okay? The only problem that is there is that this person should not be condemned and hard. I can come to it today. Now Zoom came. I find somebody, I call my counsel. And there's no time limit, I'm going to call them. I call them on the Zoom meeting, put you there, we make a decision. I don't need so many days. But now, we go back to the source, you call them, one is here, one is there. So those are practical issues. But without medicine, we don't have a country. I say you could tell me how I'm going to be born, and even how I'm going to die, if you want. So in other words, you are rejecting my life from the time I'm going to the time I die. Nobody is not affected by the services of the doctor. Now, don't make us the noisemakers, bang the tables on your behalf. No, bang them. Bang them, get what you want. Politics is not that way. Don't expect them to say in the president will be interested in re-election in 2026.
So I don't think it's just in what they have advertised on an FM station in this. But if there's a lot of noise and it comes an outcry, and the doctor's crying, medical council makes a statement, the medical association makes a statement, I need to make a statement, government will listen. Government has intelligence officers who pick what is public. If you are quiet,
of medicine. And we have two major aspects. There's the issue of training and the issue of... So, for the issue of training, we have looked at the prayers for stakeholders, including the Minister of Education, as well as National Council for Higher Education, Minister of Health, and then the Medical Council. Now, where the challenges rise from is the conflict of mandate. National Council will tell you that it has a mandate to increase access to higher education, to have as many graduates in the country as possible. Whereas Medical Council has a mandate to regulate medical education. So what has caused the drastic increase in the number of graduates? Dr. Namara pointed out that we now have 13 medical schools, out of which 9 are the ones which are currently producing doctors. I'm told Soroti University is going to produce next year. Last year alone, when I was in office, we registered 1,450 graduates, MBCHB and BDS. Out of those, when we sent them to the ministry was only able to deploy 1,500 in total interns. The total number of interns were 2,700. The ministry deployed 1,500. So there's a backlog of 1,200. And this is what Dr. Yokot was saying. We have 3 interns who are there. Now, this year, we are anticipating, and that's why we ask universities to give us schools for indexing. This year we are anticipating at least 3,000 interns. But the minister is able to deploy how many? 15. And remember, the ones who are waiting are 1, 2. So it means from the new one, they only pick 5, what? 300. So the backlog will increase to. So it's going to be an exponential. And I think by the year 2027, all the 13 medical schools will be producing. So how many shall we have? And Professor Klo said our problem is planning. But National Council is saying we want to have more. In fact, leave alone the 2 principal passes to do medicine. There's now what we call the Higher Education Access Certificate. So even if you have failed biology and chemistry, you do that certificate and the pass rate is very high, and then you join what? Medical school. So to me, I think yes, it may be possible to harmonize, but there is need to, there's really to discuss these issues and maybe have mediators, because you are saying this, the other one is saying the other. So they were able to form the interministerial committee, which comprises the Minister of Health and Minister of Education, and these issues have been discussed, but in my opinion, we haven't come up with a conclusive solution. And trust me, when the next deployment of intern comes, we are going to have the same issues. And it will just become worse as the years pass by. Now, on the regulation of practice, is it possible to harmonize? How many regulators are we? We have the Medical Council, we have the Nurses and Midwives Council, we have Allied Health Professionals Council, we have the Pharmacy Board, stroke the Pharmacist Society of Uganda, and then also have ourselves. We are supposed to be self-regulators. And actually that's the best form of regulation. Self-regulation. Now what Dr. Katumba has presented, the National Health Professionals Authority Bill, and he stated to us this concept started in 2009. We are now in 2025. Okay? And one of the reasons it may progress slowly is that you have had even among us, they are dissenting what? Opinions. So all these other prayers, they also have their own what? Views. I'm a member of the Nurses and Midwives Council representing the Medical Council. And one of the issues the nurses have is that you doctors, you want to massage into an authority and you control us. So we shall not accept. And they have the numbers more than us. And the same applies to allied. So you may find that as you go higher, there's more what? Resistance. And then you find that maybe it is a good idea, but it may not progress. So these are really some of the issues that we need to confront and discuss and see if we can control them. There's an issue of scope of practice. Is it possible to control? One of the gaps we have as doctors is that we have not written, as medical council, we have not yet come up with a written scope of practice. In the Nurses Council, they have written one. There's a scope of practice for nurses. But we don't have a scope of practice for doctors. You read in the case that went around social media recently, where we had medical officers who did an operation that should be done by a specialist. And now we even have subspecialists. But where is the limit? So we need to really, and I think this is one of the areas where the elders can help us, if we can really come up with a written scope of practice. What should a medical officer do? A specialist, a subspecialist, so that there is no that gray area. Of course, the simple ethical rule is do what you are trained to do. So someone claims, yeah, I was trained to do the craniotomy, much as not a neurosurgeon. And this is what is causing trouble. So as I conclude, to me, I say that, yes, much as the regulators are there, but self-regulation is very important. And I'm sure our elders, this is one of the things you have been doing. To control yourself, what can you handle, and what you can't handle. But for us, the young ones, we want to do everything. And that's where the problem is. I submit.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Yesterday, one thing that came out very clearly from Professor Kuto's presentation was that we don't have a prescription of competences expected of a doctor on qualification, and he called it a cookbook. Today, we must know, going on from here, who is going to do it, to give us a cookbook. Two, Ivan has just made a confession that is terrible, that we don't have a prescription of every, it is called a scope of practice. What who, doctor who, Mr. who, surgeon who should do and not do. And today, who will do it if we don't do it? We must get, I don't know whether we shouldn't give it actually to the council to come out with that prescription. Because it means even that when they are sitting to listen to a doctor accused, they may not have a very objective base. Yes, it is true. So this is something we must find a remedy for today and know that so-and-so is going to come out with this in so many weeks. So I've just mentioned 2 prescriptions that we are going to present, but are we going to present them to the Vice President or to ourselves? Yeah, because really we don't want to say, but what is wrong with this? You want the Vice President to give you this prescription? But we can actually say, well, we have been so such and we have found some things that we must do ourselves. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank these young people who are sitting next to me for what they've been able to present to you very clearly. I'm representing you as one of the elders. And I'd like to thank them for doing their job. If you listen to most of what has been said in the last 2 days, it's actually about regulations. And I would like to thank every one of you for giving us, Uganda Medical and Medical Practitioners Council, the opportunity to share with you the challenges that we have, and to hear from you what you think we should be able to do. It's a unique opportunity across to you, and we are eternally grateful that we did, and the responses that we got from you are very, very useful to us. It has challenged us, and I think when we go back home, we are going to say, what did they say? We are going to say, what haven't we done? And through that process, we'll be able to be a better way. I would like to say a few things. You know, somebody said we are creating a monster. And it didn't stop there. He said, you have failed to manage what you have, and you want to create a monster. It's a very unfair statement. We haven't failed. There may be gaps, but we haven't failed. That's exactly what somebody said about the health system, that the health system has collapsed. It hasn't collapsed. Certain areas of it have collapsed, but that doesn't mean the whole thing has collapsed. Otherwise, where would we be? We are trying our level best with the resources that we have. Our brains, our time, our passion, and the funds that we have to do what we are supposed to do. I want to implore you that have a look at this diagram that has been presented. Before you condemn it as being a monster, step back and say, how did they come up with this? And how did they come up with these structures? We didn't sit down and dream. As I say, this is something that started in 2009. We have walked, we have looked benchmarks, we have seen best practices. I told you the various bodies that we belong to, the East African community, the African community, the international communities. These are issues that have been discussed at those levels. And we have seen where they have worked, we have seen the challenges that they have at various implementations, and that is why we have come up with this. So before you condemn it as being a monster, just step back and say, what is the monster trying to address? And then we'll be able to take up the challenge and see how can this monster be tamed, how can it be trimmed. And you know, we used to have in my language, in my culture, it's an animal called OBB. OBB is actually supposed to be a bear, a monster. You shave his head today, tomorrow you wake up, you find the head has grown up again. So you keep on shaving the head. This is what we'll continue to do with this monster to improve his performance, to improve his looks, and to improve the effectiveness of that body. So please, I ask you to bear with us as we try to improve regulation in this country. There are, as we have heard in the last 2 days, there are too many conflicting interests in regulation of medical services. The pain that sometimes we have got to go through, even to be where we are, we didn't divulge all of them. It's a difficult place to be in, and I'm glad that we are making progress. And I would like to appeal to you that, please, where we see us going wrong, don't just look the other way, point it out. This is why I was talking about being your brother's keeper. Somebody was saying, all reports that is what do you call it? Conflict of interest. All right, you don't report them, and tomorrow is the one who's going to beat you. You have a drunkard in the village, and you don't want to deal with him. It's that drunkard who is going to waylay you one day and beat you up. And then you say, but we have been seeing this man here, we didn't know he was dangerous. You knew he was dangerous. There are doctors in our midst who we know are dangerous. Let me give you an example. We went to one of the regional hospitals, and there were three doctors, 5. Out of that 5, 3 of them are abusing alcohol. And we are the ones to go and look it up. Then we asked the medical superintendent, we asked the fellow doctors, are you aware of this? They said, yes. And they also sometimes say, but these guys, when they drink, they do a very good job. Surely. and his hands get steady when he plays. Wow, is that the attitude that we have? I'm saying this is coming from us, the doctors. I'm saying if we do not do what this guy is saying, bang the table, who is going to bang it for us? This conspiracy of silence, I think, must stop. And we must be able to speak up and say, these are areas that we need to work on. I could go on and on. There are many, but all I want to say is that I'm thankful that you are able to come and meet you. And we'd like to thank you for the frank discussions that we have had so far. We have taken your message. We are going to work on it. We are going to glean what we can from it and see how we can make the medical council a much better organization that you can be proud of. But, as Ivan says, we should be our own regulators as well. There's something that you can do that we can't do. There are places that you can reach that we can't reach. And we want us to have that synergy so that the work that we do to uphold our profession becomes more meaningful, more present, and more effective. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. He just got short of telling us what he normally says, that the mass has needed. But I think we've heard the words of wisdom from an old closing. I would like you all to join hands and give a round of applause. Please stay on, don't go. My apologies, sincere apologies, to those who should have presented today have not got the chance, or whose time has been eaten into. This, I think, to an extent, has been beyond our control. We've tried, we've definitely done better today than yesterday. My apology especially to UAP, Old Mutual. They supported us, a million shillings, and usually the only way we reciprocate is for them to promote their product. Hopefully, those of us who will be here after lunch will have a chance to hear that. Now, we would like you, as you chat over lunch, get pen and paper and write what you have conceived to be one of the challenges we have underlined and propose a solution and give it to any of, we are now all this team, the team of all the chairs of the sessions, please stand up. And the MC is here. And yes, or myself, or inbox. Many of you, we have common, the elders have a forum, and others, you know. So please write it, so that over lunch, by the time we finish lunch, as we go to the next session, we should be putting together all our thoughts. But I'll just tell you, just let me mention maybe 5 things very clearly. I've already mentioned, number 1, no cookbook. Number, they called it the lack of, maybe somebody goes to sleep, I wrote it. But anyway, due diligence, the lack of due diligence. In other words, even with the little we have, if our offices, for any reason, are not due, they don't pay due diligence, know that this is a quack presentation. You know, they go through, I think we have too many holes in our seats. That one, it will always happen, even if we have the best laws, unless there is alertness and we are giving people, the right people, to do the work. Now, one of the last ones is that, can we have a law that puts our council gives it the supreme position in regulating health, professional practice, as well as training and practice. The lawyer is here, and it should give us the power to veto anything that comes out of our council. And also, that it is a criminal offense for anyone to interfere with councils in their work. In other words, anybody who comes and stands in the way will be subject to, will have committed a criminal offense and will be liable to jail. The lawyer is here. He will definitely put that very well for us. I think those are some of the things that have clearly come out. Of course, there will be more, as probably this is what we are going to be presenting. I want to thank you again. Our apologies to our colleagues who have been with us online. We appreciate the time you've given. We hope maybe this afternoon one of you will have a chance to greet us. Our colleague, Dr. Chikura Mugambi of our cohort has been there. Thank you very much, and greetings to all of you who are on the online. Unless there is, I think I better give the microphone to the MC to make announcement.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause to Dr. and the presenters. Mine is basically one to inform us that our lunch is ready, and as they prepare, they are basically assembling a few issues as I make these announcements. Lunch is ready. And I want to make a special request that let's allow the elders to serve first, okay? Let's not struggle with the elders. After the elders have served, then my category downwards, we can also join. Before I leave the lunch issue, I want to request one of the most senior gynecologists I've ever met to pray for lunch. He's also a very prayerful man.
I think we will stand up and humble ourselves. Father, we worship you for your consistent provision for us, provision in health, provision in our physical bodies. I want to glorify you. And Lord, you set aside lunch for us, and we ask you to bless it, that even as we partake of it, oh God, you may give us energy to continue serving you. In Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edwau Godfrey.
Okay, some of you have already sent you some, and I'll just read them even as we go for lunch. Regulation of admissions to medical schools, numbers and the quality of the students, creation of a
longtime governor of the Rotary International Uganda for 2 terms, 2016 and 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for that introduction. We all know that after a very heavy meal, what happens? You find some people tend to go to sleep. But we're going to have a very nice discussion on very important topics. So I believe that we shall all remain awake. The first presentation that we're going to have is virtual, and it's going to be done by Prof. Clement Kire, and it's on very important topics, that is updates on liver disease 2025, and also advances in pathology. We all know that we get patients that have problems in the GIT, in the liver, and so let's remain awake to listen to that. So, Prof. Clement Kire is in the cohort of 1975, an old boy of St. Peter's College, Tororo, and also in Tare, in Mbarara. He did his MBCHB, MA, MD, FRCP, FRCPE, FRCP, name it, they are all there. He's an emeritus of University of Zimbabwe, visiting professor in the University of Cape Town, and honorary clinical professor in Edgefield University, UK. He's a consultant, a physician, gastroenterologist. He has a lot attached to his name that can go on and go on, but let's save time and allow him to come and speak to us. It's going to be virtual, so let's remain attentive. Thank you. So the IT, could you please bring him on board? Thank you very much. Professor Clement, are you able to hear us?
Put on the presentation.
Presentation.
More.
But they're trying to fix it, so let's be patient. Thank you.
Okay, next one.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just a second, we're just getting something right.
So you need more, you just really can't say.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Are you ready for the presentation? Shall I go ahead?
Yes. 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 Go ahead.
Where is the mic?
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead, Professor.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for the technical issues and problems, but they appear to have been sorted. It's nearly 50 years since I qualified from medical school. I qualified in 1975, so I look back with a lot of reflection and gratefulness that we have been able to make it to this time so far. I'm also very happy that we have this chance to have CPD as part and parcel of this meeting, because I believe that CPD is extremely important in the journey of every doctor, because we all have time to reflect on our practices. I have been lucky to have practiced not only in Africa, but also in Europe and other continents, with therefore experience in various presentations, depending on the country. Now, with regard to CPD, there is an obligation on all of us as doctors to continue training. This concept of finishing school, which was very, very common when I was growing up, is something that we as doctors should put aside, because lifelong, and this is extremely important in order to keep up to date. You have noticed that I've posted quite a number of CPD articles from the Royal College of Physicians on the WhatsApp group for the Ghana Medical Association Doctors Group. I hope this, as well as policymakers within the country. I could have chosen many different topics to discuss today, but I chose an update on liver diseases because I think most medical practitioners, if you're a surgeon operating, do liver function tests. If you're a gynecologist, you need to consider this. If you're a gynecologist, you need to consider the liver, because the liver is like the kitchen of the house, and it's extremely important in the management of patients. In terms of Uganda and the availability of doctors specializing in liver disease, I think there is a tremendous shortfall. You have a couple of gastroenterologists, but people who are specifically trained in liver disease, I think, are few and far in between. And yet, I think with burden of liver disease is extremely important, and I think it's underrated because there's not been any special interest and investment in liver disease. The talk today is going to go through medical practice as well as to try and make sure that the trainees who are on this forum benefit from this exercise. On that slide, we're going to be talking about liver function tests and how to interpret these. Secondly, viral hepatitis, which is an important problem. Autoimmune hepatitis, primary biliary cirrhosis, primary sclerosing cholangitis, hemochromatosis, Wilson's disease, gallstones and cholecystitis. Liver disease, especially the complications of end-stage liver disease, and of course the manifestations of these, including encephalopathy, hepatorenal syndrome, spontaneous bacterial peritonitis of the SBP, and of course intractable ascites. Let's begin with the liver function tests. These are many, but the common ones that you know of include the ALT, the AST, which was previously known as the CGOT, alkaline phosphatase, and the bilirubin levels, as well as the gamma GT or GGT. What's the difference between these liver enzymes, and in particular the ALT and the AST? Well, as we know, these are found within the hepatocytes, and when you get damage to the liver, you're going to get a rise in these liver enzymes. The ALT is specific to the liver, so when you get liver injury, the ALT is bound to go up. The AST, or CGOT as it used to be known, is not only found in the liver, but it's found in other organs, including skeletal muscles and of course cardiac muscles. And that's why before we had the troponin I and the troponin T for myocardial infarction, the AST used to be used to make a diagnosis of myocardial infarction in the past. And of course, we do know a number of conditions where you are going to have a rise in AST out of proportion to the ALT. So doing both is quite useful in helping one decide as to whether they're dealing with a liver problem or whether you are dealing with a problem which is out with the liver. Now, let's talk about transaminitis, where you get a rise in these liver enzymes. In this slide, you see various causes of things that give a predominantly ALT elevation, and those that give a predominantly AST elevation. For example, in patients with alcoholic liver disease, the AST is predominantly elevated. And this is because in liver disease, not only do you get damage to the liver, but you also get involvement damage to the muscles as well. And you can also have the heart and so on also damaged. So you are going to have the AST as being predominant. The ALT, however, is predominantly elevated in most of the other causes of liver disease as listed. These include viral causes, immunological causes, the various medications, i.e. drug-induced liver injury, the congenital or genetic causes such as alcohol and antitrypsin deficiency and celiac disease, as well as celiac disease, which is gluten enteropathy. In terms of elevation of the AST, remember there are things like hemolysis, myopathies, and of course athletes or people who have done strenuous exercises can have rises in AST, which are due to this. Or even the back here, you are very likely to have very, very high levels of liver enzymes. When we go to the alkaline phosphatase, this is found within the hepatocytes that line the bile ducts in the biliary cavernacula. You get this mainly elevated when you have obstruction in the bile ducts. Of course, alkaline phosphatase is also made outside the liver, and the major organs are the bones and the placenta. So in pregnancy, it's going to be high. In people who are growing up, and in old age, where you have arthritis and other problems with the bones, you are bound to have a rise in alkaline phosphatase. You could do the isoenzyme, which tells you that this alkaline phosphatase is arising from the liver or from bone.
Professor.
But this is quite an expensive test, and I think it's not readily available in Uganda.
Excuse me, Professor.
However, GGT is also found within the bile ducts.
Hello?
In the cavernacula.
Could you
so if you do the GGT and it's raised together with the alkaline phosphatase,
hello, Professor.
This may be an indication that this is likely to be from the liver.
Could you please make it into a slideshow?
This may give you a clue if you're in a situation where you can't tell what's causing the rise in the alkaline phosphatase.
Excuse me? Could you please?
Because we all know about bilirubin. It's something that is extremely important in liver disease and can be a marker of prognosis in people with liver disease. Remember the classification: pre-hepatic usually indicates hemolysis. Hepatic, where you get a combination of both conjugated and unconjugated bilirubin. And then the post-hepatic causes including gallstones and biliary disease resulting in dark urine and pale stools and pruritus. So, are these markers of liver disease, or are they tests of liver function? We now are moving away from using the term liver function for these tests, because they are not really tests of liver function. They are liver structural tests. So the tests for liver function are the synthetic tests. So these include prothrombin, time, or the INR, and albumin. So in addition to the structural liver tests, one should do the tests of liver function so that you can see how well the liver is working in order to assess prognosis. Of course, the first one is the INR prothrombin time. These are dependent on vitamin K, and the liver is involved in activating vitamin K. So in liver damage, these clotting factors cannot be produced, i.e. factor 2, factor 7, factor 9, and factor 10. But you are going to have a prolonged prothrombin time. So if you give them vitamin K, 10 milligrams subcutaneously, and there is no normalization of the INR, then you know there is significant liver disease. In terms of the albumin, it has got a half-life of about 21 days. So in acute liver disease, the levels of serum albumin may be normal. On the other hand, sometimes when you get very severe disease, you might get a cytokine storm, which increases the rate of albumin metabolism. And so you may actually get a precipitous fall in albumin in very, very severe cases. For example, in patients who have got fulminant hepatic failure. Of course, remember the differential diagnosis, especially liver disease, nephrotic syndrome in particular. So urine tests should be done in those cases where you have a low albumin in order to prove that the low serum albumin is due to liver disease. Yeah, okay, just a second. Okay, just a second. We are trying to make it bigger. Is it better now? Okay. The typical patterns of this, of course, can indicate to you as to whether these liver function tests are hepatocellular or cholestatic. And I think this is extremely important when you're faced with abnormal liver function to determine whether it's hepatocellular. And then, of course, those various causes as outlined include viral hepatitis, drugs, autoimmune, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and hemochromatosis. In the cholestatic side of things, remember, this could be drug-induced, could be infection, and of course, all the various things such as gallstones, biliary disease, and remember, pancreatic pathology. With alcohol itself, it can be quite confusing because when you have abnormal liver function tests and you face with the patient and he says he doesn't drink very much, and you want to find out whether in fact his tests are more compatible with one or the other, as I said, look at the AST and ALT. The ratio normally is between 2.1 or 3.1 for alcohol, where the AST is 2 or 3 times more raised compared to the ALT. But the total amount of AST is usually less than 300. So if you came back with an AST, for example, which was 900, that's not likely to be due to alcohol. You're going to think of other causes, could be muscular, could be cardiac, and so on. Alcohol does increase the AST because it increases the synthesis and also affects other organs. And of course, alcohol is often associated with malnutrition. where you have the vitamin B6 deficiency, and so that may inhibit the levels of ALT. In terms of the spectrum of liver disease due to alcohol, the majority of people are simply going to have ASH, that is alcoholic steatohepatitis, 90% to maybe even higher than that. Those who have both steatosis and hepatitis are about 10 to 35%. And then those who are cirrhotic, it is probably somewhere between 8 to 20% of drinkers. And the other thing that we're going to look at is the gamma GT, because to give you a clue, because alcohol makes GGT rise out of proportion to the other liver enzymes. And indeed, the police, for people who are trying to find out if you're a secret drinker, they often just test the GGT. If, for example, you get an accident when driving, they're going to look at the GGT. Or if you have a patient who shouldn't be having drinking, is epileptic or whatever, and you wanted to find out, you look at MCD, which is increased, and you also look at the GGT. That will give you a clue as to whether they may be having continued drinking. In terms of viral hepatitis, this is quite important in many developing African countries like Uganda. As you know, it's endemic. One has got to have some idea about its natural history and how to make a diagnosis and so on. In general, of course, you look at various antibodies, but if it's the IgM, it's the recent infection, and if it's IgG, it's an indication of much longer infection, usually greater than 6 months. We know that there are many of these viral hepatitis groups. There's A, B, E, C, D, which is the Delta one, and of course hepatitis E. Many of you are very familiar with hepatitis A, B, and C. As you know, hepatitis A is fecal-oral transmission, it's acute, doesn't lead to chronic liver disease. There's a vaccine available. Hepatitis B is very, very important, and we've of course done a lot of studies in this area. It's both transmitted in a parental fashion, sexually as well as vertically from mother to child, and be acquired in both the neonatal period or in adulthood. And of course, horizontal transmission is also important in here. And there's of course a vaccine available. At the moment, we're mainly using the recombinant vaccine, although even the older vaccines are also available. But even if you do have viral hepatitis due to that treatment, is available to try and reduce the viral load. Hepatitis C used to be the non-MND hepatitis, but we have now identified the virus. The transmission is variable, but mainly parental. And in countries like Egypt, where they used to use a lot of syringes, and even Uganda for the older populations, this was a vehicle for transmission of hepatitis C. Again, a lot of research has been done, and what has happened is that we can now cure hepatitis C because we now directly viral inhibiting drugs available with extremely good cure rates. And hepatitis B doesn't exist on its own, it rides on the back of hepatitis B. And so when you vaccinate people against hepatitis B, you also preventing the Delta virus. If somebody has got hepatitis B and hepatitis B, the prognosis is quite poor. The modes of transmission of hepatitis B are similar to hepatitis B, with the exception of sexual transmission. The next one is hepatitis E, which I think is not very well known, but it's also fecal-oral. And it's responsible for a lot of outbreaks. It can be quite severe in pregnancy. And indeed, we've had lots of outbreaks in places like India and even some parts of Africa. We did look at pig population in the UK. We found that about 50% of pigs were infected with hepatitis E, and in France as well. And we think the transmission is probably from that. I don't know if the situation is in Uganda, but I've heard of outbreaks, I think, in some areas of the country. This is simply telling you about hepatitis A. Remember, it's an RNA virus. And as I said before, most people have been exposed to it in life, and you probably find antibodies. It doesn't go to parasitic. Hepatitis B, we know, it's a DNA virus, as we said. It's usually subclinical. And most patients here will just have a test for some other reason, and when you test them for hepatitis B, you'll find it to be positive. Indeed, it's the same that the cause of symptoms in hepatitis B is the immune system. So it's not the virus that causes the symptoms. It's usually the fight between the immune system and the virus that causes necrosis and damage. And so people who actually get jaundice when they get hepatitis B normally have a good prognosis. Hepatitis B, of course, can be diagnosed through serological tests that you know about. And as I said, people who get jaundice tend to clear it much more easily. These are the patterns which give you some idea regarding the chronicity of hepatitis B, to determine whether it's an acute infection or chronic infection. As I said before, IgM and IgG will give you a clue. You also test for the hepatitis E antigen, and when that's positive, it's usually a sign of replication. For people who have been vaccinated and they don't have hepatitis B, they only have antibodies against the S antibody. And so that's the way to differentiate it from people who have been infected. They find that both the core antibody and the S antibody are going to be positive. The hepatitis C, as I said, is an RNA virus. Sexual transmission is low. It's mainly transmitted by parental routes, and it usually leads to chronicity. So many patients go on to develop chronic hepatitis and cirrhosis, and then liver cancer from it. But as I said, at the moment, we have a lot of drugs available, and we can cure patients from hepatitis C. We mentioned hepatocellular carcinoma as a complication of hepatitis C, but remember the other complications such as cryoglobulins being present, so they get arthritis and other rheumatological manifestations. And you also can have precipitation of porphyria cutaneous color. We mentioned hepatitis E. Remember that hepatitis E is worse in pregnancy. So many patients with hepatitis E, when they get pregnant, they go into pregnant hepatitis, and the mortality can be quite high in that situation. Remember the other viruses such as the EBV virus and so on, which also can lead to acute hepatitis. Going on to the autoimmune liver diseases, these are several. They include autoimmune hepatitis, biliary cirrhosis, and primary sclerosing cholangitis. And this can be very confusing. Autoimmune hepatitis is usually a disease which affects young females. You get antibody positives. The IgG is usually elevated, and the antinuclear antibody test is usually positive. They are usually very sick, tiredness, anorexia, abdominal pain, and so on are very, very common. And these patients often develop stigmata of chronic liver disease. And of course, if you do a liver biopsy in these patients, you've got classical piecemeal necrosis with lymphocyte infiltration. And these patients are treated with immunosuppression, which includes steroids and other disease-modifying drugs such as azacitidine and methotrexate. And the complications are the usual complications of chronic liver disease. Primary biliary cirrhosis, we have now changed that term. We call it primary biliary cholangitis. These patients not only have a high alkaline phosphatase, but they also have a high anti-mitochondrial antibody level. And there is damage to the bile ducts with a lot of granulomatous inflammation. And it is often associated with other autoimmune diseases. For example, they get Sjögren's syndrome with very dry eyes and so on. But the other thing about it is that it can be associated with thyroid disease, rheumatoid arthritis, and systemic sclerosis. The classical presentation is tiredness. We don't know what causes the tiredness, but there's also a lot of itching. And so in very pressure diagnosis, the patients who come in with lethargy and itching, if there's no other obvious cause, test them for PBC. And the liver function test and the anti-mitochondrial antibody test is essential in those cases to make a diagnosis. And there is treatment available. These patients do very well with azodeoxycholic acid. And there is a new one called obeticholic acid, which is very good in stabilizing the liver function tests and preventing prognosis. Then there is primary sclerosing cholangitis. This is often in association with inflammatory bowel disease. You get strictures which are associated with fibrosis and bleeding of the biliary tree when you do ERCP on these patients. They often can have biliary obstruction which can lead to cirrhosis. The difference between primary sclerosing cholangitis and PBC is that when you do the anti-mitochondrial antibody test, it's negative in primary sclerosing cholangitis, but it's positive in cholangitis. These patients, of course, can be treated with steroids and cholesterol, or even azodeoxycholic acid to treat their pruritus and cholestasis, but it doesn't affect the prognosis. Liver transplantation can be offered for end-stage disease. And of course, if they have got ulcerative colitis, often it's important to manage that adequately, although there isn't a linear relationship between the severity of ulcerative colitis and the severity of primary sclerosing cholangitis. This is an ERCP picture. I don't know if it's very clear over there, but this is a patient with primary sclerosing cholangitis. NASH is interesting in that it's very, very common, and in the West at the moment it's one of the leading causes of liver disease. It's also quite important in developing countries. If you go to Pakistan or even in the Pacific Islands and so on, there's a lot of obesity. And I think even in the urban areas now, in most developing countries, there's a lot of central obesity as part of the metabolic metabolic syndrome. So you often find people with diabetes, fatty liver, hyperlipidemia, and of course it's kidney heart disease and cerebrovascular disease. It's a common cause of elevated liver function tests. About 20 to 30% will progress to cirrhosis. And so in the management of the metabolic syndrome, it's important to pay attention to that. So weight loss is important, control of lipids is important, and of course that will not only improve their liver but also improve the other comorbidities of diabetes. If the patient has got abnormal liver function test due to NASH or non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, you should still treat their hyperlipidemia because people used to fear to put them on statins because it makes the liver function test worse. But we know most of these patients die from myocardial infarction and strokes. So at the moment, we say that these patients should be put on statins and then you just monitor their liver function. The genetic ones are many, but allow me to address Wilson's hemochromatosis and alpha-1 antitrypsin. Hemochromatosis, as you know, is autosomal recessive. That's why we put it always in the multiple choice test. It's to do with chromosome 6. It is increased absorption iron from the gut, resulting in fibrosis and functional failure. Iron is also, deposited in other organs. For example, joints. You can get pseudogout and pancreas. The heart, you can get restrictive cardiomyopathy. Testes, you get testicular atrophy, and so on. And these patients, of course, have to have venosections to try and make sure that their iron levels are within normal limits. In terms of diagnosis, liver biopsy used to be discounted, but now with MRI scans, you can actually calculate the amount of iron. And the liver is a very important marker of the amount of iron that's available. So you look at not only that, but you look at the amount of fibrosis as well, and look for evidence of progression to cirrhosis and even liver cancer. It's very, very interesting that hemochromatosis is just, one cause. That's the classical hemochromatosis. But you remember, we used to talk about iron overload in Africa being secondary to people cooking using utensils rich in iron. We debunked that hypothesis when we did a huge genetic study, which we did in a number of African countries. And we were able to demonstrate that this so-called iron overload in Africa is largely due to another form of hemochromatosis, not the classical one, because it's different genes that are affected. And this has now been, debunked, the theory that it was due to people using utensils high in iron. Of course, you can make matters worse by having a diet which has got high iron levels. We have looked at various drinks, particularly in Southern Africa. We did this in Zimbabwe, in South Africa, and in Swaziland, and in Mozambique, where you had very stable populations. And we found that a number of drinks and very high levels as well. So, since this meeting is taking place in Texas, I do wonder whether Ajana of the millet staff has iron content. If this hasn't been looked at, then this will be a nice study for one of the young people listening. This is in a white skin. You can see that patients with hemochromatosis, you do get changes in skin coloration, and often people ask patients whether they've been on a holiday, when in fact they haven't. So this will be a clue if there's a change in the skin color. That is Wilson's genetic disorder that I mentioned to do with copper. Again, this is common in the multiple choice questions. Often, so someone says, this time we're dealing chromosome 13, and these patients have, high serum cerebroplasmin and increased urinary copper expression. And remember the eye signs, so ophthalmologists might pick these up. You get cirrhosis, then we have other comorbidities presenting other ologies. They might present, for example, to neurologists, with seizures, or extrapyramidal syndromes, and so on. So if you see a young person with strange neurology and liver disease, think, what could this be? Don't jump to Wilson straight away. Just look at their eyes and see if they have got the classical signs. Because the commonest cause of strange neurology and liver disease is alcohol. So if somebody is eating jaundice or has got a very funny gait, don't jump to a conclusion that this is Wilson. Just make sure that they're not drinking with alcoholic myopathy, neuropathy, or myelopathy. With regard to alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, again, this is common with multiple choice questions. Autosomal dominant, the severity of the disease, is dependent on which alleles have been affected, because there are various phenotypes. This time is chromosome 14, which is, the culprit. Remember, there are other causes of alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency as well, and other diseases that can be associated. Look at their lungs, their symmetries that might give you a clue. Like remember, in Uganda, we did associate alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, split 7, with hepatocellular carcinoma. The bad GI syndrome is a condition which is uncommon, but you do get thrombosis of the hepatic vein in this condition, maybe acute or chronic. Liver disease is interesting when you look at clotting. Clotting can be due to various factors. For example, if you have cirrhosis, protein S and protein C, which are made in the liver, are diminished, and that can predispose one to clotting. So, although they also have prolonged prothrombin time and low platelets, these patients are prone to both bleeding as well as clotting. So, portal vein thrombosis and hepatic vein thrombosis can occur in these patients. With regard to hepatocellular carcinoma, of course, we know the usual risk factors include cirrhosis itself, hepatitis. The difference between hepatitis B and C is this. Hepatitis B itself is oncogenic. So it's a risk factor. It can lead to liver cancer directly. Hepatitis C, on the other hand, leads to liver cancer, but not directly. It has got vascular cirrhosis. So, although both lead to liver cancer, it's through two different pathways. Then, of course, we have aflatoxin, which is another cofactor. The other very important thing about liver cancer is that ionobacter is the other factor. So, in places like Egypt, where I went on sabbatical leave, I found patients who had in one liver hepatitis B or hepatitis C, they had cirrhosis in that liver, they had schistosomiasis in that liver, they had aflatoxin exposure, and they had ionobacter. So they had about 6-7 hits in that liver. And so you get a very high rapid development of liver cancer. And that's why the incidence is very high in certain countries. The highest incidence in the world is in Mozambique, where there's a lot of hepatic carcinoma, and other areas, of course. Yeah. It's predominantly the disease of men. The male-female ratio is 12-1. There are 12 men with liver cancer compared to females, even though the incidence of hepatitis B is more or less the same in both sexes. So these other factors or drivers are very, very important in promoting liver cirrhosis and the rapidity with which people develop it, and liver cancer as well. And the youngest patient I have described with liver cancer is 12. I think that's the youngest one. At least by the time we wrote this patient up, that was the youngest in the literature. Patients with cirrhosis, of course, need to be followed up. Blood 76 months after protein, and an annual ultrasound scan should be done. With regard to resectability, only 15% are resectable. Most people present very late, and in Africa, most people already have underlying cirrhosis, so they are not going to do surgery. If you get focal liver cancer, you can get treatment with TACE plus arterial hepatic ligation. This was actually pioneered at the Cancer Institute, where we used to do hepatic arterial ligation. And at the moment, instead of doing ligation, we infuse chemotherapy by the hepatic artery, because the liver cancer cells they depend on blood supply from the hepatic artery. And of course, you do have portal vein as well, so you can get collaterals and blood supply of the liver from other sources. Gallstones, we know. Of course, we know the presentations and the complications. But remember that in addition to liver problems and pain, pancreatitis, gallstone areas can occur. So sometimes you can get very severe pain, and you can get migration of these gallstones from the gallbladder. Remember that not everybody with gallstones should have a cholecystectomy. You should look at how common the symptoms are. You should look at the actual description of the pain to really ascertain that this is coming from the gallbladder itself. And because when you remove the gallbladder, there are consequences. For example, people can get periodic gastritis, people can get intractable diarrhea and bowel of malabsorption, which may need treatment. ESCP is an important modality which we use in the investigation of these cases. The indications are as shown on that slide. Remember that you can remove gallstones via ESCP if they're in the bile ducts. But of course, if you do have stones in the gallbladder, then of course you're going in for laparoscopic cholecystectomy and so on. Now, ESCP is interesting. Remember the days when we used to have the NMRs? I think the young ones may not have been familiar with the NMRs, but we used to do quite a lot of these in the past. Of course, now we have colonoscopies and so on. And so some years ago, we pronounced the death of the barium enema because although it was useful and gives you some information, the advent of colonoscopy has superseded that. We see the same thing happening for ERCP. Diagnostic ERCP. In the future, there will be no diagnostic ERCP because it will be the barium enema of the bile ducts. The only role of ERCP will be therapeutic, and that will involve going in, removing the gallstones and so forth, rather than just doing ERCP for the sake of looking. Purport Medusa, remember that sign? Post-classical finger clubbing, the gynecomastia, the jaundice, spider fever. The stigmata of liver disease is important, so you don't just concentrate on examination of the abdomen. Remember to look and see. So, look at the hands. Very important. The upper body. Look at the abdomen. Remember cirrhosis, the stages of that, from necrosis to inflammation, fibrosis, and regeneration. And remember the patterns, macronodular and micronodular. Remember all the causes that have gone through: alcohol, viral, ketogenic, TBC, macromatosis, Wilson's, alpha-1 antitrypsin, and the autoimmune syndromes. Remember the complications from portal hypertension, ascites, encephalopathy, CVP, and of course hepatorenal syndrome. Just a few words on ascites. Remember to take a sample. Remember to assess the amount of albumin. Remember the differences. Translate the causes of that. That's the Glasgow code hypertension. And then there is the inflammatory causes, cancer, TB. Remember the management of ascites is very, very important in clinical practice. Fluid, salt restriction, making sure that you weigh the patient on a regular basis. Don't dash to lose mites. Use spironolactone. You measure the weight to see response. Aim at reducing the weight by 1 kilogram per day. And then, of course, in cases that are intractable, large volume paracentesis under albumin cover. Varices is very important, mortality terrible. Autogastropathy. Don't confuse that with gastritis. Remember, partial hemorrhage is a very important cause of mortality in every hospital. And having facilities to deal with this is very, very important. If you do endoscopy, don't just do endoscopy to look. Make sure that there are skills to have this varices banded. If you don't have the facilities, remember calprotectin or octreotide, very important in reducing blood pressure. And in the long term, people with varices should be put on beta blockers, non-selective such as propranolol, to reduce the risk. Remember the old second tube that used to be available? Try to get one for your hospital and have somebody trained to put that down in an emergency. Remember to remove it within 24 hours to avoid necrosis. But it can stabilize patients for transplant, and it can also help in stopping bleeding. SBP, very important. Patient with ascites and cirrhosis not responding. Get a sample. Do the cell count culture. If the cells are more than 250, put them on antibiotics. Renal failure, remember, this occurs when people have got aggressive dialysis. So your diuretic should be slow. Spironolactone first. Only add rosemary if the response is not optimal. Remember, you can measure sodium in the urine. And if it's too much, you are giving too much of that. Encephalopathy, very important complication. Look for infection. Make sure that it's constipated, exclude bleeding, and make sure that protein intake is limited. And if there's of that loss, of course, is very, very important. And rifaximin has been a game changer, particularly in patients who have got recurrent encephalopathy. Type 2 classification is very important for patients whom you are trying to tee up to see whether you want referring for surgery, liver transplantation, for example. You don't need to, master this slide. There are a lot of scores now available. Look on Google and make sure that you have something that you can refer to for just pure classification. Don't send a patient who is terminal, who cannot undergo surgery. Make sure you can break them. And usually, it's A, B, and C. C are patients where they've got a very high number of points. So finally, and lastly, these are the topics that were covered. We have flown through it. There's about to be discussed. Each one of these topics could have been in itself the subject of the lecture. But I've just tried to give you a flavor of what is available. There's a lot to do. And in my view, I think that the country should invest a lot in training, making sure that we've got skills, maybe sort of having networks so that all the various hospitals work together, because at the end of the day, we are all potential patients, and it's quite important to make sure that these facilities are now available. So I'll stop there, and if there are any questions, I'll be grateful if you could get back to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, any questions or any comment?
Thank you so much, Professor Clement, for your presentation. Let's give him a round of applause. He has mentioned that learning is lifelong, and the burden of liver disease is usually underrated. And he has taken us through quite a number of things, looking at the enzymes in the liver, the different enzymes that rise when there's a problem, either due to infections or obstructions in the flow of bile, or due to problems elsewhere, for example, the cardiac muscles or the skeletal muscles, or due to immune problems or genetic problems. He has really given us a lot of insight in the different areas. And so at this very juncture, I would like to ask, maybe if somebody has a question or two, we can give it. Yes, thank you. So hold on a little bit, somebody is going to ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Chebet. I work in Solid Treatment Department as an obstetrician. My question is this one? I don't know whether a question or something. Last year, in the Department of Obs and Gynae, we got about 3 pregnant mothers with ascites. In other words, with liver disease due to ascites. 2 had liver cirrhosis, 1 had hepatocellular carcinoma. Of course, they were pregnant with ascites, so then they come straight to Obs and Gynae. When we consulted with the physician with a number of investigations, we arrived to a conclusion that we've got to terminate the pregnancies. Remember the liver disease and bleeding disorders. Actually, in the 3, when we terminated the pregnancy, 2 survived. Of course, we discharged home. We didn't follow them so much during the postpartum period, especially the period for 42 days. 1 died. She just bled non-stop. Even when the platelet was a bit fair on the CBC machine. So then my question was, the physicians who are managing these matters with liver disease, we all know liver disease, kidney disease, they don't augur well with pregnancy due to the physiology of pregnancy. What is the role of the physicians in ensuring that these women within the reproductive age group don't get pregnant and they cause, because all the time I've worked in Scottish Regional Pharmacy in the department, I haven't seen any patient of liver disease, or especially when they come in that period of ascites and so forth. I've not seen one survive. There's one who was celebrating, we delivered her, the baby went to meet you, One day she was walking, vomited blood and collapsed and died. So I really don't know the role of the physicians in helping us. These women in reproductive age group could actually stop them also from getting pregnant or give them the information. This liver is one thing, renal disease, leukemia, there are just a number of them. Thank you, Opa.
Could I ask the person asking the question whether these patients were already under care of a physician and they were not advised, or you don't know, or they just presented for the first time the way they were?
Thank you so much. That was a good question. When we followed them up, they were actually attending chronic disease clinic for hepatitis and whatever. Most of them, they attend chronic clinics. They call them chronic clinics. Isn't it? There's hepatitis clinic, there's hypertension clinic. They usually attend those clinics. Of course, we all assume that those chronic clinics are under the care of the lead person, of course, is the physician. And of course, we know the other biggest challenge is that there's no preconception care. So we as gynecologists, we want that all of us who are seeing patients, whether you're dental, eye, for as long as someone is reproductive age group, and you see the condition, or someone has PM or renal disease, you encourage them to see a physician. Is the physician to tell you you're now stable to get pregnant? Because of recently, if I look at my data, because General Referral last year, majority of maternal death are indirect maternal death, meaning the mothers had a chronic medical condition which was worsened by physiology of pregnancy. Thank you, over.
Okay, we can allow another person, but what I can say is that in our setup, usually the mothers don't discuss anything with the doctors, whether they want to get pregnant or not. We just get surprised that somebody has come when she is pregnant. Yes, another person.
Thank you, Professor Kia. My name is Namara and I'm an epidemiologist. I wanted you to throw more light on cancer of the liver attributable to aflatoxin. How much do you see of that cancer in Europe? And probably, you talked about Mozambique, and I think right from medical school we were told about the brown nuts. I don't know what is in Gambia. And in Uganda we eat about the brown nuts, powdered or roasted or whatever. How much of this is attributable to aflatoxin or long chronic use?
Yes, could you please answer? Thank you.
It's actually very important because aflatoxin alone, as you know, causes liver cancer. It's not very common here in Europe because there's very little aflatoxin exposure. In China, there is a region where there is a lot of aflatoxin. And indeed, I went there as part of the WHO group and International Task Force group. And we were able to find a lot of association within a certain region of China, not very far from Shanghai. The Gambia that reported, of course, there's very high incidence of liver cancer in Gambia, lots of brown nuts as well. But also in Gambia they have hepatitis B, which makes it a double hit in terms of their livers. Mozambique, certainly yes. Indeed, on the medical ward in Mozambique, when I visited Maputo, 70% of patients on the medical ward all had liver disease, and the majority of them had liver cancer. So the association, I think, is fairly strong. The only problem is that there are other co-factors that definitely drive it as well. And aflatoxin story, not only brown nuts, but other things, beans and so on, also have lots of aflatoxin. And that's why places like here in Europe, they are restricting a lot of importations in terms of standards. This is one of the things they test for. when people are exporting these products. So they're becoming very strict on all those carcinogens, including aflatoxin. And I think that going forward, one of the strategies, certainly if we were to look at the problem in Uganda, is first of all to sort of come up with policies to control the amount of aflatoxin in the food, in addition to the other preventive measures that we always talk about, RSV vaccination and so on. So it's a factor that needs to be worked out country by country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for the interest of time, we are going to stop here because we have 2 more presentations.
Any other question?
Okay, 2 more. That's Dr. Tulu and somebody behind there. Thank you. Those 2. I would also like to recognize the presence of our chief guest, the RCC, who has walked in during the presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. I'm just going to make a few comments. I am an internal medicine specialist and a consultant physician at Absolute Regional Referral Hospital. We see a lot of hepatocellular carcinoma in TESO. We are currently doing an operational study, and our analysis shows that hepatitis B, alcohol, and hepatitis C are the common risk factors associated with hepatocellular carcinoma. We are seeing the male-to-female ratio is 2:1. Although you presented that in other studies you're seeing 12:1, but in TESO we are seeing more or less the same. The whole of last year in internal medicine, hepatocellular carcinoma was the leading cause of cancer among the cancer patients we saw in the Department of Medicine. The other comment is that, as far as the gynecologist said, we are seeing lots of patients that have cancer, liver conditions, who come in pregnancy, and the outcomes are very poor. The challenge, of course, is that when they get stable, when they get controlled, then the other issues of life take over, including sex and therefore pregnancy. So that's where the challenge is. And then when they get pregnant, they decompensate because of the pregnancy. And also some of them were diagnosed for the very first time during pregnancy. Sometimes the young girls were diagnosed for the first time with rheumatic heart disease when they get pregnant. So those are the things that we grapple with. The suggestion of the gynecologist to put them on family planning and avoid pregnancy, I know it's a very touchy area. If someone is 25-year-old, controlled hepatitis B, should they get pregnant? Should they get pregnant? Those are issues that are very difficult to handle, especially at the clinical aspect. Finally, the issue of aflatoxin is really a big challenge in our region. Although at a patient level you won't be able to know whether this hepatocellular carcinoma was due to aflatoxin or not. But we had the privilege to visit the biomedical laboratory at Gulu University, and the level of aflatoxin in the foods that we eat was alarmingly high. So we can only know that aflatoxin is really with us, and I don't know what we need to do. I have known of business people that have taken maize, for example, peanuts, for example, to the Nairobi market, and all of it was rejected because of the high levels of aflatoxin. So I think it's something that we need to think about. Perhaps another meeting should be between us and perhaps the people at the Ministry of Agriculture and perhaps the National Bureau of Standards to see how best we can handle the issue of aflatoxin. You can imagine the genus are rejected in Nairobi, they are brought back to Uganda, and then we consume them. Thank you very much.
Yes, there's another question. Dr. P.
I want to relate my question to Dr. Chebet's concern. As you could hear that she mentioned that they did CBC, the grade rates were actually normal. Now, personally, in my practice, I've taken it usually as a routine to do PT-INR. And I also include this for patients who might not only suspect have liver disease, but just as a routine. When I was doing my training in India, we had an emergency liver transplant surgery overnight because the patient came in and the only indication for that transplant was that the PT-INR was so deranged because the patient had consumed I think a kind of a poison, and so the transplant was done basically for that. Now, I believe if we're able to do this as part of our liver function protocol, the PT-INR, probably we could have averted such crises where the blood is normal, but to miss out because we know with the liver is no longer exercising what factors. Why don't we include, I know PT-INR is a coagulation profile, think about that, but in the setting of liver disease, why don't we consider it as a protocol for the liver function test?
Thank you very much. We have also been privileged to have a gastroenterologist in our midst. Maybe we give him an opportunity to say something, and then now we allow Professor Clement to answer those questions. Thank you.
Yeah, bleeding in pregnancy can be quite tricky, and I recently had a patient who had alcoholic hepatitis, and she discovered that she was pregnant at 23 weeks. Now, in UK, the termination of pregnancy is not allowed after 24 weeks. So I was pressured to make a decision as to whether this patient should be discharged from the ward. She wasn't directly under me, but I was looking after her. I was very keen that this patient undergoes a termination. Her INR was still 1.8. So we did everything we could to try and reduce her, to reduce the INR and increase the clotting factors. But she was very insistent. She found a private practitioner who was going to do the termination. And I found it quite a challenging situation. I tried to delay her as much as possible. I said, even if it goes into the 25th week, you have a better chance of survival if you have your termination when your INR is 1.2 or 1.3, than if you go with an INR of 1.2. That if you try a termination with an INR of this was with an INR of 1.8 that it was. She did manage to stay an extra week, but then she disappeared. I'm not quite sure what happened to her. But those are some of the challenges that you will face when patients present with bleeding problems, with potential bleeding problems and severe liver disease in pregnancy, and they want procedures like some of what you described with those three ladies. So it is quite a dilemma, and I'm sure a lot of Claire, you may have come across something like that. Maybe you may want to comment.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Professor Clement.
Sounds like you didn't hear that.
Yes, you are on. Could you please give responses to the questions that were given? Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. Indeed, I've just been reminded that, I have a list starting in about 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes. It's nice to see my friend, Check Masiko. I agree that the issue of pregnancy and abnormal health function tests is extremely difficult, and those patients do very poorly if they are pregnant with liver disease. It's not only liver cancer alone, but in fact, there are many syndromes where you can have somebody having pregnancy and then have liver failure. Basically, it's the MDT. You need to have the physicians, you need the gynecologists, and you need, of course, the intensivists, joint discussion. So this decision shouldn't just be taken by one person. What I would say is that it should be taken jointly in discussion with the wishes of the patient as well. But MDT is the way I would go as far as that's concerned. And there's no right or wrong answer. But at the end of the day, most of those patients that are treated are going to do very poorly. With regard to the other comments, I think what it has illustrated is the need for us to probably discuss all these issues in relation to liver disease and come up with policies and programs. Because I think there's just so much to cover that, given the time and so forth, it would be impossible to come up with the final solution here. And what I'm going to propose really is that in the next meeting, we do have CPD as one of the major thrusts of that meeting, and then we can have a whole day or a whole afternoon just discussing one aspect and then move on to another. But clearly there are lots of questions outstanding which I think we cannot fully address in the time given. Anyway, I have to go. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Prof. Clement. So, colleagues, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. The next presentation that is coming is about rational use of diagnostic imaging. Now, since I have the mic, allow me to mention something. I would like those of his care. That is the retired obstetrician gynecologist, Dr. Guao. Could you please stand up? He's my boyfriend. Okay. That was an interlude. Thank you. The person who is coming next is a consultant radiologist, that is Dr. Pierre James. He's a consultant radiologist at Uganda Heart Institute since 2018, up to date. He's a cavalry radiologist in Pumi Orthopedic Hospital. He's proprietor of Community Clinic and Imaging Center. Worked as a radiologist at Soweto General Referral Hospital from 2004 to 2018. Worked as a medical officer in Pumi Hospital from 1997 to 2001, and at St. Mary's Hospital at Shaw, 1993 to 1997. And it's in that hospital where he did his internship. So let's, colleagues, let's allow us to clap to
our guest of honor, senior colleagues, young colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. James Opio is my name, as I've been introduced. I'm in the art of medical imaging. Looks like in the evening of my public service career, I'm left with also just about 1 year. My heart skipped a bit when the session chair said that she wanted to introduce someone so dear to her. I thought maybe I was their wife. Thank you so much. We're going to talk about rational use of diagnostic imaging. Rational means you do something with reason. Purposefully do something for a reason. And that means maybe we have kind of gone out of the way and we're doing it quite often without reason. That we are doing imaging far at a time. So that's going to be the center of our discussion. So the outline is as given down there. We're going to define radiology, which is really diagnostic imaging, part of it. I'll say something about, as an introduction, the diagnostic imaging modalities. This is a presentation that is really long overdue because I remember in the second last conference like this, I was supposed to have given this talk together with one of my colleagues who gave part of it. I'm sure she talked about modalities of diagnostic imaging. What we would like to add is, what are the concepts of the radiology enterprise and access to diagnostic imaging. These are not old concepts, but we seem to be lagging behind as far as appreciating those two concepts. I'll talk about issues of radiation protection and definitely, like I said, issues of misuse and suboptimal use of medical imaging. Radiology is a branch of medicine that uses imaging technology to diagnose and treat disease. And by that, we have diagnostic arm and also have the therapeutic radiology arm, which includes intervention radiology, which is yet to take root in Uganda, but we have radiation oncology, which is a branch of therapeutic diagnostic imaging. It is loosely sometimes called the eye of medicine, but we are really like the midfield. The diagnostics, including pathology and laboratory, are like the midfield in a football pitch. You can look at this analogy like you have the obstetrician and gynecologists as strikers. You have the pediatricians and the IMEDs in the flanks. We are still in there in between, all of us. Then if you can allow me to go ahead, you can have all surgical disciplines as the defense team, and maybe the woodwork we can put the hotel. All of us depend on imaging. There is none of you that can think, like I've seen some doctors think or claim that they cannot make any decision based on a radiological report. That's not correct. Quite often, diagnostic imaging is either misunderstood or outright neglected. People don't think it is really serious. As I attended one of the meetings of the inception of this university, when we tried to look at the curriculum as it was, there was nothing talking radiology. I remember Professor Kira asking me that, maybe is it my eyes? I'm not seeing anything radiology. Have you seen it? Yes, there wasn't. Maybe there is something wrong. Have you seen it? Yes, there wasn't. Maybe there is something wrong. But to tell you the truth, we are in the midfield. To tell you the truth, we are in the midfield. There are, of course, other kinds of X-ray. There was no trouble choosing what imaging modality. X-ray. There was no trouble choosing what imaging modality someone wanted. All we had was X-ray. But as we speak, we have a whole array of imaging modalities, most of them using ionizing radiation, a good number, actually few, using non-ionizing technique. So the problem really is that we have to choose. There should be no doubt that we have to choose judiciously what modality we are using because of the inherent risk carried by the ionizing radiation-based techniques. And we also have to mandatorily eliminate unnecessary exposure. We must think about preventing exposure that is really not necessary. And when we choose to do it, it should be as low as reasonably achievable. And this is what the training is all about for those people who are engaged in this trade. So the summary is that exposure should be just right and also optimized. Next slide, please. So that is the catalog of modalities I was talking about. Those ones highlighted in red, those ones are new, the ones which use ionizing radiation. MR and ultrasonography were lucky. MR is quite advanced, we are not, it doesn't give us a problem of ionization. The same with ultrasonography. Radiography, mammography, fluoroscopy, CT, PET CT, radionuclide imaging, all those ionizing based radiation modalities. So, like I said, we wanted to talk about the radiology enterprise. Radiology enterprise is an organization either independent or within a large medical facility that specializes for delivering medical imaging services, including diagnostic and image-guided treatment. It has many processes and components that should be manned by different personnel. Next slide, please. Because, as you realize, most of us either work in facilities or all facilities where someone gets equipment, and the best we can do in terms of personnel deployment is to get a radiographer or an imaging technologist, and it stops there. Okay? There are many facilities that are run mainly by radiographers or imaging technologists. You hardly find that there is a nurse, for example, or there is a physicist, let alone having a radiologist. Okay, for the last two, our numbers are still fairly few, but this is the ideal situation that most of us should look at whenever we're establishing an imaging facility. The administrator takes into account the schedule of patients, document insurance, capture, record payments, and manage the human resource. The nurse, ideally, is also supposed to be there, and there are very few facilities where I have found a nurse deployed in the imaging department. And yet there are issues like preparation of patients for examination, even resuscitation. Sometimes patients get complications there. You need to have some drugs in the X-ray department. When I was in Sorota, I used to ask also some drugs, some instruments, then they would wonder why would I need really some like cannulas and so on. We also get sometimes complications in the X-ray department. Then the radiographer, the sonologists are supposed to operate the imaging hardware, print out and transmit images. There is a problem of crossover of roles because of the large numbers on one side, the small number of radiologists, for example. That's why we've done road extension, but seems to be brewing into a big problem in this country. Because now the radiographer says, as much as they are able to produce images, they are also being taught pattern recognition, so they should as well go ahead, do interpretation and the rest of the issues. I'm happy that this talk is going to give baseline information and raw data for that monster we described in the afternoon. That we need because we have parallel supervising councils, graduating councils. The tendency has been for each council to protect its own and create unnecessary competition where there should actually be teamwork. the radiographers ways. Maybe because the law is not yet biting, but time will bring us to reality that it is reality. So the radiologist does the interpretation, the physicist is supposed to manage radiation safety for imaging hardware. He's supposed to calculate the doses, he's supposed to monitor dose exposure to all the workers in the department. He's supposed to have a routine, he's supposed to have a roadmap for equipment service and maintenance. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, like I said, often most of the components of this enterprise are missing or overlooked, causing compromise of quality of a service. In one of the hospitals in Kampala, they actually have, not that they boast of it, they actually have a high-end MR machine. So this is a scenario where the clients were referred to because they have the best machine, like in the country, but the enterprise had only the person manning the machine. And because sometimes you have to give contrast, the child developed a cardiac arrest in the country. And you can imagine the poor radiographer didn't know, didn't have any support, didn't have an idea, you lost that child. This is how quality is compromised when you don't pay attention to what the enterprise should entail. Even the image quality sometimes compromised. Patient safety, communication sometimes becomes difficult. I told you of that hospital where I worked, and there was just someone who knew how to operate the machine. But you can imagine what quality of work is he going to put out. Because he's not going to do contrast examination, he's not going to. So the enterprise has to be near complete, irrespective of the technology deployed. Next slide, please. I also want to talk about access to diagnostic imaging. Access, when I looked at the ordinary dictionary meaning, is ability to obtain or make use of something or service. But in this case, WHO defines it as an interaction of different factors that culminate into beneficial utilization of medical technology to address the local need in a manner that is affordable. Next slide, please. And these are the components, these are the factors that influence access to imaging. Talk about availability, affordability, appropriateness, acceptability, and accessibility. Sometimes when you say there is access, you think that maybe the client is within reasonable geographical distance of the location of the equipment. Next slide. But more than that, it's not just enough to be near where the gadgets are installed. You must be able to afford it. You must be able to afford it. And the medical imaging technology must address the local need and be utilized in a manner that is affordable. You can imagine deploying an MR in, like, Ugondo, for example, where at best there is a health center 3 or 4. As much as there will be consumers, first of all, they may not afford, and even there is no expertise to man it. The same thing with having a city machine in, like, a regional hospital, where you are going to deploy the radiographer. Okay? So that even if it is within geographical reach, you may be able to afford it, but you're not getting the best out of it. I'm not surprised that I have seen some patients being referred from Soroti to Mbali for the same service. Because the equipment is available, it's accessible, but other components make it inaccessible and not so useful. Acceptability also captures attitudes of the individuals, including health workers, regarding the use of medical devices. So according to WHO, up to 70% of people in the world lack adequate access to basic imaging technology such as electron microscope, and they observe very critically that studies show 80 to 90% of the imaging need in the developing countries can be met by X-ray and ultrasound alone. So if you bypass the good old X-ray and the basic ultrasound, you have forfeited 80% of benefit to people who would have consumed imaging service. So like we have a CT without a functional X-ray, without functional ultrasound, you're only taking care of maybe 10 to 20%. We are doing a disservice to the large majority of the beneficiaries of medical imaging. And this situation is not far. We see it. Okay? So the way forward here is to plan for primary and secondary level equipment that is appropriate and appropriate personnel. Okay? Next. So I would like to take time off to talk about issues of misuse or suboptimal use. All that I've been laboring to say has something to do with suboptimal use. We have the technology, but we are not using it. We are not deployed enough person, we are not using it appropriately. One of the problems that we met is overzealous prescription. And this problem is not unique to us. Technology seems to have replaced clinical assessment of patients. So as soon as you say mention your name, the clinician, and then you give your complaint, the next thing they think about is imaging. I gave a similar talk when I was in Slovakia. I actually displayed some requests where someone said, as cough and sore throat, and the same for scan the throat. Yes? Scan the throat. Sometimes we request an imaging test because the equipment is available. Yeah? Because ultrasound, a clinic gets an ultrasound, even if someone has a back pain, that will necessitate an X-ray, say that you must go for a scan, and scan the back. Ultrasound will not help us. Then there is a problem of commission. And we are falling in this trap as doctors. For us, who also, like in the hybrid kind of situation, like in private, we've got into your offices, we'll come to you that for every patient that you refer for any test, this is yours. This is an area of abuse and misuse. So, in as many times as you care, you will send and request imaging tests which are not useful. Then there's prescription by unqualified personnel. I had a serious case of, with due respect, an RDC who had sent a patient for a scan X-ray because they had a headache. So when I said, no, this is not the procedure, you first go to OPD, get a number, get examined, you prefer to go back to sender. Obviously, the reaction was not good. I was threatened with the loss of job, and I had somehow to do some kind of X-ray. I did a chest X-ray. we did a chest X-ray instead of the scan because there was hypertension. But all I could do was to explain to him that you see, because you have hypertension, your heart is beginning to enlarge, and that is giving you headache. And I got through the situation. But of course, that was malpractice. But it was something to do with the interference that we talked about this morning. Then there are also cases of self-requests. Sometimes we bend to the patient's request to do a particular kind of test that I want to scan. One. They hadn't given me a chance to look at it. But as you know, when you have a chest X-ray, most of the times we look at the heart size and also passages in the lungs. He was still having it in his hand. But Dr. Emuria is not the person to come and ask you that, is this normal? When it's actually normal. So, without a doubt, I say, no, it's not normal. But then in those few seconds, I have to work out what was abnormal about it. Because the lung fields were so very clear. Which was actually the point. The heart size, it was a child. The heart was not also so enlarged, but it was good shaped. Then I asked him, can I ask a question? He said, yes, and the child had cyanosis. Yes, the child had cyanosis and finger clubbing. So the diagnosis was there. Eh? What was the diagnosis? Eh? It was tetralogy. And if you can imagine, if I was just looking at that X-ray and sitting in my office, I would have probably made the same. I was happy the X-ray did not come from my department, it came from somewhere else. So you see, the value of interaction. Oh, I think because they cannot put a finger on what they are seeing, I think it's not clear. This X-ray is not clear, so for that matter, you now board again, you go to Professor S.W. or somewhere, maybe get another clinic. So let us avoid those shortcomings as practitioners. Next slide, please. So finally, let's say something about radiation protection. So who needs protection? The patient needs protection by way of appropriately deciding which tests, because most of those tests have inherent risks in terms of radiation, but sometimes in terms of cost. The public needs protection. Our people sometimes are so caring, they want to be with their patient by the bedside. The whole clan can come and want to be in the X-ray room. If it is not necessary to have them, get them out. If it is necessary, for us in the medical and the imaging profession, we prefer that we dress them, we shield them, as well as the imaging professionals. All imaging professionals are gone into a training where they need to shield themselves, they need distance, they need to limit the time of exposure. They know that. And then, like I said, the rest of us must choose the appropriate and safe modality and use it judiciously. Requisitions, and this is all, by the way, by way of this, we are also giving a summary. Requisition must be by qualified personnel. Not just anyone should request, let alone the patient. Keep the public in a safe distance from radiation sources. Okay? Next. Provide the necessary for us, our managers, make sure you provide the necessary PPE for professionals in that field, shielding, and conduct mandatory one of these days. You are not going to them, get that clearly read, and they will come to you. And if they come to you more than twice, they know the benefit that they want. You're not okay? Yes. That's one of the things. Sorry about that. I used to think that these power issues were really only Kumi maybe was done this. Maybe we would have abandoned the presentations altogether if we didn't Kumi. So, like I said, for us who are managers, these areas must conduct mandatory radiation monitoring of our staff, keep the public in a safe distance from radiation sources, and do regular servicing of medical equipment. This is a sample of test images that this is an X-ray. Sometimes some people, because ultrasound has become so popular, even for cases like this, someone might still first think about ultrasound scan, and yet may not give us the detail that we need to see as in this case. Next slide, please. Next. Yes, the value of the modern imaging technology. Days when you have X-rays, with head injury, you think the X-ray is normal, and yet there are issues inside. Brain contusion there, the epidural hemorrhage on one side. Next, intracerebral hemorrhage. In case those days you would still think of a skull X-ray, you wouldn't see much, and yet there is trouble inside there. Next, that's acute intracerebral hemorrhage. Trauma, that's a ruptured spleen. X-ray may not show as much. Ultrasound is the imaging model of choice. In fact, they say it's the poor man's CT, not mentioning about obstetric ultrasound. Next, for dating and confirmation of pregnancy. There is so much I would have loved to show you, but I think let us stop here. And the next slide, please. That was us taking imaging to Lake Victoria Island called Busi some time back. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pio. You have really given us information about medical diagnostic imaging. As you mentioned that, like you are in the midfield and all the different players really need you in this giving services to the patients. You mentioned that teamwork is very important. Yeah, you cannot stand alone, that is very true. We need to discuss and see how we can be able to make things better for our patients. So, colleagues, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Pio. There will be a question or two, but because of time, let's allow UAP maybe in 2 or 3 minutes to say something, because they've been very instrumental in making sure that this conference takes place. They made some good contributions, and so let's allow them to talk to us a bit. Thank you very much.
Maybe as the UMP circle gets ready, we'll take a few questions for Dr. Pio.
As UAP is getting ready, is there anybody who has a question? Yes.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kodoya, my name is Senior Consultant Surgeon and Urologist. Listening to Dr. Pio, he clearly brought out an aspect of usage. While in the world, we discover a few attitudes towards radiology. One of them he brought, that was before you send the patient for an investigation, you should be able to use it. You should have made up an opinion. But most of the time, the students under training want shortcuts. When they are presenting, before even presenting examination findings, they quickly go to ultrasound, all the things that are presented to them. That's why we tell them to put flex on them and tell them you should have made an opinion of 80% before you go to that area. And the other thing, sometimes when you are running a difficult clinic, this is controversial. There are patients who are really stressed their head. And to give you time to think, you must send them for an investigation. As you process your CPU. These are days of techno sapiens. We know not all of us are Homo sapiens. but eventually we shall have techno-sapiens within us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pierre, for that fantastic presentation. You did mention much about CT and contrast. One of the difficulties that we find these days is problems with contrast nephropathy, particularly if you do not take appropriate care. How are you doing in preventing that in your practice? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. There are a number of contrast studies talking about contrasted CT examinations. There are a number of studies that you may not need contrast, just non-contrasted studies enough. But where it is mandatory that you must get a contrast study, you need to do baseline mandatory renal function tests. You have to get clearance. We have put it up as GFR 60. Below that, we shall be reluctant to give contrast to that patient. And we are very cognizant of the fact that contrast itself can induce acute kidney injury even in a normal patient, and the situation may be worse in a patient who already has renal compromise. So we take care of that. If we can still see something non-contrast, we do non-contrast this time. But the centers that do contrast CT examination mandatory ask for pre-examination manufacturing.
Is that 60 too high? We tend to use the voting. The GFR of 60 is almost normal.
It's normal. Yeah, so for us to take extra precaution, and to tell you the truth, also sometimes we get back to you. Is this okay? Is it safe? We ask the physician. Is 455? Like you said, it's too high, 55. But if it's we're in the safe range, at least. If we refuse, it's because we're taking extra precaution.
Yeah, you know, it is a very interesting area because I had a patient recently who they did a GFR the night before when they requested the CT of her abdomen. She had a GFR of 40.
Yes.
So they agreed to do the examination. But in the meantime, she had a light volume paracentesis, and they didn't notice that the GFR had fallen to. So we had to come in and take preventive measures. Thankfully, she suffered major contrast nephropathy, but something to be aware of. I suggest that 40 may be okay, because very often when you want to do that contrast study, there is an important disease that you are wanting to look at. And particularly cancers will not show up in someone without contrast, particularly in the liver and places like that.
Yeah, that emphasizes the value of teamwork. I try to emphasize teamwork a lot. Right? You don't want us to operate in isolation. That level of teamwork is excellent. Thank you.
I don't know whether Professor Okolo is here or Professor Maswa. Because I wanted, oh, they're here, okay, good. No, mine is a very simple question, and I'll elaborate it with an example. Then I went to Washameli, somebody had just come there. Somebody had a practitioner and a doctor and an X-ray unit behind the cooker, behind the ordinary shop. An X-ray. And I said, but you man, so you are radiating almost everybody. What is the protection here? And of course, he had all these other paraphernalia, ultrasound, all these things that are littered around, bought by politicians. Professor Maso, what's the policy? Who should own, operate an X-ray? What are the tenets, the important tenets? Before you have an X-ray, before you have a CT scan, whatever is radioionizing, what is the policy? And I think we should. policy puts this directly with the licensing authority, which is the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. That is their job to license clinics, public and private. So, here somewhere, I think I hope they will give the same answer as I have given. It is the responsibility of the licensing authority, which in this case is the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council.
I think in addition to that, I would love to know whether that practice was appropriately licensed by the Atomic Energy Council. From Atomic Energy Council?
No.
No, that's not enough. We may have evaded the eye of the Atomic Energy Council, because I'm sure if they had ever stepped there, they would close it yesterday in the next few minutes.
Well, I close it, but I think I did it wrong.
Because these days, as much as the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council issues licenses to private practitioners, they are, especially for imaging radiation, you have to have further licensure by the Atomic Energy Council. They have to come and conduct rigorous inspection, including testing for leakage, output from the equipment, and so on. And before you know it, they will give you the report. If it is in a local, it's in a crowded place, if there is no, the walls are not safe, they will definitely close it. They recommend closure. It looks like by the time you were there, it was still operating in the background. They had not, the Atomic Energy doesn't know about them.
While we have our guest here who is an administrator, I think it's a role for public administrators in the community to be sensitive to this type of things as well. To find out if all the clinics are licensed, laboratories, and so on. All of the staffs.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one final point. Dr. Pia, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. The guest of honor is here. I just wanted to say something which is a bit touchy. We know Dr. Pio made a presentation, and there's aspects of money where, sometimes it's when you send a test, you get this amount of money. So sometimes we send investigation tests because of the money. And I've had clients who come and say, Doctor, please send for you to look at my X-ray. And you want that, then the person requesting the X-ray already had what they have in mind. The other issue that I want to share is you practice medicine, and this is because our guest of honor is here. You practice medicine in Sorority Hospital, and sometimes there's particular patients that you require a senior radiologist. And you make a request that now this test you need to go and look for Dr. Pio in town. But remember that you have a scanning machine at the hospital. So when this patient goes, sometimes the community misunderstand and they think you are sending there because you're going to get some money. And I'm sure if they go to the guest of honor to report that amount, and the guest of honor will not be kind to the person requesting. And we are now in the era of technology where that alone can go into the media. Sorority is now requesting for tests in a private facility. So sometimes we ask for tests because the person on the other side is the best person to handle. But sometimes that gets misinterpreted by the community that you could be requesting because of monetary gain. And at the same time, those are people who actually send tests out there because of the money. So it's something that is very difficult to handle. I'm happy that the RCC, who is our guest of honor, is here to appreciate that sometimes we send these things out because the service, in as much as the machine is available, but you're looking at the expertise that may not be available at the point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have had quality time this afternoon. At first I was worried that because people had really full stomachs, maybe people would be sleepy, but it has been very engaging. We have had very good discussions. So I'd like to thank all of you for being very good audience. They have been very participatory the whole of the afternoon. So thank you very much. I would like to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Florence Alaroke. Another round of applause, please. Yes, and then before we go to our last session, which is the closing ceremony, there are people who supported us to make sure this occasion happens. We'd love to thank them. And UAP has moved out, but thank you so much for being there. Kumi Orthopedic Center, thank you so much. The Tesla Hospital, Doctors Plaza, Joint Clinic, UMA Sacco, and of course the conveners, Mental Health Forum and the Elders Forum. Thank you so much. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you. So we would have loved to give all of you a chance to greet us, but because of time, we shall give Uma Sacco just 5 minutes to give a summarized presentation, and then we go to our last session, which is the closing session. Thank you.
Good evening. Yogabong. My name is Norbert Aunokiror. I have summarized the presentation again and again and again, and I even continue summarizing it because I know we are way behind time. Uma Sacco is a Sacco of medical doctors in Uganda. Currently, we stand over 1,600 members who save and borrow together. Our asset base is over 10.4 billion. We give out loans from 40,000 to over 200 billion to individuals, to groups, as long as they subscribe to the Uma Sacco. I am so privileged to present this. Our elders know very well that the cooperative industry used to thrive. Currently, cooperatives as a general are so much inclined to the side of savings and credit cooperatives. And Uma Sacco is among the top 20 in the country, and I'm proud to mention this. Kindly move to the next slide. The next. Next. Thank you. What do you benefit from being with a Sacco? Without going through this slide, members, money is not the source of evil. The elders will correct me, but in the story of the Bible, it wasn't money that led to the fall of man. Members, let's appreciate how to manage finances. Yes, for the elders, time is short, but in brief, I would say, at this point, you do not need to venture into new waters. You need to have most of your investments solid, and the little that comes from that solid investment should be in your liquid, disposable income that you now play around with. Let's move to the next slide. We have had senior members particularly the elders, because elders are here, and this conference is particularly towards that. We have had members who I could give as an example. These two examples are all our SACCO members, professors, names withheld, and characters not directly depicted. But one joined the SACCO, served the SACCO, retired. Actually, in her retirement, she got a huge package that she did not know how to really handle it. So she brought it to the SACCO, of course following our literacy sessions that we have been presenting to our members. So she brought it to the SACCO, got some advice from the SACCO. We have service providers in investments, in land, and so forth, in production. So she benefited from our expert advisors, and then, in my opinion, she has utilized the SACCO to the best. And we also have the other elder, a professor as well. He came to the SACCO when he was in need of 10 million. Of course, it's unfortunate that it can really be very hard for you to get just 10 million shillings, but it happened. And he was stuck chasing retirement funds, does not qualify for the loan. His rentals are doing badly. The son had to bail him after he got into deep into being indebted. Next slide. So how do you join SACCO? Basically, all our members are medical doctors. We also take in our associate members, medical students, whom we know will become medical doctors. So basically, you join the medical association, UMA, and then you pay 170,000 for membership, which will contribute your same investments. A share account will be created for you, and a savings account, and then you'll be able to save with the SACCO. I am available. We have forms for registration. I'm available for inquiries up to the end, and I am very, very happy. And long life to the elders, long life to the association, and long life the SACCO. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, I would like to usher us into the last part of our stay here, and that is the closing ceremony. I know very many people want to make announcements here, but time is not on our side. To take us through the closing ceremony, allow me to introduce an entrepreneur, a born doctor, is also an environmentalist and a philanthropist. Most importantly for me, rarely doctors have time to write books outside medicine. This doctor has authored books. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for none other than Dr. Emuria John, the consultant orthopedic surgeon.
I can see some people like titles, consultant orthopedic surgeon. Where did I become one? Good evening. I know it's been so long. We've had 2 long days, and he's trying to force me to follow some protocol, but I'm not good at protocol. First, I must apologize to Professor Kyria. I stopped him from going. I told him it was only 5 minutes. He started again for another 30 minutes. Scientists are not known for talking for too long. They are always precise and up to the point with evidence-based pronouncements. Yes, the last 2 days have been fruitful days, impactful days. We've shared a lot. And all that has been concretized into some 2 documents, which are still fairly parallel. But they will be fused together so that we speak with one voice for the good of our population. And our population doesn't just exclude doctors, it includes doctors. Yes, I'm John Emuria, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a business person, and when I heard yesterday people lamenting about pay, we are only one salary away from poverty. No one will make you comfortable. You have to make yourself comfortable. If you serve the population that you've been given to serve very well and appropriately, they will reward you. Now, I want to thank the women members for coming up with this idea and of bringing us together. It's been long in coming. We've shared a lot, and I've seen that there are many things that are system problems. But we're all willing to put our hearts together, our heads together for the good of our country. We deserve a long presentation is given. Yours is not a long presentation, it should be 2 minutes. You're welcome. On the clock of 2 minutes, I'll switch off the microphone.
Thank you so much. I think 2 minutes is too long because as much as the meeting here, the biggest problem is to work to ensure that all aspects of family are comfortable. So, we want to observe the chief guest. Chancellor, University, Vice Chancellor, the elders, Minister online, members of UMA that we managed to come up with invitation support, like Valley University, University, and really the objectives for the right goal when we interacted with the elders was to come and meet, catch up. There's catching up, and then there are those who are meeting for the first time and looking forward to such a person. For me, I think that has been achieved. And then also raising voices for our own professional practice. I think also what we are doing, we are going to concretize that sort of declaration. So, once again, as a young man who is still growing in this profession, this practice, serving our own and serving the community, very glad that this conference by all means has come to pass. Apologies for anything that we did not right. We're still learning. This is the first level, and I'm sure the second one, the end as the same way it will be, probably be better. And how do we live our region? Our region, we live it, more visibility, because it's the so branch, more visibility. We have the t-shirts. Thank you so much for purchasing them. I encourage others to come and send them, even if it is to Canada. Thank you so much for coming. God bless you. As we go for the dinner, as we talk about where we're going, God bless all the families. That's much we love in UMA. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for it. Since I really does not go into politics, let me tell you, the other place is not as rosy as you think. May I take this chance to invite the UMA President to mention a few words as we close. The UMA President, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Margareta. Elders, good evening once again. Our chief guest, our assistant representing the Vice President, you most welcome. The Chancellor, good evening, all protocol observed. Apologies, I was not able to be here early in the morning today. We are handling a few things which came up in the new public service structure, where we have a position of GSO being opened up to our colleagues who have studied physiology, Bachelor of Anatomy, Bachelor of Medical Sciences. We had a tough discussion yesterday evening, and then the few things came up today morning. Because I had agreed with the acting Director General and the new chairperson for the Health Service Commission that together, them and us as the Uganda Medical Association, we should write and contest this decision, because if we don't do it, it will become a policy and it will bite us. And these are the same things which are being discussed here in the morning. I don't know, maybe many people are not seeing that, but a lot of malpractice, problems with leadership and governance were discussed, and none of us talked about it, but it is real. So we were trying, I was receiving some of recommendations and comments. I would like to thank the past chair of the Emuria branch. I don't know if he's still here. Okay, I think he has left. Thank you so much for your contribution to the arrangement, and I'm still receiving more. We shall be meeting with the Director General and the Chair of the Health Service Commission and write a final document which we shall submit to the PS of Ministry of Public Service, and we take follow-up and ensure that this changes. So that was the reason for my giving apologies. I would like to note or talk about some of the things which were really alarming, also important to today's discussion, and one of them was overlapping in regulation. These were very interesting discussion. I know, however, that Dr. Nama does not agree with the Health Professionals Regulation Authority, but I think this is something we need, and we should agree as you are to ensure that it is pushed and have it implemented. Of course, there have been a number of confusions. Even people are wondering, is this an issue? The State House, the monitoring unit, is it Uganda Medical Mental Practitioners Council, is it the National Drug Authority? A few days ago, our members were on the head of our acting deputy registrar, calling him out and mocking him because of a prescription which was very awkward and posted in our WhatsApp group, where Park was saying that he did examinations and he was reporting he saw intestine, he saw brain, and then was reporting he saw intestine, he saw brain, and then understand that this is Dr. Malta, he says it's Dr.
Thank you. Before I call our elders, can I see the organizing committee? Just stand up. It's good to stand up. See, if you've been seated for a long time and we don't want you to end up in black clothes, stand up. Can we try for this organizing committee? We, the participants, we, the organizers, thank you for bringing us together and for spending your time. The alumni. May I take this opportunity to invite the Vice Chairperson of the Elders Forum to say a few words. You know, these are elders now, they speak slowly. I will give us some 7 minutes. The President had 5, now the Vice Chairperson have 7 minutes. And for respect, I will step down the other side as she speaks. I will not stand behind her.
No problem at all. I will not take the 7 minutes. The resident city commissioner and all protocol observed, and this has gone really well. I think having been almost the only female in the UMA Elders Forum, our other colleague was very, very busy, Dr. Lydia Mongerera, whom I'm sure you all know. December is a very busy month for her, so she wasn't. So it will get WhatsApp messages at 4 in the morning.
and a response is expected. Sometimes at 6 in the morning, a response is expected. And I'm sure my other colleagues are getting the same messages. But I think that's how we have been able to run it and keep it going and get it to the point where we have got today. Because the idea of the merry-go-round came from the Elders Forum, feeling that there's a need, there's a gap. And I think it was realized here how big a gap there is. Most of those elders who are here appreciated very much this opportunity to come together, to meet again people we had not seen, some of us since medical school. So I think that was a very big success. If we had to review and say, was it successful? I would say a resounding yes, in that sense. And I would like to thank each and every one of the elders who came. It is not easy for us elders to pack our bags and leave our homes. We are very comfortable where we are. But to come here and stay 2 days in hotels, I think really it was a very big effort on the part of the elders. And had we had the TESO branch organized and ourselves, and we get here and there's nobody, I think that would have been a huge challenge. So thank you so much, the elders who came and who made and participated very actively and made this such a successful meeting. I want to give a very special thank you to the lady elders. I think we have to mention, if you count how many lady elders were in this meeting and how many are male elders, you can see there's really a very big, yes. So I really want to thank especially the 4 ladies from my cohort of 1970, 72, 78, yes. Many times when the lady elder maybe wants, if she's elder as well, it's very difficult for them to leave their children, their grandchildren, their farms, their this and that. But at the same time, this weekend, we also had the women's meeting. So there was a bit of a clash in that sense, and that's why you don't see so many lady elders here. I know at least 2 who had also signed up to come, but because of the other meeting, they could not be here. So hopefully for the next one, we shall study calendars very carefully to make sure there are no other clashing meetings. But the idea of this one was to try to target the summers, as we call them, and I think we were successful in that sense, because a lot of those who had come for their vacations were also able to participate in this meeting. Probably the final thank you is to Professor Omaswa, who's the Chancellor of Soroti University. I thank the university, but I also thank him in a very special way, because for many people who are speaking, they all tended to refer to him and what he has done. He has been very passionate about building up the human resources, going out of his way to mentor, to support, to guide. And I feel like he must be very proud sitting here and seeing so many of the people who have come out, not just in Uganda as a whole, but in particular, the young people who have come out of Soroti here. I think he has been somebody who we look up to and we say, yeah, I also want to be like that when I grow. So a bit older. Yes. So I think I'll stop there for now. I will not say very much. I don't think I used my 7 minutes.
May I take this chance to invite the chairman of the elders? The chairman of the elders has 8 minutes. And I know he's my friend, he's my father, and he has many words. Today I'm going to stand behind him to tell him to keep to 8 minutes. Apollo Epward, the physician, the other man. For real.
Thank you, John Ekure. Thank you, John Ekure Kokuri, Orthopedic Center. He has been very well introduced. Our guest of honor, RCC, you are greatly welcome in our midst. You bear with us if you found strange language being spoken. But I think it's good for you to know this language, and we know you are part of what we are trying to achieve here. Papa, Chief Elder, if I just call him Chief Elder, I think it speaks a lot. There are truly few elders who have been with us, sit with us through all UMA meetings. Let me just talk about UMA from venue, from year to year. The other one I could mention is Professor Dabella. And before that, it may be less now, but Professor George Kirian. And then there was one late microbiologist, the name was Snitch. These all elders were persistently with us and very supportive. And I believe they saw the need for doctors coming together. Fellowship as a family, as humans, as people who socially need one another. And then as a family of professionals, building, sustaining a profession, and with a very big responsibility to the community or the population. Papa, thank you so much. Florence, thank you for giving the vote of thanks on our behalf. I may not repeat, done it well for Teso. When will you call us again? We will be ready to come back, even if you want to host the next merry-go-round. Thank you so much, Teso. And the Teso groups that have supported us, Kumi Orthopedic Center, Tester, and all you've seen them. One rather not very high profile, but in the background has been Teso Health Forum. And it's really been difficult to differentiate Teso Health Forum from Teso Branch, the association, and then others. We are really one. I happen to be the convener or interim chair of Teso Health Forum. I would like to thank you, and especially those two non-doctor professionals. I don't know whether they are still here. I don't know whether Pius, yes, and Tom. Thank you. Thank you for having been with us. And tell the others this was for us all. Above all, let us congratulate ourselves as a team. Whatever, whether you have just come as an elder to attend, whatever role you have played, but this has been an achievement of teamwork. Thank you so much, the chairs, following, Fred, and all the others. And a special word of thanks to our colleagues from the diaspora who made an effort. And we actually chose this date so that they would be with us. And it's good they have been with us. Somewhere. Please stand up if they are still around. Shake and shake all that journey from the other end to here. I think you deserve to be given, I don't know, a good or a God. Thank you so much. And he came with his wife, Peace. You may not have seen her, but this is wonderful. This conference has been significant. A significant achievement for the UMA in fulfilling or beginning to fulfill its mission. The mission of the UMA is threefold. One, of advocacy for the profession and the professionals. Really, it is for the professionals, for the profession, and for the community. Just those three. And here we are as elders taking our part, which is advisory, and as stewards of the traditions and values of the health profession, and especially in this country, which is, and we have a very, very rich history and a very special place in the world as far as the health profession is concerned. And you know it from the Makerere, from Mengo, even Mora here, which is the second oldest missionary unit. There is a big promise from here. There is a lot of work for us to do. There is homework. Mr. RDC was supposed to present a declaration, recommendations, but we didn't want to give you something not very well done and constant. We are still putting bits, you know, so that is really, it's worthy of this class of elders and professionals that you see here. I think we are going from this place with a sense of renewal for our profession. And we pray that each and every one of us, as we go from here, will be ambassadors. We are going to tell the story that I hope will kindle the hearts of others, and we shall retain and maybe surpass the glory and the pride and honor that Uganda has been known for, the excellence of their health professionals. Thank you again for having come. Pray the Lord will take each one of you safely back home, and greet all, and many thanks. Now it is my great singular honor, yes, but I don't mind John Emuria adding to whatever you have to say. Mind, we have already, I had already given a little bit of tribute to our guest of honor, our Chancellor, our Chief Elder, who is also Chancellor of the University of East. He was ideally supposed to have presented the declaration. But I know that he has a very good command of what has gone on here. And he will have his discretion to share with the guest and all of us what this conference has been about, what they have discussed, what they have looked at, and what they recommend or wish to recommend. Papa, Professor, Master.
Good evening, friends. So our chief guest, the RCC, representing Her Excellency the Vice President, the leadership of the Uganda Medical Association, the elders of the Uganda Medical Association, the UMHSO branch, and especially also our colleagues, diaspora, who have traveled here this time of the year to be with us today. RCC, this is a very exceptional meeting. Very exceptional meeting. I've never heard of it taking place before. And I have been in the medical profession in this country for the last, how many years is that? I think 60 plus years since I joined the medical school. The fact that the elders of the association to themselves, together with the TESO branch of the Uganda Medical Association, now come here to socialize, meet each other after so many decades being separated. But above all, focused on how can the health system in Uganda be improved. That is what we have spent time in the last 2 days talking. How can we train doctors better? How can we regulate doctors better? How can we get services nearer to the people safely? That is what we have been discussing the last 2 days. And the point of the discussions have been very high-caliber. We are going to produce the final document, the Sorority Declaration, which we will share with you. And we request you to share it also with your principal, the Vice President, and which we will use together with the Uganda Medical Association and the Ministry of Health and all other stakeholders to try and play our role in making sure that the health services in Uganda maintain the highest possible standards. And I can assure you that growing up earlier on here in the health system in Uganda with the Makerere Medical School, we were top of the world, not just Africa, top of the world. I passed through the medical school in the 60s, when that is when Dacades reform was described for the first time, Building House was described for the first time. Excuse me for this food, I'm fighting with. So many other things that happened at that time, and the medical school was nominated for the Nobel Prize in medicine at that time. So, we want to maintain the standards, and we see ourselves as the genius of the profession, so that we can replicate others, like those whom we inherited from and whom we are handing over to. So you are here with a group of very committed Ugandans, very creative Ugandans, who care about the people of Uganda. I was in a meeting in Harare a month ago, the College of Science of East Central and Southern Africa. And I attended one of the sessions where they were presenting about cancer of the esophagus in Malawi. And they know the cause. It is very common. They know the cause, but then I asked, how are you interacting with the government on this? And there was no answer. And we want to move away from that. We want to be able to use our work, our knowledge, to share it constructively structural government so that correct government policies can be implemented. That is where we are going. So, I think I have already summarized what the meeting has been about, what the select declaration will be about when it comes out, and it is now my sincere pleasure to invite you, sir, to address us and want to assure you that we are going to continue being close to you and the Vice President. So to request you, yes, I thank all of you for being here.
Thank you so much, Professor Mwasu, who is also the Chancellor of Sokoto University, the President of UMA, all the elders present here, and all the colleagues. My name is Peter Bex Park. I'm the Resident City Commissioner for Sokoto City, and I'm privileged to be here to represent my regional authority, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. She brings apologies. She was delegated by the President to go and close another conference in Kumba. There was a training of 2 weeks for training for students leadership. She came back just yesterday from Ghana, where she represented the president in the swearing of the president of Ghana, and then she was delegated to go and close that meeting. And so she also delegated me to come to represent her here in the course of the ceremony. This morning, we were engaged with the Electoral Commission at the regional meeting in Kero, and after 2 p.m., then I went to officially launch construction of 15-kilometer roads in Amoru, and then from there, they came here. I'm therefore happy to have spent about 1 hour or so here, listening to all those very difficult words you mentioned. Those scientific words I was hearing, the other one of radiography talking here, and I was just wondering what the man is doing. I started hearing, so I don't understand some of those words. But you know, at the end of the day, we must benefit from those services. We demand from those services. So I want to thank you, the medical people, for the good job you are doing in this country. You are saving lives. You are heroes. Sometimes that are not even celebrated, but you deserve to be celebrated because you saved lives. I'm the chairperson of security in Sokoto City, and I want to assure you that the security situation in our city is generally calm. All the programs are running on well in Sokoto City, and we are top of the game. I want to thank the organizers for this meeting, the elders who thought about this conference, that once in a while it's important that you come together to share your experiences, but also above all, as elders, to mentor the young professionals who will be the next elders in the same profession. At some age, he started to preach about his father's kingdom, and he started recruiting people. And by the time he disappeared, those people continued with the message up to today. Even as we live, there are people who continue that message. So it's important that the elders continue to mentor the young professionals with these associations and continue the culture of mentorship. We have had engagements as government with the young funds. I was listening to a scenario where another DC sends a patient. I was listening to a scenario where another DC sends a patient to hospital with instructions, do this. And because the other man of X-ray says, now how do I do X-ray here? But just explains that to me that's a professional of us. We have had colleagues, even this road here, who go to hospitals and conduct meetings with the patient attendants, monitoring service delivery. To us, that is unprofessional. We have had colleagues who connive with wrong culprits, with culprits. That's unprofessional. But also, within the medical practitioners, we have people who are very professional. We need to use this kind of organizations to weed out.
As you always come together, we don't encourage this practice.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to attend or to stand before you today at this distinguished conference organized by the Uganda Medical Association under the thought-provoking theme, Decades After Medical School, What Has Changed. Allow me to convey my warm greetings and heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your relentless service and commitment to the advancement of healthcare in Uganda. First, I commend the Uganda Medical Association for creating this platform that fosters reconnections across various generations of medical professionals. Your tireless efforts in advocating for welfare of medical doctors and contributing to policy formulation and capacity building are pivotal to advancement of healthcare in our nation. Through your leadership and guidance from the elders, the UMA has grown into a formidable force for progress in the medical profession and nation at large. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda, under the leadership of the National Resistance Movement, has remained steadfast in prioritizing healthcare and a cornerstone of national development. Over the years, we have made remarkable strides in improving access to healthcare services, equipping health facilities, and addressing critical human resource gaps. Through initiatives such as the construction of regional hospitals, the recruitment of healthcare workers, and the enhancement of medical education and training, we are collectively building a efficient health service system. It is no secret that the lifeblood of any health system is its medical professionals. As doctors, you play an indispensable role in shaping the health outcomes of our people. Your expertise, compassion, and dedication form the backbone of Uganda's healthcare delivery. From addressing complex medical challenges to spearheading community health initiatives, you continue to demonstrate unparalleled commitment. The NRM government recognizes and values your contributions and remains committed to creating an enabled environment for you to thrive and serve effectively. A notable achievement within the health sector is the growing stature of Soroti University. This institution is fast becoming a beacon of hope and a center of excellence in medical education and research. I take this opportunity to commend the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ikoja Robert, for his visionary leadership. Professor Ikoja, I urge you to ensure that the university's growth translates into tangible benefits for the people of Teso and the entire country. By equipping young minds with the skills and knowledge to tackle Uganda's healthcare challenges, Soroti University has the potential to transform communities. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the changes in medical practice and education over the decades, let us not lose sight of the shared mission that binds us. We are all stewards of the health and well-being of our people. This conference offers a unique opportunity to examine and the hub of medical excellence and innovation. Likewise, I pledge our continued collaboration with the Uganda Medical Association towards the improvement of health professionals, education, and healthcare in Uganda. I thank the organizing team and participants for putting together the wonderful recommendations to government and other stakeholders that outline the pathway to building a healthy workforce and a more prosperous Uganda. With the above and deliberations that were shaped, government and other stakeholders that outline the pathway to building a healthy workforce and short a successful conference, I declare this conference officially was for God. The letter that the Vice President, actually the Vice President, directed that I should bring in this conference. This letter is from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, dated the 1st February 2024. It's directed, addressed to the Honorable Minister for Health, General Dacades, and also the Minister for Finance. It reads, offer of 2 new specialized Western-style, fully furnished off-grid hospitals in Luengo, Katakwi district. I received from one of our allies based in the USA an offer to construct 2 new fully equipped and specialized hospitals in Katakwi and Luengo districts. These districts lie in a health service shadow for specialized treatment of key non-communicable diseases. Mr. Chabad Hussein, who heads a group called Advanced Electronic System International, works for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for Provident Fund based in California, USA. Mr. Javed has indicated to me that these 2 hospitals will be supported for 1 year with salaries for staff and specialized doctors, spares for equipment for 3 years, and will be equipped to provide care, pharmacy, accommodation, solar power, water treatment facilities, medical grade, encrypted communication systems, fast responder infrastructure, and ability to conduct operations online across the world. This hospital will also be training centers for young Ugandan doctors and medical workers in modern healthcare systems and equipment usage. This capacity is good and it will complement our own medical facilities and services in these districts and beyond. Mr. Jabal has also alerted me that the funding has already been provided for under the Islamic Development Bank, in which Saudi Arabia has a big stake, and it will be provided as a grant through this channel using the vote of Saudi Arabia. This is therefore to direct you to meet Mr. Jabal and his team to discuss the modalities of this support and revert to me with the final position. Please note that this funding is a grant, as I have been told, and it will not affect our fiscal position or have any borrowing. Mr. Jabal and Saudi Arabia officials should confirm this. Please coordinate with Mr. Otto Rabobo, my exports and industry advisor, who works with the U.S. groups to ensure this project is executed in time. I was told to read this for your information. Thank you for welcoming.
Two important letters have been read, the messages have been read. There is not so much to add. And on RCC, I think I must apologize if there was an omission. Because if it was truly High Excellency who had entered in, you would have stopped everything and first played the national anthems and the regional anthems. That was skipped because the presentation was going on. Again, we went through the program without recognizing that High Excellence was actually in the House, or represented in the House. But thank you very much. I think we are forgiven for all those mistakes. Like this is the first Women Elders Conference. We're all forgiven. It's a learning experience. The next one will be better planned. And we will not do that. Now, we are all invited for dinner and dance. Remember Professor Maswa yesterday was saying it's time to break from the routine. We need to dance, we need to eat, we need to drink so that we don't burn out. Don't think about nyama all the time. It's time now to reconnect. All roads lead to Sorority Hotel. But
before we do that, we stop at the entrance of the main building, Soroti University, for a group photo. I can see Namara wanting to run away. You are here.
No, I'm only exercising.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so let's walk to the entrance to the main building together with the chief guest. We have a group photograph, and then we head to Soroti Hotel. They are waiting for us, in and south.